All right, now we live, we live, we live. Good morning, ladies and gents. Grand rising and all that. We about to get into the last. I think this is the last day for the verdict, y'all. I mean, for the deliberation. So I think we will be getting a verdict today. Yesterday didn't, they didn't deliberated. I think what 4 out of the 5 charges, partial deliberation, which we're gonna go over this morning. We're gonna go over these verdicts that they came up with, and the only one they still deliberating on is racketeering. So they doing a deliberation on racketeering, y'all. So this definitely should be the last day for deliberation, y'all. So come on in, tune in, smash that like button. We're gonna be live all day into the verdict. Y'all know how we do. We covering this trial all day until we see if Diddy is guilty or not guilty. So make sure y'all hit that like button, double tap the screen, and let's get into this, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into what they came up with yesterday as far as the verdicts that they came up with, the sex trafficking, the transportation, and I think I forgot the other one, but racketeering is the only one they still deliberating on. So let's go ahead and get into this coverage. This is coverage by CBS. So we're going to just commentate on this. Like we said, we hear y'all until the verdict come out, whether he's guilty or not guilty. This is the last day. Hopefully this is the last day for the verdict. Hopefully it don't take them that long to deliberate whether he should be, on the racketeering. So let's go ahead and get into this, y'all.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they're saying they're unable to reach
Let
it
me know if y'all can hear
right
this
now
too.
On count 1, racketeering conspiracy,
What's
the
good?
most
What's
serious,
good, Craig?
that says
Good,
that Combs
bro.
led a criminal enterprise and that he committed at least 2
What's up,
predicate
Virginia?
acts. There are 8 that the jurors will see. We have a shot of the verdict sheet, but these are some of the crimes. If jurors find that just 2 within the racketeering, that would be a not guilty. So we'll, of course, continue to bring you the very latest, but this is happening as we speak. It almost feels like as the rain was coming down, we're getting all of this information. It was sunshine about 20 minutes ago.
Nah, it's raining
So
baby oil.
we'll see what happens, but that is the very
Diddy
latest
oil.
here from the courthouse in New York.
Nah.
Yeah, Jerika, I know information is coming into you as we speak, and so you're relaying it to us. Can you explain how you're getting this information? Reporters in the courtroom, and we have partial verdicts, but not entirely. And so the judge is basically saying either you're going to have to go back and finish entirely, or they're going to regroup. What happens now? Do we know?
Good morning,
So we
Grand
have
Rise.
Alice Gaynor. She's a WCBS reporter. She has access to her phone in the courtroom, so she's able to give us notes. We also have a couple of reporters that are in the actual courtroom where all of this is taking place, where Combs is. We know that his mother is in that courtroom. We did not see his children here today, but we're not sure if they will show up, knowing that the jury has reached a verdict in at least 4 of those 5 counts. As for what happens next, we will wait to get another note, but it sounds like the defense wants the jury to continue to deliberate, saying they've only been deliberating about a day and a half.
Know that there was a lot of questions that were also submitted to the judge. And so as you analyze or look into what those questions meant or didn't mean, is there anything that we can kind of glean from that? There was a question asked this morning as well before partial verdicts were reached.
That's right. So before we started the proceedings this morning, before the jurors went to deliberate, there was a question about what does distribution mean? And drug distribution
Please like this video
is one of those criminal elements that fall underneath that racketeering conspiracy. So in my mind, I thought maybe they're done with the racketeering conspiracy and have moved on to the sex trafficking, because they then asked for transcripts and what testimony was given by a Daniel Phillip. This was the second person to testify in this trial many weeks ago, and he's a former male escort who said that he remembers possibly hearing abuse in another room when he was with Ventura Combs at a hotel here in New York City. So we have had, we're trying to read between the lines, if you will, about what those notes meant, but this one is very clear. The note saying that the jurors have reached a verdict in 4 of the 5 counts is huge. Now we're trying to figure out, will they have to continue to deliberate? Will this be a partial verdict? That remains to be seen at this hour.
And for those joining us on CBS News 24/7,
Yo, bro, I'm gonna be honest, man. If they convict Diddy on what we heard out of that testimony, and he get life in prison, bro, I'm still gonna stick with that. He was set up, bro. Life, bro, life in prison, and they couldn't even prove all the charges. Yo, that's gonna be crazy. But like we said, they did it with Mr. Rico by himself, man. Mr. R. Kells, and they got Tory Lanez in jail for less. No evidence. So what makes you think they ain't gonna do it with Diddy? That's gonna be crazy though, man. It's like this justice system, boy, is broken as hell. Very, very broken. What's up, Eminem? Yo, shout out to y'all just coming in, man. Make sure y'all double tap the screen. Like we said, we here for the verdict. This should be the last day of deliberation, and we here for the verdict, whether he's gonna be guilty or not guilty. What y'all think? Y'all think Diddy gonna walk free? Or y'all think he's gonna get that life sentence? That's what we all here waiting for, y'all. So make sure y'all stay tuned in. We here all day for the verdict. Make sure y'all stay tuned in. If y'all, we covering this thing all day. So make sure you hit the like button, double tap the screen, hit the like button. I mean, and share this live stream if you can. We here for it, y'all. We here for it.
Partial verdict has been reached in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. Jerika, just for those tuning in right now, can you repeat what you heard from our reporter inside the courtroom on those specific charges where a verdict has been reached?
I'm so sorry. Can you say that one more time?
No problem. If you can, just repeat what the reporter had told you inside the courtroom in case people are following in right now or tuning in right now, because we have on our screen a verdict reached in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. But I want to make it clear that an entire verdict has not been reached, only partial. And so maybe go over some of the notes as to what you are getting from the reporter inside.
So I was actually outside just to set the scene, and I noticed Nicole Westmoreland, who's one of the attorneys for Sean Combs, was walking inside with a family friend of Sean Combs. And that was the first time I remember hearing there might be a note. Whenever there's a note, of course, we all sort of clamor together to figure out what does that mean. And these notes indicate, again, that they have reached a verdict in 4 of these 5 counts. Some of the notes that preceded that announcement, Alice Gaynor said at 4:26 this afternoon, Combs appears to be praying. His head is bowed. His hands are folded on his lap. That the attorneys were surrounding him. At 4:31, Combs' head was down, that he seems grim. Mark Agnifilo had just handed Combs a note. Mark Agnifilo is the lead attorney in this case. So you can even see, based on the media presence too, that people are starting to hear that there is a note and a development in this trial. I'm looking at notes as we're getting them again from Alice Gaynor. That note we already saw. But it really has been a remarkable day when you think about the 8 weeks that these jurors were told they would be here. And this is the 8th week. They heard over 30 witnesses. The defense didn't call any witnesses. They felt apparently that they had proven their case. You know, when you look at the closing arguments of Mark Agnifilo, the lead attorney, he said that the prosecutors have, quote, charged one of the most serious, complicated, comprehensive statutes on the books. They have charged personal drug use and threesomes as racketeering. So that was the argument from the defense going into this deliberation. expiration period. Meanwhile, the prosecutor said the defendant was the head of Combs Enterprise, that it existed to serve his needs and what he wanted. The other members of the conspiracy and the Combs Enterprise were the defendant's inner circle. That inner circle, they said, was made up of his loyal lieutenants, his chief of staff, and his bodyguards who helped him satisfy his every desire. Those were the words from Christy Slavic, who gave the closing arguments not long ago in reference to this trial involving Sean Combs.
Jerika, I know you're getting this information in real time. We'll let you gather more information. We'll come back to you, so stand by. We're going to bring in CBS News legal contributor Caroline Polisi with more on this. We're talking about partial verdict. Explain that and what is happening now in the courtroom.
Yeah, so what's happening now is the prosecution and the defense, along with the judge, are trying to decide what to do next. If at all possible, they would love to get to a verdict in its entirety. It does appear that they are having difficulty coming to a unanimous decision with respect to the RICO charge, which I would note is the most difficult and legally complex charge. But the options, and what I think likely will happen, is that since this is the first time the jurors are coming to the judge saying, look, we just can't come to a resolution, they'll be given what's known as an Allen charge, sometimes referred to as a dynamite charge, which is essentially just the judge telling them, go back at it, do your civic duty. If you can, at all possible, come to unanimous verdict. I mean, the issue here is people need to, and the instructions to jurors are, maintain your integrity with according to what you believe the evidence shows, but keep an open mind, engage in a robust discussion about the evidence, hear other jurors' points of view. And if you can come around to changing your mind with integrity, with really feeling that you've come to the right conclusion, then try to get to a verdict. Because a partial verdict, while it is acceptable technically, it's a difficult resolution, especially on this RICO charge, since it is one of those top charges. About that RICO charge, what needs to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which I'm assuming they're having a difficulty with, is an enterprise, right? You think RICO, you think mafia, mob charges, a criminal racketeering conspiracy.
That's what I'll be thinking.
And what needs to be shown is that over the course of a 10-year period, 2 predicate racketeering crimes were agreed to. Again, it's a conspiracy charge, right? So it's Sean Combs agreeing with one of his uncharged co-conspirators. And in this case, the co-conspirators that the prosecution has alleged is KK, Christina Courtroom, his chief of staff. And then they're saying he had this rotating body, these bodyguards that rotated throughout that 10-year to 20.
Yeah, but why they ain't on trial though? It's a RICO. None of his bodyguards really, they didn't testify against him. If it's a RICO, it's an organization. That means he has co-conspirators that supposed to be taking charge as well, unless they agree with the federal government to testify against Diddy for immunity. But other than that, if it's a RICO, that means others supposed to be charged with the crime for conspiracy. But like we said, the government seems like they could do what they want. I mean, they locked R. Kelly up on some one-man RICO stuff, so it seems like they can just go in there and bend the law and get people convicted based off of whatever they feel like doing at the time. So, like we said, where the co-conspirators at? Why are they not, being prosecuted as well?
20-year period.
All right, Caroline, I want to interrupt you just real quickly. Yeah. Please stand by for more on breaking this down. But I do want to get back to CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan, joining us live from New York City now. Jerika, I know that you have more information just coming into you in real time. Why don't you tell us?
Yeah, and just to reset again,
please
we're hearing notes from inside the courtroom that the jury
has for that verdict.
A decision on 4 of the 5 counts. But we're not sure whether or not they are definitely going to go back and deliberate. The prosecution wants them to continue to deliberate, as well as the defense. But the Combs children, we just saw 3 of his daughters that walked back in. So again, earlier I mentioned that it was just his mother that was here today, and that we noticed his attorneys go back inside within the last 45 minutes or so. and the notes that were coming in early on was that Combs appears to be praying, that he had his head bowed and his hands folded on his lap.
Yeah, he better pray.
His head was down
better
and
pray,
that he
bro.
sings grim. And that Mark Agnifilo, his lead attorney, just handed Combs a note. That was around 4:30 this afternoon. So we're looking to get some more insight as to what's happening inside the courtroom. But again, the judge saying that the jury should keep at it. The defense wanting that to happen.
Yeah, I think they definitely gonna wrap this up today. I mean, should be the last day for deliberation. I mean, like you said, they might try to wrap this thing up before 4th of July, which I think they came up with the other 4 verdicts. Yeah, I mean, pretty fast. So I'm thinking, yeah, this is the last day for deliberation, y'all. So they definitely will be. We will get that verdict today. I need all y'all to stay tuned. I need everybody here to double tap the screen. Stay tuned, because we're here for the verdict, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see if the man will be found guilty or not guilty. We here for it. So if you just tuning in, make sure you subscribe to this channel and double tap the screen, or hit the 3 dots at the top right, and like this video and share the live stream if you can.
But it's that racketeering conspiracy, count 1, that they have not reached a decision on.
And Jerika, behind you, we see a lot more activity than we did in just the past 15 minutes. Usually when a verdict is reached, family members are contacted. They show up to then hear what the verdict may be. So you're saying that right now his family is showing up. His mom was in the courtroom, but could that be a telltale sign that there's more of an announcement to be made?
Yo, shout out to y'all just coming in.
It could be.
Love,
I mean,
love,
his family has been here throughout the trial. A lot of times it's been his mother, 3 of his sons. His daughters were here early on in this trial, but to see that they just walked in could be a sign that there is more to come.
And as we look at this, a partial verdict reached. This is breaking news right now. This information coming in within the last half hour. It's important to note that the judge hasn't made the final decision, correct, Jerika? So it's ultimately up to the judge to then tell the jury.
It looks like another sprinter just pulled up, and that's typical as well, because you'll see the girls will go in and then his sons will go in. So it's likely
y'all
that
think, y'all guilty or not guilty? What y'all think he's gonna get found? Guilty or not guilty?
I'm trying to see if I can get a better
let me know in the chat.
But it looks like that's what's happening right now.
Here for the verdict.
So to your point, I think everybody feels sort of the weight of this decision. I mean, Sean Combs is facing up to life in prison, and these are very serious charges, obviously being in federal court. But to hear again, the jury has reached a decision. They said on 2, 3, 4, and 5, and just to repeat that has to do with count 2. That's the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Count 3 would be the Mann Act violation for Cassie Ventura. Count 4 is the sex trafficking of Jane. And count 5 is the Mann Act transportation for Jane. We see
I think they're going to get him on that
sons
transportation.
with the umbrellas up as they enter into the courtroom
across
enter into the courthouse.
I think they're going to definitely convict him on that.
Jerika, we'll let you continue gathering more information. I want to go back to Caroline Polisi to kind of detail what this partial verdict means. And let's specifically talk about the RICO charge and why maybe the jury may be hung up on that right now.
Yeah, the RICO charge is by far, in a way, the most complicated charge in this case. What the government will need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and convince those jurors of is that Sean Combs agreed with at least one other person to engage in a criminal conspiracy. And that's an enterprise conspiracy. The Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. Typically, you think of mafia organizations, organized crime, things like that. So a lot of people have noted this is not your garden variety typical RICO enterprise charge. And they haven't alleged that it's bad boy entertainment that is actually a criminal conspiracy. They've alleged more of an amorphous group of people containing Sean Combs at the top, at the helm of this enterprise, and then his chief of staff, and then a rotating cast of characters, including his bodyguards and other assistants, that they agreed to engage in this criminal conspiracy, the object of which was to essentially prop up Sean Combs in the public's eye, to cover his crimes, to basically allow him to indulge in his sexual desires, whether or not that was criminal or not, drug distribution, transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, what's interesting, and you can sort of game this out mathematically, is that those last 4 charges, which RICO is reporting they have come to a conclusion about, they have come to a verdict, those 4 charges are 2 of those. If they found him guilty on 2 of those, that would be enough to find the predicate acts necessary for that RICO conspiracy. So part, again, of the RICO conspiracy is this enterprise, but it's also that they engaged in 2 of these predicate RICO crimes within a 10-year period. And 2 of those crimes are sex trafficking and or transportation to engage in prostitution. Now,
they definitely will get him on that transportation.
The strongest evidence that the government has, I believe, in this case is just the transportation to engage in prostitution. They brought receipts. They had hotel bills. They had flights lined up. Things of that nature.
Yeah, that's the one I think gonna stick, y'all. Is that transportation, prostitution across state lines to engage in sexual activity for money. I definitely think that one's gonna stick. Racketeering, I don't know if racketeering gonna stick or not. They might get him on sex trafficking. It all depends, but the transportation, that one's is definitely gonna get stuck. They definitely gonna stick that one to him for sure. The other ones is up in the air, but the transportation across state lines to engage in sexual activities, yeah, they're gonna get him for that one. Yeah, today I think is the final day for the verdict. I mean, they already deliberated on 4 of them, came up with a verdict, so we just waiting on racketeering. That's it. That's the charge we're waiting on. So y'all stay tuned, man. Double tap the screen, like this video, share this live stream if you can, and we're gonna continue to stay here until we find out if Diddy gonna be guilty or not guilty.
Well, and let's talk about the here and now, because we have our cameras outside the courthouse. We have reporters inside right now. Jerika Duncan's giving us real-time information as she's getting it from the reporter. Family members are arriving. So what is the process right now? I mean, we're close to the end of work hours. I don't know about court times, but does this mean there'll be an announcement today from the judge? The jury has to go back. Why are family members arriving right now?
Well, obviously, any family member, if they hear that the jury has even reached a partial verdict, they will want to be there for the time. The judge has allowed the jurors to set their own schedule. In this case, it is nearing the end, 5 o'clock, and typically you do get verdicts sort of towards the end of days. But, in my experience, the judge will not allow the partial verdict to stand and declare a mistrial on the RICO charge. I believe he will give them at least one more instruction, one more dynamite instruction and or Allen charge, telling them to go back, try again, do their utmost best to reach a unanimous verdict in the RICO charge. Whether it works or not, I think he does have the duty to at least give that instruction. And whether the jury decides or elects to stay for the evening and or to come in, tomorrow around 9 a.m. to continue deliberations, I don't know. I would be surprised if the judge simply said, okay, I'm declaring a mistrial on the RICO charge. Let's hear the verdict for counts 2 through 5.
Let's talk about the timing of this partial verdict. Are you surprised how quickly it happened? Are you not surprised? And what does that mean? And what does that tell you?
Yeah, this jury was pretty active. There were a number of notes both yesterday and today. Remember, there was that first note the jury gave the judge saying that they felt that one of the jury members could not follow the judge's instructions, which, was a huge red flag. I mean, it indicates sort of dissension among the ranks. It indicates that the jury wasn't necessarily getting along. But then we didn't really hear much about that afterwards. And apparently they could come to a unanimous agreement with respect to at least 4 of these charges. So they worked that out. There were then, a lot of questions or requests from the judge for evidence about Cassie Ventura, the testimony being read back. So it did seem to me like they were going through methodically those charges. The first day it seemed like they were looking at the RICO charge. And then today, when asked for those transcripts of the Cassie Ventura testimony, well, it seemed like they were looking at the sex trafficking charge with respect to her. It seems like those other counts went pretty quickly. So it seems like perhaps they sort of bundled everything together in those last 4 charges. We never know what goes on behind closed doors. It would surprise me if they only found sex trafficking with respect to one of the victims, meaning Cassie and or Jane, and then not with respect to another. I think the behavior sort of, if you buy into the theory of the government's case and you found him guilty on one, it seems that it would cover the other as well. So, just breaking down a number of scenarios in my mind about what that partial verdict could be.
Sure,
in all likelihood, it's either all guilty or all not guilty.
Absolutely. All eyes on that front door of the courtroom. We have our cameras situated outside. Jerika Duncan standing by for more information from our reporters inside. Can you talk about maybe the timing of the day? Right now, there's a podium set up. Sometimes reporters will be able to get new information, but right now it's kind of like anyone's guess what's happening inside in terms of if the judge is going to make the jury go back or if they're going to keep on working today. Someone entering inside right now. This might be more family coming in after they heard about the verdict, partial verdict reached. So maybe just talk about what's happening inside right now as we wait.
Yeah, partial verdict just mean that they deliberated on four out of the 5 charges so far. So we just sitting back waiting on the verdict on racketeering. That's what we're waiting on. This should be the last day for deliberation, man. I don't see them going no further than today because they pretty much deliberated on four out of the 5 charges pretty fast. So we should be seeing a verdict today by the end of the court day, maybe a little earlier on whether they reached the verdict on racketeering. So I don't know, y'all. We don't know if they're going to charge him with all 5 charges or, like I said, the transportation, they definitely going to charge him with that one. But the other 4 is up in the air. So we going to see, man. Make sure y'all stay tuned. We're here all day waiting for the verdict. Double smash the screen to like this video. Double tap the screen. Share this live stream if you can. Let the people know we live. Hey, we here for it, y'all. Let's continue.
All right, Caroline Polisi, are you able to kind of expand on that? Yeah,
yes,
no
sorry. I thought you were talking to Jerika.
Yeah.
I hope all y'all got your baby oil, y'all Diddy oil ready.
Jerika's standing by.
Yeah, this is the most, the most tense it gets in any trial, to be sure. I mean, the man's liberty is at stake. This is, we talked about this from the beginning. This is not a state domestic violence case. This is a federal criminal racketeering conspiracy charge, and on top of sex trafficking charges, which those 2 sex trafficking charges carry with it a minimum of 15 years in prison. So that's just the bottom of what he could get. So if he's found guilty on either of the sex trafficking charges, it's 15 years minimum. The RICO charge is a little bit different. There's no mandatory minimum, but it's also a maximum of potentially life in prison. So he is looking at the potential for life behind bars. So this is, it's all in these moments.
As you said, very tense inside. Caroline Polisi, thank you so much for your take on this. Again, if you're joining us, a partial verdict reached in the Sean Combs trial. Judge urging the jury to go back and deliberate. We'll continue to follow this. The takeout.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. We are following breaking news out of New York City. The jury in the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking trial has reached a verdict on 4 of the 5 counts. The jury very recently has told the court it is unable to come to a consensus on count 1, that being racketeering conspiracy. I want to bring in our Jerika Duncan, who has been following this case from CBS News from its inception. Jerika, as you well know, this is a high-impact, high-visibility story. Lots of people probably got phone messages alerting them to this news. Reset the clock for those just maybe tuning in. What has transpired in the last hour?
Y'all got your Diddy oil.
In the last hour, we've seen Sean Combs' children arrive in 2 sprinters. They just went inside the federal courthouse there. His mother was there earlier today, and about an hour ago, I remember seeing a couple of the defense attorneys running inside. So it was clear that there was an update. And throughout this, we've been receiving notes. But this particular note read, according to our reporter that's inside, quote, "We have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, 5. Unable on count 1, they said, have jurors with unpersuadable opinions." So what are counts 2, 3, 4, and 5? Those have to do with the sex trafficking and transportation for the purpose of prostitution. They involve Cassie Ventura, an ex-girlfriend of Combs, as well as Jane, another person who testified under that pseudonym, also an ex-girlfriend of Sean Combs. That racketeering conspiracy, though, that is the most serious charge, and it's complicated. There are 8 criminal elements. The jurors only have to prove that 2 of them, or feel that 2 of them have been proven, in order for him to be found guilty on that racketeering conspiracy, as well as believing that Combs led a criminal enterprise for his sexual desires. So even when you take a look at this verdict sheet, for instance, Major, there's the racketeering conspiracy, and then there's the not guilty, guilty. And under that, each juror would tell us, the public, the court, if they believe, for instance, acts involving kidnapping, that Combs was involved in that, whether that was proved or not proved, or acts involving arson, or acts involving...
Yeah, we definitely getting a verdict today, y'all. I mean, they already, deliberated on 4 of them. They came up with a verdict. We're waiting on a verdict for the racketeering, y'all, so stay tuned. Yo, double tap this screen to like this video. We waiting on that verdict.
Involving bribery.
Hope y'all got y'all Diddy oil.
So we knew that one might be something that these jurors could possibly be deliberating on for quite some time, or in this case, have jurors, according to this note, that have unpersuadable opinions. But what we're hearing again right now, that the jurors have reached a verdict. We don't know what that verdict is, though, on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And Jerika, just to get a sense of things, and I know this is evolving literally by the moment, do you have any sense, based on what you've heard from the courtroom, how this will play out this afternoon? Might it continue in tomorrow? Might the judge tell the jury, I want you to try a little harder, spend a little bit more time on count 1? Or is there any expectation we might have the verdicts for those other counts you mentioned actually read out today?
It appears the prosecution and the defense would like the jurors to deliberate a little bit longer. Remember, they just got this case yesterday at about 11:40 in the morning. So they haven't been deliberating that long. And the judge appears to be moving in that direction. The last note that I saw said that they were looking at possible proposals, but it does appear that they were moving in the direction of wanting these jurors to deliberate a little bit longer on that count 1 racketeering conspiracy. There is a chance, though, they could stay a little bit longer tonight, because early on, the judge said during his instructions, listen, the court closes at 5, but if you all feel that you want to go a little bit later, let us know, and we might make that accommodation. So perhaps
we need
we're
that
in
verdict
that
tonight,
space
today.
of maybe they deliberate a little bit longer. Maybe they deliberate until 7 o'clock this evening. We don't know, but that was always an option that the judge set out during his jury instructions yesterday.
Jerika, you've covered this case extensively, and that is putting it mildly. Remind our audience the central arguments made by the prosecutors and the defense counsel representing Sean Diddy Combs.
The government essentially said that Sean Combs led a criminal enterprise for his sexual desires, that he tried to cover up crimes, that he was the leader of this criminal enterprise, and that he committed at least 2 that they believe of these elements that are part of the racketeering conspiracy. In fact, I can't even say at least 2. They believe that he committed all of them, but they only need 2 from the jurors, as I mentioned before. The defense, though, in their closing arguments said that there were 2 trials that were going on here. One that had to do with witnesses that they believe were not being truthful, and the other one had to do with evidence. And they asked the court, look at the evidence. Look at what those text messages were from Cassie Ventura, from Jane, where they appeared to be willing participants. But the government reminded the jurors that even if you've seen 100 of those text messages where it looks like they are willing participants, you only need to find one time, for instance, with sex trafficking, that they were forced or there was fraud or coercion. So it's very broad when you look at this case as a whole, and a number of legal experts that I've spoken to have talked about that openly, especially when it comes to racketeering conspiracy. But simply put, the defense said that this was a case that was overcharged, and they thought it had to do more with personal drug use and threesomes, not racketeering, they argued in their closing arguments last week.
Tariq, as I mentioned, this is an evolving situation. I want you to please stay with us in case there are any other developments, which I know you will convey to us as soon as they arrive. In the meantime, I want to bring in CBS News legal contributor Caroline Pelosi, who joins me now for some analysis. Caroline, for the audience who may not be accustomed to this process of a partial verdict, is that rare or somewhat common? And in a case like this, to Jerika's last point, for the jury, it seems to come down to, were those involved in any way cooperative, or were they clearly and evidentially coerced into participating in the things that the government alleged Sean Diddy Combs was involved in?
Yeah, to the first part, it is pretty rare, although it gets less rare the more charges that the jury has to deliberate on, right? So this is not just a 1-count indictment. This is a 5-count indictment. And as Jerika noted, the RICO charge is quite complicated. There was, a lot of information about just the law of RICO for the jurors to digest. So it doesn't surprise me that that's the one they're potentially hung up on. I would note they have not yet reached a partial verdict. They have told the judge that they have come to an agreement on those remaining 4, or the last 4 charges, but that they're sort of deadlocked on that first charge. I would be completely shocked if the judge this time around said, okay, we're going to take those verdicts on 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we're going to declare a mistrial on count 1. Typically what happens in this situation is the judge will provide what's known as a dynamite.
I don't know what happened. Trying to continue. What happened?
Meant to sort of light a fire under the jury to say, go back one more time, do your civic duty, try your hardest, see if you can, amicably come to a conclusion with a robust exchange of ideas. Nobody's saying that, we want to coerce a verdict here, but we want you to talk to each other and think about the evidence and see if you can really, with integrity, come to unanimous verdict with respect to that first charge. Now, with respect to your second question, it seems they have come to an agreement with the sex trafficking charges and the transportation to engage in prostitution. I would note that both of those charges and all 4 of those charges are predicate crimes to the first RICO charge. And so if they find that he has been, if they find him guilty of 2 of those 4 charges, those are the predicate crimes for RICO. But RICO has this additional element. It's a conspiracy, first of all. So we need another co-conspirator. And remember, the government didn't charge a co-conspirator in this case. They alluded to the co-conspirator being his chief of staff, a rotating cast of bodyguards. But they needed to show that there was an agreement, that the organization knew what it was doing, that it was an enterprise, not in law, but in fact, that people understood the object of the enterprise, which was to promote Sean Combs and his brands and sort of fulfill any deviant sexual desires he may have had, and then to cover up any crimes committed over the course of fulfilling those sexual desires. And so you do need to buy in a little bit more to a more structured, planned, again, RICO, you think mafia, mob, organized crime, drug rings, things of that nature. So this is sort of a novel interpretation of the RICO charge, although it's being used more and more. So this is interesting on both sides. It's clearly the jury was not buying whole cloth what the government was selling.
And Caroline, to make it clear to our audience, the jury has notified the court it has reached a verdict. We do not know what that verdict is, guilty or not guilty. We know its pendency is before the court, but unresolved is count 1. And it is, if I heard you correctly, your expectation, based on lots of experience, that the judge will say, go back and try some more.
Yeah, I think, look, the best outcome for all parties involved is not to have a hung jury on that 1 count. It is acceptable under the law. But again, you see this oftentimes. You will see this, and sometimes judges will give 2 and 3 instructions to go back. Now it's complicated because it raises issues on appeal, right? You never want a coerced verdict, and so typically judges land somewhere in the 1 to 2, recharges or Allen charges, telling them, really work hard. But the language of this note was interesting. It did indicate a complete sort of blockage, a complete standstill, that, they weren't going to move. They often will say that, and then sometimes they do come to an agreement. Sometimes they don't. So it very likely could be that the outcome of this trial does result in a hung jury, a mistrial on that first RICO charge. And at that point, the government could decide, based on, how those other 4 charges play out, they could potentially retry that case because it hasn't reached a verdict and it wouldn't violate double jeopardy standards. But, those remaining 4 charges, I would note, the sex trafficking charges are hefty charges. If they win on the sex trafficking charges, that's essentially a win for the prosecution. Those carry with them each a mandatory minimum of 15 years in prison. So if he's found guilty on both, that's 30 years in prison. The transportation to engage in prostitution.
They're going to get Diddy the R. Kelly special. They're going to try to get him that 30 piece. They're going to give him the R. Kelly special. Shame.
Is sort of a lesser burden and indeed a lesser penalty. I think if he's found guilty only of those 2, the prosecution would consider that a real loss. And then with this RICO charge, it's the top charge, carries with it the possibility, a maximum sentence of life in prison, depending on how the guidelines play out with respect to this particular defendant. But there's a lot of different ways this could play out at this point. A lot of known unknowns, as it were.
Caroline Polisi, thank you so much for that perspective, especially on the charges and if guilty verdicts are brought, the implications for Sean Diddy Combs. I want to bring back Jericka Duncan, who's there at the courthouse with any latest of the developments, as well as a sort of summary of this very busy afternoon. Jericka?
Yeah, I'm just getting a note, Major, and it says at the end of it, because it's kind of long, I'm trying to parse through it all, but that the judge could inform the jury if it deliberates, we persist, they would come back Monday, July 7th. And then it says, I can tell them if they agree July 3rd and make accommodations, but that does pose logistical issues. Which way do parties want to go? Government says, give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. And then defense says they need a minute. So this is happening in real time. But I think all of this means that the judge is moving in that direction of saying, listen, you guys have been deliberating, 12, 13 hours. Let's go a little bit longer to see if you guys can reach a verdict on that count 1.
This is playing out, as Jericka just noted, in real time. It is incremental. The judge is wrestling with the various equities involved, with the jury coming back to it with verdicts on 2 of the 5 charges, not on count 1. That's our recap. This jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial in New York City has reached a partial verdict. Let me reset that. On 4 of the 5 counts. The jury has informed the judge it is unable at present to reach a decision on count 1. That charge is a racketeering charge. Next, the other significant story of the day, Trump's, he calls it this.
All right, let's go to the next joint.
This is a Fox News alert. The jury has reached a verdict in the high-profile Sean Diddy Combs trial. The rapper faces charges of racketeering, 2 counts of sex trafficking, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted, he could face life in prison. So let's go right now to Fox News national correspondent CB Cotton, who's outside the courthouse. CB.
Hey, Will, this 2-month-long trial, which included nearly 7 weeks of witness testimony, has gotten us to this point. Just before 4:30 this afternoon, local time, jurors came back with a note. And we've just learned that jurors say they are unable to reach a verdict on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, but they have reached a consensus on counts 3, on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right now, we've learned from inside the courtroom, the defense wants the jury to keep deliberating and does not want to take a partial verdict. We're waiting to see how prosecutors will respond to this major update from here in the ongoing federal sex trafficking trial. But right now, we've learned jurors are unable to reach a verdict on count 1, racketeering conspiracy. It is the most serious charge in this case. If jurors were to find Diddy guilty of that charge, it would be a sentence of life in prison. Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 encompass the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution.
Well, I tell you what, all them other celebrities shitting in their boots right now. I guarantee you that. All the rest of them celebrity ass niggas, they shitting in their boots. They like, damn, did he get life in prison? Who the next nigga? Yo, I'm telling you, they targeting all these niggas. Y'all see Tyler Perry name in the media for that shit? Fat Joe. Goddamn, who else? They didn't try to they almost got Jay-Z on some shit, tied him to Diddy on some shit. Who else? They targeting these niggas, bro. They don't need these niggas in position no more. All that gatekeeping shit is over with. They don't need these niggas no more. It's a wrap. The rest of them niggas that was around Diddy, they shitting in their boots right now. They don't even know if they next. LeBron James, all that ain't a party like a Diddy party and all that shit. These niggas is shaking in their boots. Let's just call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it what it is.
Constitution. Jurors so far have had lots of questions for the judge. A total of 6 notes, I believe, have been sent out from the courtroom. Jurors asking various things on the law, asking to review more pieces of testimony. Today, early this afternoon, jurors wanted to review the details shared by ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura on the witness stand about Diddy assaulting her at that Los Angeles hotel back in 2016, which was captured in some really disturbing surveillance video. The judge allowed jurors to be sent back with portions of testimony where she talked about what happened before and after that incident. Jurors also wanted to review some testimony from male escort Daniel Phillip. You may remember he was one of the first witnesses for the prosecution, and he testified about...
Man, after all that, we want to see that real Epstein list. We still calling that shit out. We don't want to see that fake ass Epstein list they put out there that the feds open those files up and that fake ass Epstein list. Nah, we need to see the real Epstein list. Who was really on that list? Fuck all this Diddy shit. Who's on that Epstein list? You know what I'm saying? We need to see what upper echelon of them goddamn world leaders was on that goddamn Epstein island with them children and shit like that. Not this Diddy shit. The Diddy is the nigga they throwing in front of us to keep us distracted from the real crime, the real criminals. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get it confused now. These niggas they throwing in front of us is not the real criminals. I'm gonna keep calling this shit out every day while this shit is going on. What's up with the Catholic Church? What's up with the high priest of the Catholic Church and them children they've been touching for hundreds of years? Let's not get dumbed down with this Diddy shit. The Catholic Church, why they ain't on trial? Why them niggas on the Epstein list ain't on trial? Why Mike Jeffries ain't on trial from Abercrombie and Finch? He got the same charges Diddy got. Why he ain't being prosecuted? Where's this nigga trial date? Where's Mike Jeffries' trial date? Did we get a Mike Jeffries trial date yet? The Abercrombie and Finch nigga, did we get a trial date for him yet? Nah, he get to pay $10 million and get out on bond. Nah, we still waiting for them. We still waiting for these niggas to face prosecution as well. Not just this Diddy shit. Nope.
Witnessing at least 2 times that he says he saw Diddy assaulting Cass. He said either saw or heard it happen twice. He also testified that he was paid hundreds to thousands of dollars to have sex with Cassie while Diddy watched. Will, if I may, I want to go back to my email and just see if there are any more updates from the courtroom. I'm seeing another email right now. I want to read this to our viewers as we're on the air. The judge says they have three options. The jury can continue its deliberations, or jury can continue its deliberations and he can give them some version of an Allen charge. I know you're a lawyer, Will, so I want to share with our viewers who may not be familiar with an Allen charge. It's where the judge instructs the jury to go back and continue deliberations on all of the counts. This is a 5-count federal indictment. The second option, the judge says the jury can give a partial verdict, which again, we've now learned that the jurors have reached a consensus on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the third option, according to the judge, is apparently, let me read through this, third option not being considered at this time. The judge is only so the third option is apparently not even on the table, according to this latest note from the courtroom. The judge right now is only weighing whether jurors should continue deliberations or he should give an Allen charge. The defense is fighting to keep the jury in deliberations, and the judge is taking that argument into consideration. And we're also learning that both the defense and all the defense attorneys and the prosecutors are sort of sequestered off to their sides of the courtroom as they weigh these latest developments coming out of this trial. But the biggest takeaway right now, Will, is I can tell you jurors were unable to reach that unanimous consensus on racketeering conspiracy, the most serious charge in this case. If jurors had found Diddy guilty on that charge, he would have been sentenced to life in prison. But we are going to stay out here at the courthouse, continue to monitor these developments. Jurors have now been deliberating for about 13 hours between yesterday and today. Will, I want to send it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, CB. I just want to clarify the top line once again. So on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, which, as you point out, can carry with it a potential life sentence. The jury has not been able to reach a consensus. But on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, sex trafficking by force, transportation for prostitution, sex trafficking by force again, these charges, the jury was capable of coming back, CB, right? And what was their verdict?
Will, correct. So we don't know what their verdict was on those charges, but they just told the court in this note that they reached a consensus on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. And Will, if I may, walk our viewers through those charges. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That related to Diddy's ex-girlfriend and accuser, Cassie Ventura. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. That also related to Cassie Ventura. Count 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That related to Diddy, one of Diddy's another ex-girlfriend and accuser who testified under the pseudonym Jane. And count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. That also related to Jane. And if I may go back to the counts 2 through 5, we'll just unpack this a little bit because it's a pretty convoluted case, right? So prosecutors allege that Diddy recruited and enticed Cassie into drug-fueled sex parties with male escorts called freak-offs. And during their closing argument, they pointed out to jurors, they said Cassie never did a freak-off without drugs. They also said the freak-offs took place throughout the course of their entire 11-year relationship. When it comes to count 3, the transportation to engage in prostitution, prosecutors pointed out to jurors all of the hotel, bank, and flight records that they say show the times where Cassie and Diddy flew male escorts across state lines for freak-offs. Count 4, another count of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion related to Jane. Prosecutors for this specific count, they point to 3 specific hotel nights between Diddy and Jane that they say were sex trafficking. One time, September 2023 in New York City, another time, October 2023, and a third time, June 2024. The last time, that June 2024 instance, prosecutors really shared a lot of details about that, and they elicited a lot of testimony from Jane about that time because they say it was a freak-off where Jane and Diddy were involved in a domestic violence situation with each other, and at the end of it, Jane testified that Diddy gave her a drug to make her high and then forced her to have sex with a male escort. And then count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution as it relates to Jane. Again, prosecutors pointed out to jurors flight, bank, and hotel records where they say male escorts were transported across state lines to have sex with Jane. Will, if I may, I'm pulling up my email right now just so I can see the latest that we have from the courtroom. Right now, one of our courtroom producers says everyone is in their seats. Diddy is seated with his hands in his lap, and he's having a conversation with his defense attorney, Tinny Garagos, and they're whispering the details. In terms, now that we've just unpacked the charges, Will, I should also mention the ambiance, how it feels out here outside the courtroom. Again, this has been a 2-month-long trial with lots of interest because whatever happens, it's going to really reverberate across the music industry for years to come. Not only are the news media.
I want to go back to them charges real quick. Hold on, y'all.
2-month long.
This is what we got to take a look at. I just heard somebody pop on. That should be bro. Bro just popped on. All right, what up? Yo, you on?
Yeah.
Yeah, we live. All right. So these right here are the ones they came up on a verdict on. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Count 3, transportation and engaged in prostitution, which the one I think they're gonna stick it to them on that one. Count 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion, and count 5, transportation and engaged in prostitution. Count 1, they still haven't came up with a verdict on racketeering conspiracy yet. But like I said, for sure, they're going to hit him with that count 3. Transportation to engage in prostitution, they definitely going to stick it to him on that one. Because that's what they, him transporting prostitutes across state lines and paying them for sexual activity. So they definitely going to stick it to him on that. But like we said, we waiting on the racketeering verdict. This should be the last day of the verdict, bro. We waiting on racketeering and conspiracy. That's the last verdict that they deliberating on, and that's what we waiting on, man. Shout out to y'all that's tuning in. Double tap this screen. Stay tuned. Subscribe to this channel because we here waiting for the verdict. This video is sponsored by nightandayherbals.com. Definitely shop with us. Our independent shop, our herbal shop, where we sell high quality CBD, detoxes, sea moss, teas, sea moss infused, fruit and free use sea moss, hair care and skincare products, man. The link is pinned to the top of the chat and in the description of this video. So support the independent business, and we're gonna get back to this Diddy shit, bro.
The ambiance, how it feels out here outside the courtroom. Again, this has been a 2-month-long trial with lots of interest because whatever happens, it's going to really reverberate across the music industry for years to come. Not only are the news media is out here, but there are also several influencers, TikTokers, people on YouTube, and they're all across the street in front of the courthouse. The energy is really high. People are talking, some people are yelling, and people are really eager to know what is going on inside the courtroom. Right. Every single day of this trial, Diddy's children have been inside, his family members have been inside, and right now we're waiting for more details about how the judge will move forward with next steps.
And in fact, we just saw some of Diddy's daughters making their way into the courthouse as you were talking, CB Cotton.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page. And
shit. Yeah, they definitely gonna have a press conference.
I don't think he's walking away with nothing. He ain't walking
think they
away
gonna
with
give him
nothing.
life, bro?
He gonna give him something. Even if he don't get life, he
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
get something.
Even if yeah, they definitely gonna charge you. Like I said, they definitely gonna charge him with the transportation, prostitution across state lines and all that, and engage. They definitely gonna charge you with that, bro. Now racketeering, I don't know. That's up in the air. As far as racketeering and sex trafficking by force, and, fraud and coercion, that's up in the air too. That's up in the air, man. Matter of fact, I wanted to pull this other video up too. Hold on, y'all. Yo, make sure y'all double tap the screen, like this video, and stay tuned, man. We here for the verdict. This should be the last day of deliberation, and we here for it. So, all right. So let me know if we can still hear it. Y'all can hear this. I wanted to get into law crime too. Put on sound.
Nah, you gotta bring it back.
All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna reshare it again because sometimes the sound cut out. All right, so I'm gonna reshare this. All right, let me see where we at. All right, here we go.
From Elizabeth, this is from Enlin DK. What was the overall vibe in the room? And also, this is from Doug K788. How did the jury look when they came into the room? How did they look at Diddy? So what was the vibe? How did everyone look?
Yeah, as far as the tone and the atmosphere inside that courtroom, Jesse, it was so quiet. I would say you could hear a pin drop, but really all you could hear were the sounds of the court sketch artist really just kind of drawing her painting. Because I remember coming in, and normally I come in around like 4:15-ish because I was thinking, okay, it's the end of the day. Their jury's probably going to want to go home around 5. But then there was this tone, this feeling inside. The defense was all huddled together. You saw Anna Maria Esteval's arm kind of around Tenny, Sean Combs. Always hesitant to say that he looks defeated or he looks worried or he looks nervous. But this time was different, Jesse. I think once that jury note came down, once he saw that actual note about, because he got the clues before we got the clues as far as they reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think there was kind of a moment of nervousness. I felt like you could feel the weight on his shoulder. And then at first I was thinking, oh my God, if they're about to read a verdict, where is his entire family? And then I saw his family members, some that we haven't seen this morning inside the courtroom, start to kind of trickle in. That included all of his sons. That included his daughters too. And that included also Dana Tran. It included his mother Janet. It included his sister Keisha. It included his brother-in-law too. So it was a pretty packed courtroom. I was thinking at a point that they would just read the verdict. I didn't know what was going to be going on. Obviously, they did not read the verdict. None of that had happened. But really, you could feel just the tense atmosphere to the point a lot of us in the press obviously are going to be looking at Sean Combs, looking at his movement, looking at his demeanor. But because the defense huddled so close around him, likely to kind of prevent us from seeing what his demeanor looked like and for us to write it down, those types of things, it really was a tight circle. So it really was kind of a tense atmosphere. And obviously, when the judge got back on the bench and he said that the jury came back that they said that they reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they're still kind of not been able to reach a verdict as to count 1. I think a lot of us were just like, oh my God, it's happening. Obviously, the verdict wasn't read. They're going to come back tomorrow, continue deliberating, but you could feel the weight of the world, especially on the defendant, but also the Combs family. But I will say, Jesse, when they brought the jury in, because they brought them in twice, one to kind of read them, I guess, that modified Allen charge about continuing to deliberate, and then the second time to release them by the end of the day. I will say I did kind of note that they weren't looking in the defendant's direction. I think a lot of them were making their way all the way to their seat, didn't know what the next process would be, because again, they're jurors. They don't know what's going to be happening. They didn't know if they were going to be told to continue deliberating tonight, if they could have the option to come back tomorrow. Obviously, the judge gave them the option to come back tomorrow, but even when they were exiting the courtroom, from what I could see, I couldn't see them necessarily looking at the defendant. But if it was vice versa, I did see the defendant looking at the jurors. So, maybe some people kind of did like a little peripheral eye glance look or anything like that. From what I could see, they didn't look in his direction. So we'll see what tomorrow brings as far as what their possible decision might end up being in the outcome.
Let me ask you this. These modified Allen charge that the judge gave to the jury, what exactly did he tell them? Did he say, go back deliberating? It's different, and it's modified because I think they were trying to stay consistent with what the actual jury instructions were. What exactly did Judge Arun Subramanian tell them?
Well, he told them to keep on deliberating. He said that each and every single one of you must decide the case for himself or for herself, and that no juror should pretty much like waver on their opinions in terms of if they feel some type of way, that they should feel that type of way. And it's okay for them to feel that type of way. But in terms of just even what's going to be happening next is
All right, yo, the sound went out.
Yeah, we good. All right. So I had to switch over to Twitter real quick, or X. So all right. So according to the Diddy Daily, the verdict of count 1, RICO, not guilty. Count 2, sex trafficking with Cassie, not guilty. Count 3, transportation, guilty. Transportation, sex trafficking with Jane Doe, not guilty. And transportation with Jane, guilty. So like I said, they gonna charge him with that transportation, bro. As far as RICO, nah, I don't see them, because there really wasn't no evidence that really led up to a RICO charge. As far as sex trafficking by force, we don't see that either, because a lot of the testimonies, it was consensual. All the sex acts and stuff was consensual. Nobody was forced to do any damn thing. But as far as transportation, like I said, they gonna get him on that transportation, bro. Yeah, they gonna get him on the transportation.
Technically that would be the only thing he was guilty of. All the rest of it was consensual.
Yeah. Everything else is not guilty. The transportation is the only thing that they would charge him with. Yeah.
Right. And he still get time for that.
Yeah, he gonna get time for that.
But not life though.
Nah, he's not gonna get life. He's not gonna get that 30 years.
And that's what I was thinking from the beginning, because I'm like, but then again, yeah, I mean, if the system is really after him, they can give him life regardless.
Yeah.
How we know all this jury stuff could be scripted.
Yeah.
You see how they remove one juror and then replace them with another one. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Right.
Just like Tory's case was corrupted.
Yeah.
So
Tory Lanez
you never know.
Corrupted. Facts.
You never really know, but technically, it seems like he should only get hit with the transportation of the prostitutes. That's basically, because everything else it seemed like was consensual. No matter what anybody might think or say, the evidence led up to things being consensual. You got these male escorts out here doing interviews everywhere, saying how they took the money and how they did this and did that. You got text messages from Cassie and all them asking when they going to do the next freak off. That all sounds consensual to me.
That all sounds consensual to me.
I don't know about anybody else.
But the transportation, like we said, that transportation to engage is he definitely gonna get charged with that, bro.
Yeah,
that's really the only thing.
Like, I guess the judge.
I don't even know. Yeah, I guess the judge. Yeah, I guess the judge will decide on that. All right, we're gonna tune into these updates, bro.
When he was in consideration that he should not be freed until sentencing. They said the convictions here and standards suggest, Your Honor, should be detaining him until sentencing. But the judge then says, well, we're not going to resolve this in this second, but we will resolve it while we're here. He said, we need to look at the statutes. The government, do you have an example
so he's not guilty.
Where there's been a pretrial detention based solely on the Mann Act violation? So that is an indication that there is some discourse happening about whether or not Combs, just from a standpoint legally, should be released. And we have another note. Thank you so much, Elaine, because all of this is happening right now. It says government is saying it's going to be seeking lengthy prison sentence. Judge asked both sides how long they can put together a letter on this issue. Government asked for a few hours. The judge says, I think that makes sense. Mr. Agnifilo, I know you're Mr. Combs. I know Mr. Combs does not want to go back to the MDC, the detention center where he's been held since September. Combs shakes his head no and raises his prayer hands. Judge says, we'll convene in the afternoon. We are adjourned until then. I will notify parties. So essentially, the government is saying, give us time to put together our proposal, and then we can make a decision about whether or not he should be free. So will Sean Combs walk out of the federal courthouse today? That is the question. And we, of course, will continue to follow it to see what happens. But that sounds like it's a possibility.
Bro.
Wow. Every hour that he remains in custody must be agonizing for him, Jerika. Thank you very much. I want to go to
4th of
Jessica
July
Levinson,
party with him
constitutional
being there
law
might
scholar,
happen.
professor at Loyola Marymount. Jessica, the split.
So yeah, he found not guilty on three counts. So they only charged him with the transportation, y'all. So it's possible Diddy might walk out of there today.
Well, they didn't make a decision on the racketeering side of things though, right?
Nah, not guilty. He's not guilty on RICO.
Then that defeats the life thing right there, because that's
what
he got life for.
Yeah, they only found him guilty on transportation. That's it.
And that is what it is.
That's all they found him guilty on. So he's not gonna get life in prison based off of that. Based off the transportation. He's gonna get some time, or maybe he won't. It depends on what the judge. It depends on what the judge decides. Because he, like you said, it's possible he can walk up out of there today. He probably can get, he probably could get home, what's that, the ankle monitor.
Or house arrest?
House arrest, yeah. He might get house arrest and probation. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what the judge decides.
All right, we got the P. Diddy 4th of July party happening, y'all.
Yeah,
make sure it's BYOB. Bring your own bottle of baby oil. BYOB.
Bring your own Diddy oil. Bring your own Diddy oil.
BYOB.
Yeah.
Bring your own bottle of baby oil.
Yeah, so he's not getting that life sentence, y'all. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's not getting life sentence. Somebody said y'all sound like y'all want him home. Shit, man, that's up to the judge.
Don't matter to me. I ain't gonna benefit from the Negro being home. I don't give a shit if nigga.
I don't give a shit.
We just covering it.
We just covering it. We don't give a shit if the nigga go to jail or come home. The hell? All we hear is the cover what's going on, bro. We ain't got no interest in it. We ain't got no special interest in this shit.
And the thing is, if he ain't do those things, he should be home.
Yeah, facts.
So maybe, all right, yeah, you're right. If he wasn't found guilty of none of that, yeah, we want him home. Now what? Now what you gonna do about it? That's called justice.
That's the justice system. That shit has nothing. Look, our public opinion don't matter. Our public opinion is shit. It don't matter to any goddamn thing. What matters is what the judge decides at the end of the day. It don't matter y'all want him guilty or free. That ain't up to us. Our public opinion is not going to free him or find him guilty in due time. It's up to the goddamn judge and what the judge decide at the end of the day.
Facts.
I don't give a shit if the nigga.
It's about what that evidence said. The evidence we seen the evidence. They ain't really have nothing on them, and most of that stuff was consensual. Yeah, he was abusive. Yeah, he was in a toxic relationship. They both was abusive to each other, more so on Diddy's side. Yeah, we agree with that. But all the other stuff, the RICO and all that, nah.
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
That's a reach. That was a reach from the beginning.
Yeah, the RICO shit definitely was a reach.
Yeah, that was a reach.
But I understood why they threw that charge on there, because you know when the feds come after you, they trump up the charges.
Yeah,
so something can stick. So something can stick at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But the RICO, that would have been, organized crime. Other conspirators would have been involved with it. You know what I mean? And that just wasn't the case. So
nah, that was just some real freak stuff that he was into.
Yeah, just some real freaky.
Because if it was organized crime, he would have been making some type of enterprise money off of it, and he wasn't getting nothing out of it, but just freak. Satisfying his freak side.
Yeah.
He was just satisfying his freak side. So it's almost like when you get caught with drugs, but you get it, you get a charge for using the drug, not dealing them.
Yeah, right.
Because real human trafficking, he would have been making bread. He would have been making bread off of Cassie and all them. He would have been selling her to the highest bidder. Yeah, and that type of stuff.
Bro, I know you're gonna do a parody off this, John, bro. I know you gotta do a Diddy. Man, make sure y'all subscribe to Night and Day Cartoon Network, because y'all know we've been covering this trial you know, animated style too. So make sure y'all subscribe to 9-Day Cartoon Network. Bro been killing it with the Diddy trial coverage, with the Pixar animation and shit. So make sure, I mean, so yeah, man, let's tune back in, man. Let's see what they talking about. Let's tune back in, y'all.
This.
There we go. Right there. There we go. Right there on the screen, y'all. Only thing he got charged with was transportation.
The sex trafficking charges, which were the weightier of these charges, that he should be allowed to go home with some restrictions, with a bond. They're proposing $1 million backed by a few members of his family, and with restrictions that he be able to go to Florida, New York, and LA. But both sides are putting together proposals for that. So we're not done with this day. Those are going to be turned in at 1 p.m. But when Sean Combs left that courtroom, he turned around to his family and there was cheering, there was clapping, he was hugging all of his attorneys, he was telling everyone he loved them. He had led them in a prayer this morning, actually, where he blessed the hearts of the jurors and where he prayed for this not guilty verdict. And he was absolutely triumphant when he left that courtroom today.
Katrina Kaufman for us with the perspective inside the courtroom. Let's go back to Drika Duncan, who's been our correspondent on this from the very beginning of the trial. And Drika, I understand you have a little bit more from what happened inside the courtroom in regards to potential prison sentence.
As far as the sentence is concerned, again, we're going to hear more at 1. But Katrina Kaufman did a great job because she's also been inside that courtroom just about every single day. Actually, she has been inside the courtroom every single day. Alice Gaynor, actually sent out a note saying that Combs turned around, kneeled down on the ground, and put his hands on his chair and prayed. As Katrina mentioned, just the fact that the courtroom erupted with cheering and applause and whistling. We know that I believe 6 of his 7 children are in that courtroom right now. We've been told that there will likely be a comment. But to your point, Tony, there are a number of people who've been part of this process who do not feel vindicated at this hour, who do feel like the justice system let them down. So it'll be interesting to hear what Doug Wigdorf perhaps has to say about the reaction from Cassie Ventura, because he did speak after she spent 4 days on that witness stand and talked about why it was important for her to get her truth out. But again, we'll wait to see what happens. But we are expecting the family could come out here at any moment. And of course, we'll bring that to you. As you noted, there's podiums set up. So whether that is from the government's position or the defense, we expect to hear from some people later today.
But Eureka, regarding the sentencing, this has still got to be a high-stakes, intense moment for Mr. Combs and all his family as well. We have this note here from Alice, I believe, inside the courtroom. The government still intends to seek what they call a lengthy prison sentence. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's it. That's correct. I mean, they've been fighting this case. I mean, Maureen Comey was very clear about the law, about challenges throughout this trial.
Instead of the whole Epstein thing, they give us just Diddy.
Yeah, they ain't give us the real Epstein list and shit.
No, they ain't give us. They gave us a little glimpse of the Epstein stuff. Made most of it disappear, so all the so the big names could be left out of the media, and then they targeted Diddy.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like this case was.
I don't know why y'all ain't seeing that. We gotta start looking at that side of things.
Yeah, they distracted our ass, bro, with this Diddy trial shit.
They gave us Diddy, but they hiding all the big names who was on that Epstein, who was with the real Epstein list.
And it's mighty funny that this Diddy case coincided with the SEC and XRP and shit, and Ripple. Yeah.
Oh, you gonna bring that up on here?
Just a little bit, because the financial system ties into this
only
shit,
a small
bro.
percentage of people understand what we saying when we talk about that.
Right,
they have to be following everything in order to see that side of things. But yeah, you're right. It did sort of coincide with that.
You see how the Diddy case coincided with the SEC?
Yeah, I see that.
Case?
Almost like it's all scripted, right?
All right. I gotta put you on timeout for a little bit, bro. Like, you can't keep spamming the chat.
Yeah. I see that. Right. Yeah, they gotta be on time.
Yeah, Halloween, Young LA, you can't spam. Just keep spamming. I mean, YouTube don't really like that shit, but yeah, it's mighty funny that the financial system that we going into kind of coincided with with Ripple and the SEC. So because they settled the case. Ripple and SEC and Ripple settled the case, man. But then, like we said, a lot of other shit going on too that they use this shit to distract us from. So
yeah, like the real Epstein list.
Like the real Epstein list, right? So there y'all go. Not counting on racketeering, not guilty on sex trafficking. He's only found guilty on transportation. He's not found guilty on count 4. Yeah, so he definitely gonna reach a sentence today. Diddy might come home, y'all. He might either come home or he might just get a sentence for for the transportation. That's it. But he's not getting life in prison. Yeah, he's not getting life.
America brainwashed women into being victims. I hope you know that just about almost everybody in the USA is victims. They just don't know it yet. A lot of people just don't know it. They victimize all of us. They victimize all of us by poisoning our food, poisoning our minds, overtaxing us.
Lavish said,
spying on us, surveillance, all types of spying and surveillance. They doing all so they victimize everybody in the USA.
Lavish said, "Can you please tell me how this correlates with XRP?" Because being as though that the SEC and Ripple settled the case, they don't want the general public. I mean, they don't want the general public invested in certain things. They want to keep the people distracted. They don't want certain people, knowing what's going on when it comes to the financial system. You know what I'm saying? They do not want people paying attention to that. That's the last thing they want the general population to pay attention to, is this new financial system.
I think that's a big part of it, but I think a bigger part of this with the Diddy thing is they hiding the Epstein,
the real Epstein list.
Yeah, right. Because there's real traffickers out there that they covering up for.
Facts.
See, Diddy is a freak. Diddy wasn't trafficking as far as like making money off of it and all that stuff. He ain't need to make money off of that. He was making hundreds of millions of dollars off of just liquor alone.
Yeah.
So what do you need to traffic anybody for? But there are organizations out there who was definitely
trafficking,
using Epstein as the mule to help traffic, and they were making money and everything off of it.
Yeah, world leaders,
politicians,
religious
leaders.
Yeah, religious organizations. They actually make money off of trafficking. So they throw us Lil Diddy. Yeah, because I'm gonna say Lil Diddy compared to their organizations. So they throw Diddy out in front of us to distract us from the real Epstein list.
And they don't forget they throw Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate out there too, over there in Romania.
Yeah,
they call them traffickers too, but then they hide the real traffickers of the world.
Yeah,
like you said, that's operating through the Catholic Church, the United Nations. Yeah, you know I mean, Bohemian
Grove. Yeah, the United Nations is definitely tied to sex trafficking.
Exactly. So
that's where all the world leaders
the real human traffickers out here, and they got the military intelligence, got the intelligence moving them around the world.
And Disney.
Yep.
Don't forget about Disney.
So they hide the real traffickers, and they give us freak off Diddy.
Yeah, don't forget about
we got to start seeing the difference between a human trafficker and just somebody who's using services, prostitution services to get their freak offs on and living a swinger's lifestyle. It's a difference. Human traffickers make mass amount of money off of moving humans for sex, for physical labor, for sacrifice, all types of stuff. They do human trafficking for all types of stuff, but they make money off of it. It becomes an enterprise. That's why they mentioned the RICO, because they wanted like he was enterprising off of human trafficking. That's what he would get life for, but he wasn't using human trafficking in that way. What he was doing was he was just satisfying his free calls by male escorts, basically to fulfill his swinger lifestyle.
Facts.
And he was abusive on top of that.
Right.
And that's what we all forgetting. Like, people say, oh, he should be guilty, he should be given life. But in the perspective of what human trafficking is, he wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
He was just a freak.
Just a freak, bro. But that Epstein
that
list,
shouldn't
bro.
be illegal. And that shouldn't be illegal.
Well,
like, we're not looking at the realism. We're not looking at it for what it is. A lot of us is looking at it from a tainted mindset of, oh, he got to be guilty. He is young. That's Diddy. All the rumors that was out there, and let's not forget, they were rumors. All the stuff that was floating around about Diddy and all, they were rumors. This was taken to trial and tested, and evidence was brought forward, and all the evidence point towards Diddy being a freak. It didn't point towards no enterprising off human trafficking. You know what I'm saying? Enterprising off human trafficking. And that's what we have to see. Hell no, that wasn't no RICO. That wasn't no RICO at all. Somebody said it was a FRICO, not a RICO. Right, that was a FRICO. Facts. That was definitely homeboy, definitely a freak. Cassie was a freak. They were freaks. And that's not illegal. This is definitely I think what's going on, I think what he got is fair. I think it's fair. What you think, JR? It's fair, right? It's fair. Yeah, definitely humiliation.
Watch the language y'all use in the chat, man, because we just got a notification from YouTube on the screen. Inappropriate, inappropriate, shit in the chat. So y'all got to be careful what y'all saying in the chat. Y'all better start coding y'all words, curse words, any other words that
start banning people. Hold on,
yeah.
Let me see.
I do got the held message drawn on too, so a lot of it is not going to be but y'all got to watch y'all curse words and certain words y'all say in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, but y'all see, not guilty on three of the charges.
That's fair though.
Yeah, that is fair because they didn't have no evidence on none of that. Then I took all it though. I said only thing they going to charge them for is the transportation. I mean, we've been following the trial and seeing what the evidence was and what the testimonies were, and none of it screamed racketeering or sex trafficking by force. Only thing he was guilty of was transporting prostitutes across state lines. That's it.
Yeah, now did he get out? All them people who was talking, all them
celebrity friends.
Yeah, all them celebrities.
Whoa. Man, like we told y'all, Diddy better go ahead and go to Bali with eat vegan and sit Indian style with Russell Simmons. Yeah, I mean do yoga.
Pretty much. Or go to Japan with Ye.
Or go to Japan with Ye. Right. Gotta go do yoga.
Nah, he can't leave though. He can't leave.
Oh yeah, he can't leave. Yeah, he can't leave.
House arrest him. He ain't gonna let him leave the country. If he leave the country, he going right back to prison.
Yeah, he ain't gonna leave. But he definitely ain't going back to that house in L.A. Hold on, y'all. I think we got some. Hold on, y'all. We got some.
Two federal crimes.
Got some press conference.
I've issued a statement as well on our Twitter as well. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible of 2 federal crimes, something that he's never been held responsible in his entire life. She's happy that in November of 2023, she came forward and shined a light on this and brought other people forward who have various civil claims, and so we'll see what happens with the sentencing. All right,
Counselor,
thank you very much.
Looking at the direction, you said that same thing. Sorry.
Oh, I can't repeat it again, but
yeah, please.
I'm sorry. So, what was the question?
Yeah. Your reaction to what happened?
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Doug Wigdor, Wigdor. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying he still faces substantial incarceration.
How would you feel if he walks out on bail?
That's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this case. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. He's the attorney for Cassie Ventura?
Yeah, Wigdor.
And this is why their conviction rate is so high.
But turns like towards his chin and starts.
All right.
They try to get him on multiple charges, and then hopefully 1 or 2 sticks. They can have a high conviction rate.
Yeah. Name of the fast game. They go at least 1 or 2 charges.
Now he definitely wasn't pimping, because if he was pimping, he would have been making money off of Cassie and all of them.
Yeah, he was giving money. He was paying.
Yeah,
money
that's
out
the difference. That's the difference. That would be enterprising. That would be a RICO. That would be human trafficking.
Yeah.
If he was selling Cassie off to the highest bidder all around the globe, that would be considered a RICO. It'd be considered human trafficking.
Yeah. Receiving money and not putting money out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Receiving money.
Yeah, but
he paying for
yeah.
prostitutes and all that. He was just a freak. He wasn't enterprising off of it. And that's what they had to try to figure out, was he enterprising off of it. And that was an easy no.
I don't know. I guess we'll see today how much
is he actually speaking?
Time he'll get, or if he get any time at all.
Yeah, he can still. That's what I'm saying. He can still get some time, but it ain't gonna be that life sentence.
All right.
So that means eventually he will get out.
Thank you. I got your back.
Cannot do that.
Well, you
may be good.
Yes, team.
Somebody said, "What the hell is Michael Jordan doing there?"
All right.
Thank you.
Federal court, you got to be feeling good. They have almost.
You look like Jordan though, a little bit.
Yeah, all right. I just put a ball here and shit.
A little bit.
Camping out all night.
Somebody said the justice system has become people's recreational weekend getaway. It always been like that though. That's Rome. That's actually a Roman style justice system that we're in. Because the justice system in Rome was entertainment also. And America is literally set up based like the blueprint of America is the Roman Empire. Literally the Roman Empire.
Absolutely.
That's why we go by the Roman calendar. And still use Roman numerals. This is literally the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire justice system has always been entertainment. If you think about the Colosseum and the gladiators and all that stuff, it's always been entertainment. So that's actually an ancient thing. I mean, to tell you the truth, the crucifixion of Jesus was like entertainment to them. So it's like it's always been like that.
So yeah, I think he's definitely gonna get sentenced today. So that's what we here for. We waiting to see what what the judge sentence is. Did he go home?
Truly,
or is he getting sentenced? In the meantime, man, head over to nightandayherbals.com and support the shop, man. This live stream is sponsored by our own products. So definitely go over there and support independent business. We do ship out fast. We got 35% off sale going on right now. So take advantage of that. Natural CBD, natural, sea moss teas, pre-rolls, CBD cigarettes, shampoos and conditioners, herbal soaps and body oils. Got stuff for pain on there and everything. So go over there and support 9dayherbals.com. In the meantime, we're gonna wait for this the sentences going on. Yeah. Is Diddy going home? He might get house arrest. They might judge might just give Diddy house arrest. It's like being a good sport for basically the distraction. You know what I mean? Diddy case being a damn distraction, man. Because they ain't really.
Let me address. Somebody said, "What bullshit? We use the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar is influenced by the Roman calendar.
Yeah, the Roman calendar.
You wouldn't have the Gregorian calendar if you didn't have the Roman calendar. Just look it up. It's free knowledge.
Right.
We're still that's Rome. That was Rome hiding under a new system because the Roman Empire never fell. That's why we say the Catholic Church really ruled everything on the low.
Right.
That's why they never go to prison, and that's why they have Vatican.
Because they don't
you guys just start doing the education. It's so much education out here that you can just start doing the education.
Yeah, the Catholic priests don't get charged for fondling the children.
This person must be some type of agent or something.
They get moved around.
Carl Hayden guy must be some type of agent.
Or just ignorant.
Yeah. Just go and look up the Gregorian calendar and see where it derived from, and see where it came from. Just see where it came from. It's literally a Roman system. We're still literally under a Roman system. Oh my gosh. People have to start doing their research or just stop being agents. Stop being agents and agent information, because people are more educated now. We're not idiots. We just
people,
don't take surface information and just process it. Oh yeah, Gregorian calendar. Yeah, it's not Roman. It is Roman.
and
It's
that shit is
Roman.
not, and that shit is not really important to the vast, I mean, of things.
I
That
mean,
shit
it's
ain't even.
important that we still under Roman influence. People need to understand what
Yeah,
type
but
justice type system or what's influencing our justice system and our spirituality.
uh,
Because the Roman Empire just is just not like a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing too.
right.
Because it's all metaphysical. So it was attached to that. So everything that we see going around, if it's influenced by Rome, then we're still under the Roman Empire. So justice system is going to be viewed as entertainment.
Yeah, that's a fact. It's a fact. Let me see. Yeah, I want to see what they say as far as like how much time do they think he'll get? I mean, why y'all ain't tell me ain't no Sam shit? God damn.
So I don't think that there's
This
any
dude said loads of priests went to jail.
appeal. Had he been convicted on the RICO charge, maybe there could be something there. But on the transportation, I mean, that seemed to be firmly established by the testimony that there were transportation of one or both of the victims and these other workers here that he retained across state lines. So that would be very difficult, I would think, to win an appeal.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, I want to go back to that racketeering charge, because from the very beginning, the question was whether or not prosecutors were able to make their case there, showing the jury that he is in fact or should be guilty for that charge. Why is it so difficult to get a guilty plea when it comes to racketeering?
Well, it has to make sense to the jury. These are not attorneys or judges. These are regular people who are just being instructed on the law and saying, okay, is this a criminal conspiracy? 2 or more people engaged in a criminal enterprise involving specific crimes. Well, that doesn't really fit what we saw here. This was a guy that, I mean, it's unbelievable the kind of things that he was doing. But it was really an enterprise of one. It didn't have the features of the mafia or cartel. So I think that just wasn't understandable. The prosecution did the best that they could in closing argument to explain it, but it was too far. And the same for the defense, saying that these were somehow romantic evenings that we would all enjoy to participate in. No way. That didn't make sense either. So the jury had to kind of use their own common sense and apply that towards reaching a verdict.
And Chris, I know you cannot read the judge's mind when it comes to what's going to happen next, but there is that question of whether or not Sean Diddy Combs is going to be allowed to go home today. What's the possibility of that actually happening?
Well, I think that is a very real possibility. And the judge was signaling that and saying, hey, show me, prosecution, a case where somebody who's been convicted of transportation has even been in pretrial confinement for this long. And many people get out on bail and they don't have to suffer imprisonment or confinement before trial. He has no criminal history. He was acquitted of all these very serious charges that the prosecution made against him. He's going to put up a substantial bond. There's no risk of him fleeing when he's almost served the entire potential sentence already pre-trial. And the concerns about witness tampering don't exist anymore because the witnesses have already testified.
That's another thing. He got time
so
served.
I would think that
the judge might let
signs,
him go home, bro.
On house arrest. Out that door today.
I also wanted to ask,
a big possibility.
How long before we officially know what the judge is going to decide on this?
Well, generally they take their time on that. There's going to be pretrial interviews or pretrial services interviews, and looking at his history, the motivations for why he did these things. He can now explain, there was a drug issue. Maybe there were other things going on in his life that made him engage in this conduct. So he would try and explain it as what we call mitigating factors. He would definitely advertise to the fact that he has no criminal history before. He's going to talk about things that he learned while he was in detention and why he'll lead a different path going forward. And the prosecutor is then going to want to put on these aggravating circumstances. So that may happen, let's say in a month from now, we could see a hearing on that. There's sentencing guidelines. This could go anywhere from no jail time, meaning probation, all the way to 10 years in imprisonment. The guidelines seem to be around 15 to 21 months of imprisonment. And he's already been in custody since September of last year and will get credit for that time. So he could potentially be sentenced to time served.
Okay, Chris Melcher, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insight on this case. Appreciate your time. Our team with CBS News New York is also on the ground.
So we got to ask ourselves, how did we get here?
We did hear from the attorney for Cassie Ventura outside of court.
Everybody was seeming like they were just trying to get him for civil stuff and just trying to sue him for money. So how did this actually turn into human trafficking? It was so far from the truth.
Well, I think the federal government. Yeah, the federal government, I think, decided to actually step in and convict Diddy on sex trafficking and RICO. They try to get him on that.
Off.
Yeah, I believe maybe it was a favor for higher ups, also a distraction from the real Epstein list, from people actually asking questions. They wanted all the focus to be on showing P. Diddy Combs instead of us focusing on the real sex traffickers that was on the Epstein list. Because you got to remember, Epstein was a Mossad agent. He was an Israeli Mossad agent and actually still working with world leaders and people that was really sex trafficking children and women against their will. You know what I mean? So his objective was to go after those people as well, get them on tape, get them on uncompromising positions where they could be blackmailed. Because you got to think about it, man, listen. Them organizations, they work together, but they also against each other. Same thing like if it was the five families of New York, the organizations, sometimes they work together, sometimes they go to war. You see what I'm saying? So that will reign true within organizations and world leaders and shit like that. They will agree on some things they might go to war about. It's the same thing.
When it comes to keeping the system alive, they all work together.
Yeah, they all work together. That would be like the commission of the five families. That would be like the commission. They all meet together. They all work against the government and the people. When it comes to that, they all stick together. They have commission meetings and all that, and they agree on things.
But the reason why I feel like they targeted Diddy because he had to piss him, because they could have targeted any other celebrity to go after for the distraction if he's just a pawn. So it's the reason why I picked him too, because he was talking that revolutionary stuff.
Yeah, revolutionary.
Like, he kept asking for a bigger piece of the pie.
Yeah, and then he started going after the very same people that put him in a position. It's like they looked at him as a traitor, basically. This is the perfect fall guy we can use, because you know it was propaganda because they put this hotel beating tape out. Yeah,
that's like he did that years ago, and they just put it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just so they could sway the public's mind into thinking he's already guilty because he's abusive and toxic. But that's not human trafficking. As much as abusive and toxic as he is, that's still not considered human trafficking in a RICO.
Nah.
But they put that out there to sway. It's a hit piece. They put that image out there to sway people's minds just so they can go after him. So, he beat Cassie up. Now we could put that out there and then basically invade his homes. Homeland Security basically invade his homes, and people be all right with it because in their mind, like, he's just an abuser anyway. So he probably did everything else too. The human trafficking and all that, and all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah, and not only that,
what's the boy name? Say he took Tupac out.
You talking about Keefe D?
Yeah, Keefe D. They had him out there, and he basically admitted that people made him say that Diddy took Tupac out. Yeah, it's a whole lot of shady stuff behind the scenes. Not saying that Diddy is 100% innocent with stuff, but saying that he's innocent when it comes to that human trafficking, and they hiding the real human traffickers from the Epstein stuff. That's what the people need to be focused on. Who are the real traffickers out here? Because they still out here.
Facts.
They still out there operating.
Facts.
While we focusing on Diddy, the real human traffickers are out there operating, and they making big money off of moving people around. Diddy ain't make money off of moving bodies around. That's human trafficking. You got to be making some type of money off of it, just like drug trafficking. Like, if this was drugs, he'd just be convicted as a user.
Yeah, facts.
You just an addict. He's just a sex addict.
That's it.
For him to be a trafficker, he would have been making mad money off of Cassie, like have bid and all the other victims. He had to been like putting them out there and bid to the highest bidder. Like, oh, you can have Cassie for 2-3 days straight, but you gotta pay me $10 million. That's human trafficking.
Right.
That's the perspective of human trafficking. Him paying for sex services and then having them prostitutes, have sex with Cassie in front of them. That's called swinger lifestyle, and just using prostitutes to get it off to do it. That's two different things. When traffickers move drugs and humans through tunnels, they using it with the intent to make money off of it. That would be the RICO part. That would be the enterprising part.
Facts. Yeah, but that's not the case.
That wasn't the case with Diddy. But there are people out there that's making money off the highest bidder, though.
Yeah.
The idea what human trafficking would be is something like the movie Blink Twice. They had them chicks on that island, and they were basically selling them off to the highest bidder.
Highest bidder, facts.
Yep. If anything, the prostitutes were the ones that were trafficking. They were trafficking their own bodies.
Yeah.
And making money off of that. Why didn't they get convicted? Prostitution is illegal to engage in prostitution, selling it or buying it.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
The only ones who were doing commercial acts were the prostitutes were. Because commercial means you're making money off of it. Commercial acts means you have to be making some type of money off of it. The only ones that was engaged in commercial acts are the prostitutes themselves. Diddy was using them for personal swingers lifestyle stuff.
Yeah,
like, I don't know why people ain't seeing that. You got the swinger lifestyle with the freaks that allow their partner to get off with other people, and they get off with people, and paying for it, paying for some of it to happen. They're still using it. It's not like they selling anything. They're actually consumers. Just like when in the world of prostitution, the prostitutes get hit with more time than the actual Johns do, because they the ones that's out there selling their body and making all the money off of it. Diddy wasn't making any money off of it, not that we know of. Unless he was. Now, if he was out there selling Cassie to his Hollywood friends and politicians and all that, I'm like, all right, that RICO should stand if that's what he was doing. And then doing it against especially doing it against Cassie's will, like you know what I'm saying? She's like, I don't want to be sold to this person or that person. I don't want to have sex with them. Oh, you're gonna have sex with them, and we about to get this money.
Right.
Yeah, that's a completely different thing.
Facts.
But they didn't prove that that's what was happening. What was happening? All the witnesses said that he was just hiring prostitutes just to fulfill a personal swingers lifestyle type of ordeal. I think that's why they didn't hit him with the RICO, because that's all the evidence that they had, that he was just basically paying the prostitutes so he could just jerk off in the corner, basically. That's not like that. And the thing is, do we want someone like that to go to jail for being a freak just for that and say that's human trafficking? We want the real human traffickers
Want the
brought to
real,
justice.
right? Fact.
The ones who's out there selling kids and selling men, women, and children to the highest bidder for freak things and making millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars off of it.
Right.
Shipping them through tunnels and all that stuff, sending them to work camps where they working for these fashion designers, making it cheap clothing that they sell to us for thousands of dollars. That's human trafficking. That's human trafficking. Where are those traffickers at? The people who's selling kids into work labor or selling kids as sex slaves, because that's the real human trafficking right there.
Facts.
Where they at? On that Epstein list.
On that Epstein list. Yep.
And that's what they hiding.
Facts.
This trial went on longer than the Epstein shit.
Hell yeah.
You heard about this Diddy stuff more than the Epstein stuff when that came out, and the Epstein stuff was bigger.
Yep.
You had to go to some conspiracy theory website in order to hear more about the Epstein stuff. You ain't hear about the Epstein stuff that much through the mainstream media. So that goes to show you something right there. I mean, the people who own the mainstream media is on that Epstein list too.
Yeah, like the CEOs, the actual shareholders of those major corporations. A lot of them is into the deep, darker things. Like we already seen Disney, the sex trafficking rings out of Disney and all that. Like employees of Disney actually part of sex trafficking rings. So if the employees is involved, then you know what the CEOs is involved in, because they allow that shit to go on. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody is not understanding. This how people don't understand things. Somebody said because it's mostly personal, it's not illegal to abuse, threaten, and assault folks. We're not saying that. We're saying it wasn't a RICO. That's what we're saying. We're saying that it wasn't a criminal enterprise to make money off of human trafficking. Now, we did say that. We did say he was abusive, toxic, and all that stuff. He was in an abusive, toxic relationship, and he's a freak. All right, the illegal. All right, abusing your partner, yeah, it is illegal, but it's still not a RICO. It's still not organized crime.
Yeah,
it's like
they would actually have to prove
out here.
Yeah, they would actually have to prove that he actually making money off moving human trafficking. He has made Diddy business wasn't human trafficking. He didn't make any money off prostituting Cassie out.
We're not saying what he did in that hotel to Cassie wasn't illegal. Of course that was illegal. He assaulted her. Yeah, that's illegal. Yeah, I agree with that's illegal.
Yeah, but she didn't.
10, 20 years, life to life. No, it's not. It ain't worth that.
Nah, but you gotta still stick to the fact that the statute of limitations ran out on that, and she never went to the police. So what that happened back in 2016, it's 6 years within California. On that type of crime is a 6 year time frame on the statute of limitations. She didn't go to the police within that 6 years. It wasn't reported by the hotel or nobody within that 6 year span. So nobody can get charged with that. The statute of limitations ran out. So you got to understand how the court system works.
And of course, the act itself is illegal to assault someone. We're not saying that that's not illegal.
Yeah.
We're not saying that it's not illegal to abuse and assault someone. We're not saying that. But we're saying that the charges that they tried to get him for wasn't valid. He wasn't human sex trafficking. He wasn't racketeering, and it wasn't a RICO. That's what we're saying.
No, that's why he didn't get charged with it.
That's why he didn't get charged for it, because that's not what he was doing. Transporting prostitutes, he was doing that for his own personal desires. Yeah. transporting prostitutes across state lines, yes, that is illegal in this country.
Somebody said, "What about the murdered people?" Well, he wasn't on trial for murder, so
he wasn't on trial for murdering
no,
Tupac and
we're
Biggie.
yeah, you gotta stick. We sticking to the facts here of what he was on trial for, y'all. Not the rumors and not all the other stuff. We're strictly sticking to what the trial was about. So just stick with us about the trial, y'all. We're not talking. He wasn't on trial for murder. He wasn't on trial for killing Kim Porter. He wasn't on trial for, murdering Biggie and Tupac. We're sticking to what he was on trial for, folks. He wasn't on trial for none of that. We're trying to stick to the facts here. He wasn't on trial for rape. He wasn't on trial for that. Because if the feds had, you got the point. The point is, if the feds had evidence on all that stuff, it would have been brung up. He would have been charged with that, and then it would have been, he would have been prosecuted in the court for the law according to those charges. So he's not on trial for murder. He's not on trial for rape. He was on trial for sex trafficking, coercion, arson, transportation of prostitution, and racketeering. He didn't get found guilty on 3 of those accounts. He only got found guilty on transportation of because if he was guilty, then they would have found him guilty, y'all.
Facts.
He was guilty on transportation. That's it. Please stick to the facts, y'all. Please. I know a lot of people emotional. Yeah, I know a lot of people emotional about the trial, and they feel like he should have got life for the rumors and the things that we heard, but he wasn't on trial for any of that. We just trying to stick to the facts here. The feds don't play about their conviction rate. So if he was charged with all of those and they had evidence, then he would have been charged. Obviously, he didn't get charged because they didn't have evidence on 3 of those accounts.
And they were trying to get him for criminal enterprise. So enterprise means that you're making money. You're enterprising off of human trafficking. That's what that means.
This is not us taking up for Diddy. This is not us taking up for Diddy, and this is none of that. We just stick to what the facts are. That's it.
He wasn't enterprising. He wasn't enterprising off of human trafficking, y'all. He wasn't guilty for that. He wasn't guilty. I don't know what is that hard to understand. An enterprise. What is an enterprise? It's a business. You're making money off of it. Consistently making money off of it.
Yeah, he wasn't making money off
organization.
Yeah,
the organization.
He was paying for sex. He wasn't making no money off human trafficking or moving prostitutes around. He was paying money out for sex, not taking in money to pimp Cassie out and Jane Doe or whoever. It becomes a criminal enterprise when you're making money off of it.
Facts.
He was paying out money for sex, not taking in money for sex. Y'all gotta understand how it works.
Want him to be guilty of it.
Hey, y'all gotta understand how it works.
People definitely want him to be guilty. But in their mind, if he's guilty, no matter what the verdict is, no matter what the evidence is, it's about how they feel about Diddy.
How they feel about it? Yeah.
Yep. It ain't about if he's guilty.
Yeah, but that's not going. Our public opinion is not going to convict that nigga of the crimes that we think he's guilty of.
If the justice system was based on that, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, if it was based on public opinion,
people's emotions and not actual facts.
Yeah, everybody's guilty. Yeah, everybody's guilty. Yeah, everybody's guilty by public opinion.
Yeah, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, but they went through the trial. I mean, went through trial. I mean, due process, and they found him not guilty on 3 of the accounts, 4 of the accounts. So he was guilty on transportation. That's it. So they basically just found him guilty on flying out prostitutes to have sex with Cassie. That's all they found him. You know what I mean?
And that's not a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, that's not RICO. That's not racketeering.
That's not a criminal enterprise at all.
Yeah, I don't think people like sticking to the facts. I think people just like to go by their own. yeah, go by their own opinion of how things are. But our opinion is not going to matter in a court of law. And I just try to get people to see that it's okay to have an opinion, though. It is okay to have your opinion, but that ain't going. Our opinion is not going to get them convicted. Our opinion don't even matter when it comes to them being prosecuted in the court of law. So that's what I'm trying to get people to see. Don't exert your energy and don't invest your energy too much into it, because really at the end of the day, you have to, at the end of the day, once you turn off this shit, you go back to your regular life. So your life shouldn't be revolve around Diddy's uh guilty or not guilty. See, that's the thing. They be trying to get our emotions. When mainstream media report on this shit, they try to get our emotions attached to this shit. They try to get us to basically pay more attention to this shit than our own selves.
That was the Cassie Hotel beating tape. That's why they put it out there, even though it was past the statute of limitations and all that.
Yeah.
They made sure that got out to the media because
Yeah.
to stir up people's emotions. And I agree with you, MMA lover. The Fed's case was weak. The Fed's case was really weak, and it didn't
that's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. The Feds
extremely
didn't have. Yeah, the Feds was kind of messy, and they didn't have a strong case on this nigga.
Yeah, that was definitely messy, man. That was extreme. That was a messy ass case that they put together. Sloppy.
I don't know. Maybe that nigga missed a couple Illuminati payments, man.
Nah. They was really mad at it. Nah, he really had some.
Yeah, they was really mad at
pissed off at him with this Diageo thing, and then they needed a distraction anyway. So they said, "Well, we might as well just feed him over. We might as well just feed the public Diddy." Trust me, it was definitely some. Trust me, it was definitely some. People sitting around voting to see which celebrity they gonna throw under the bus next.
Oh, so we ain't gonna get no Mike Jeffries trial, no Abercrombie and Fitch CEO trial, because he got charged for the same thing Diddy got charged for. He got out on a $10 million bond, and he's not even mentioned in the media no more. So y'all mean to tell me Mike Jeffries ain't gonna get a trial? Where's the Mike Jeffries trial at, y'all? Who he's being protected by?
He might get off scot-free.
He might get off scot-free, bro. He like in his 80s or something, like, right? And he's like in his 70s or something like that.
I'm surprised they even mentioned that in the media. He must have pissed somebody off a little bit.
Right.
Just for it to be mentioned. And then it
crazy.
went away. As you see, it went away. You don't even hear about Mike Jeffries.
Yeah, we don't get no Mike Jeffries trial. I mean, we getting a Luigi Mangione trial. No Mike Jeffries.
Yeah, I don't know, y'all.
Yeah, no Abercrombie and Fitch. No Abercrombie and Fitch CEO trial.
Diddy might be getting out.
Yeah, Diddy gonna be walking up out of there, bro. He
I don't know about the 4th of July, but
yeah. Nah. But he's definitely gonna get, if he let out, they definitely gonna put him on house arrest. So he can't, in probation. He already has time served already, so.
I don't know. I mean, didn't they say they could give him like 10 years though for that? They said 10 years.
Yeah, they can give him up to 10 years. 15. Yeah, for 15. Give him up to 15. 10 to 15, yeah. They might not even give him that, bro. And again, they might, because they gave Tory Lanez ass 10 years with no evidence.
Exactly. That's the point.
I don't know. They can do what they want.
That's the point. That's the point right there. They can still give them 10 to 15. They can give them the whole 15 if they wanted to.
Right.
And that's still half a life.
Yeah, that's half a life right there.
Yeah, that's still half a life. That's still a dead right there.
Yeah, that's more than that. Yeah,
and he might get out 10.
Yeah.
he might get out in 10 on some parole type shit. If they hit him with the whole 15.
All right.
He could get out on 10. He could get out on 10 on good behavior alone.
Yeah. Nah, he can get out within a 5 to 8 range too.
True. Yeah, well, good behavior. Yeah,
Good behavior. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
hey man, and how much he already served? How much time he already served?
Like over a year and some change. Yeah, over a year and some change, I think.
Now, didn't they hit the rapper Casanova with a RICO?
Yeah, they hit Casanova with a RICO.
He got hit with a RICO. How many years did he get?
Damn, I don't even know how many years he got. I'm gonna have to go back and check.
And he got hit with an actual RICO.
Yeah.
In the Trey 9 gang.
The Trey 9 nigga. Yeah.
They got hit with RICO.
Yeah. They was actually making money off criminal activity. Yeah. Extortion, all types of shit they was doing.
Yeah.
Murder, extortion, like real gang activity shit.
That's real RICO right there. See that? Yeah. See, we gotta compare the two. What Diddy was doing wasn't RICO.
Yeah, they just hit not only that, they hit Eugene. What's his name? Big U. They hit Big U with the RICO. They said Big U was extorting, murder. Like they got Big U on RICO. You know what I mean? You gotta look at the difference. These niggas is part of a gang organization. And they move as a gang, they move as an organization. You know what I mean? So a lot of the RICOs that these niggas is being charged with is part of gang activity. Yeah. Yeah, Big U. I remember Big U got trial coming up. That's what I'm saying. All these people that ain't got luck, but we still ain't seen no Mike Jeffries trial. That's crazy as hell. That nigga, I'm baffled. Bro, I'm baffled by that, bro.
I mean, they was covering Weinstein though, like crazy on the media at one point.
Yeah, his actions alone, he wasn't part of the RICO, so all Weinstein did was act alone. You know what I mean?
Hold on, is Mike Jeffries? His not a RICO. Oh yeah, his was a RICO too.
Yeah, Mike Jeffries is sex trafficking, but we still ain't getting no trial date. He's not even being talked about in the media, bro. This shit baffles me, bro. Who's covering up for this Mike Jeffries nigga, bro? That's crazy.
Yo, that is wild though. They got us all focused on Diddy.
Yeah, I'm about to start.
They ain't gonna stop with Diddy. They ain't gonna stop with Diddy. Man.
Nah, they got me. They got us ready to cover Mike Jeffries. F that. Media, right? If the media ain't gonna cover that shit, we gonna cover Mike Jeffries from Abercrombie and Fitch. We gonna start digging into his goddamn life. It's just the media, just the mainstream media don't want to do it, and they don't want to talk about it. Then we gonna do it then. Cause they want us to focus all on Diddy.
We need to find some witnesses who was manipulated by Mr. Jeffries.
By Mike Jeffries. Yeah, maybe we should do our own journalistic work and start getting people, you know what I mean, and interviewing people about Mike Jeffries and shit like that. Right. The mainstream media just buried that. They just buried that shit, bro. Let me look up Mike Jeffries, see if there's any latest information on Mike Jeffries.
You know, Diddy is just more entertaining.
Yeah, because he bad boy mogul, right. Biggie, Tupac.
Because he's an entertainer.
Entertainer, West Coast, East Coast.
Jeffries is a fashion CEO.
All right. Let me
you gotta
look up
take
Mike
that
Jeffries,
into consideration too. The bigger the spectacle, the more the media like to milk it. And let's just be real, Diddy is a way bigger spectacle than Mike Jeffries.
Look, BBC put out a hit on May 3rd, 2025. U.S. court rules Abercrombie and Fitch CEO unfit for trial. What the hell?
Unfit for trial? But they was ready to come down on Smokey old ass though, and Bill.
They said this nigga Mike Jeffries was unfit for trial, bro. They trying to throw the book at Diddy. They said Mike Jeffrey was unfit for trial. That's crazy to me, bro. That's some crazy shit, bro.
For trial. They made it go away.
For trial, bro.
They made it go away.
They made Abercrombie. They made
go
Mike.
Away, bro.
Yeah, they made Mike Jeffrey shit go away, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, that's the latest article from May 3rd, 2025. Says the former chief executive of fashion, Abercrombie and Fitch, mentally incompetent and currently unfit to stand for trial on charges of sex trafficking and prostitution. A U.S. court has ruled. Oh, he's not getting no trial. They said he's incompetent. That's crazy, bro.
So he got off.
Yeah, they said Mike Jeffries will now be held in custody and treated at the hospital for an initial period up to 4 months to determine his condition is likely to improve enough for the case to proceed.
Oh, that means he got off.
Yeah, Mike Jeffries got off. Jeffries got off, y'all.
So Abercrombie and Fitch guy who got charged with the same stuff that Diddy did around the same time gets off because they say he's unfit for trial, but they put Diddy through the whole thing. Oh, okay.
Yep. Abercrombie and Fitch got off, y'all. Yeah, they say he was incompetent to stand trial. They say he was unfit for trial. So yeah, he got off scot-free for sex trafficking and prostitution.
Oh, okay.
But they about to get old ass Smokey Robinson and put him on trial. In his mid-80s. Old ass Bill Cosby was fit for trial though.
Exactly. And Bill was blind and everything. Bill couldn't see. You know what I mean? Bill old as hell. But they still put him on trial. Huh.
This shit is crazy, bro.
Who next?
Crazy.
Which celebrity is next?
Yeah, they gonna target rest of them motherfuckers running. They scared. Who's on trial next? Well, you still got Smokey facing trial. Yeah, because they actually going past the lawsuit and they actually charging Smokey Robinson with sexual assault.
Huh.
Yeah.
And you see how Oprah and TD Cakes act like they ain't had nothing to do with anything. You see how they turn their back on Diddy. So that's gonna be very interesting in what type of relationship Diddy gonna have with these individuals. Because before he was cool with all of them, TD Jakes and Oprah and all of them.
Yeah, well he gave TD Jakes a contract with Revolt for for his show, for his Powderhouse his Powderhouse televangelist shit.
I'm very interested to see the relationship dynamics that he's going to have with these people when he get out.
When he get out
after the fact, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the same. I think Diddy's probably going to move a little different this time. He's going to definitely move different.
And his brand is shot though. This killed his brand.
Yeah.
Or it might not.
Nah. That's what I'm saying, bro. America. One thing I learned about America is very forgiving. America is very forgiving, bro. And when it comes to things like this, you hear a lot of people that go through shit like this and then make a comeback, and the people support them. So, because you gotta realize there's still a lot of people that support Diddy, especially him being not found guilty and not doing life, and him get out. Like you said, that's probably gonna make people support him even more because they're gonna look at the government deemed as evil and the justice system deemed as evil for trying to convict him on some shit that he wasn't guilty of. So you really gotta realize that it's going to flip the script, and it's gonna look like that the government is evil. And they just basically target Diddy on some personal shit. Yeah, American is very forgiving when it comes to shit like this. So yeah, the bull might get, like you say, he might get more support. Yeah, they might support him even more. So, like you said, bro, his brand might not be, and you gotta realize Diddy is still wealthy.
He ain't gonna get no more endorsements from big companies though.
But then he got his children. His legacy lives on through his children.
Yeah, but you know those brands, those big brands is gonna shy away from him and his kids because they usually.
I don't think so.
The sins of the father type of ordeal. Unless
Then
they would
again,
have to announce Diddy for them big brands to wanna like his kids ain't getting the Diageo deal no time soon.
I believe his children still got a chance to carry the legacy on, far as like, because his daughters do modeling and shit like that. It might still be, like I said, bro. People love a comeback story, so you got to understand that if the media, if these upper echelon people that control the media want to blow somebody up, it don't matter. Yeah, I mean, it don't matter. They could take and make somebody look like a hero. So it don't matter what Diddy went through far as with this trial. If they want his children to be heroes and be influencers in the world, they will definitely trump them up to be that. You know how that shit work, bro. You know how they manufacture fame, bro. You know how they manufacture fame. They can turn any story around. Like I said, they could F around and turn this story around on Diddy and make him look like a goddamn hero if they wanted to.
We don't know when Diddy's going home. Somebody said Diddy ain't getting out no time soon, Playboy. What are you talking about? We don't know. I mean,
we never say he was gonna come home.
We don't know if he's getting out today or 5 years or 8 years from now. We don't know.
Yeah, we ain't never seen whether he's getting out or not. I said it's a possibility that he can get house arrest and time served and do probation.
I mean, I don't think he served. If he get like 8 years or something like that, the time served, that's only a year off of that. So
yeah, but like a year or something. Yeah, right. But that's up to the judge, y'all. So we don't know what judge.
We don't know. We don't know what.
Yeah, we don't know what
time. The judge
could
make an example out of him and give him 15.
Facts. Yeah,
like,
it's up
we don't
to
know
the
what
judge.
we don't know what they gonna do. The jury already did their part. Now it's up to see what the judge want to hit him with. The judge could look like this. Oh, this is your first offense, and give him a slap on the wrist.
Right.
Diddy was never in trouble before. You ain't never hear about Diddy going to jail for anything, ever.
Yeah, he never went to jail. He was just on trial for the club shooting.
Exactly.
Trial for that. That's about it.
Exactly. And he ain't get no charges for that. Sean took that.
Yeah, Sean took the charges for that.
Yeah. So this is actually his first. So they might give him a slap on the wrist. But then again, look what they did to Tory Lanez.
Yeah. And R.
Tory
Kelly.
Lanez never went to jail for nothing else. Same thing with R. Kelly.
R. Kelly, R. Kelly or Bill. Bill ain't never go to jail for no
Exactly. Shit. So, Bill was let out anyway, technically.
Yeah. And then, but Bill still had to sit in that county.
That's true.
Old ass Bill had to sit in that county. And then the thing about it is, you're seeing a lot more celebrities being prosecuted or lawsuits, bro. Like a lot of these, I'm talking about not just these lower level, it's like these higher up gatekeeping ass dudes in the entertainment industry. Yeah, you see a lot of people still saying free Diddy. Like, that's what I said. Diddy's still gonna get support, bro, regardless. Yeah, regardless of that, people still gonna support him.
Yeah, the crowd is mixed.
Yeah, the crowd is mixed. It's split. Yeah, it's a split on this.
Split. Just like the OJ shit. It was a split with that.
Right.
People saying OJ did what he did. He should have never got out. Split. You know what I'm saying? So, I feel like, me personally, justice was done on this part because he wasn't enterprising, so it shouldn't have been no RICO or nothing like that. But he was moving prostitutes around state lines, cross. That's illegal, I guess.
Yeah,
so
that's illegal. Right.
That's what they got him with.
Yeah, you were actually have to, right. Like you was better off participating in sexual acts in the state that you was in, not flying people across state lines. Like,
right.
Yeah, like if he was in New York, he should have just stuck to the escorts in New York. He shouldn't fly nobody from Miami to New York for prostitution. If he was in Miami, he shouldn't be flying no escorts from New York to Miami. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You deal with the prostitutes that's in that vicinity that you in.
Which is still technically illegal, but
yeah, it's still illegal. But yeah, it's right.
It ain't nothing that'll get them any serious time.
Yeah, facts.
Because I mean, this transporting prostitutes across state lines, he can still get 10 years for that.
Yeah, he can still get 10 years for that.
Up to 15 years.
Up to 15, yeah, up to 15 years.
So that, Oh, somebody said, what about Hunter Biden? Right.
Fact. They be taking him, but he got pardoned by his own daddy. His daddy pardoned him.
That goes to show you that the justice system is bullshit, though.
It's broken. It's very broken.
Because didn't Hunter get caught with all types of drugs and guns?
On camera.
All this type of shit. He had his own.
Hunter Biden,
had his own whole shit too.
Bro, we covered the Hunter Biden. These niggas was weighing crack on the scale.
He had his own hotel beating too.
Remember, bro, you gotta remember, we covered the Hunter Biden shit. This nigga was weighing crack on the scale in the trap house with the white shit. Remember, they was weighing. They ain't even know how to weigh the crack. They ain't even know how to weigh the big ass thing of crack he had on the scale.
Fact.
And he was smoking crack in the little green room in the shower or the tub or whatever he was sitting in. Him and the chick smoking crack on the beach. Like, yeah, he was all on camera with all that shit, bro. And why would this dumbass nigga be recording that shit anyway? Why would you
how much power they got?
Right.
He know, because
why
he
would
know
this
he ain't gonna
dumbass
go to
be?
prison. He said, my dad is president. No way am I going to jail. I won't never see a day in jail.
Right. Like, why would
my dad is president?
Why would the son of a president of the United States be recording himself weighing crack on the scale and smoking crack? Like, that don't make sense to me, bro. All right, so I guess we got the crowd outside the courtroom.
All right.
I don't know if it's
anything for clout, man. Y'all want to do everything for a video. Get the fuck out. Yo, these people are crazy. Yo, when we
that's why I said there's still a lot of people out here that support Diddy, bro.
Half of the people that's out here, more than half.
And the thing about it, the people that support him look more like a hero. You looking more like a hero. Basically, the government looking like a scumbag.
He got a chance to get back on.
Government didn't need Diddy to look like scumbags.
Right, they cut the ball real quick. Yeah, I quick. This nigga talking shit. Cut him off.
But the government definitely don't need Diddy to look like scumbags. Let's be real about that. They been looking like scumbags.
I'm saying to the people though, to the people that support Diddy as far as with the trial. Yeah, he look basically, right.
Yeah, there's some people that probably look at Diddy as a hero. Like somebody was trying to tell us the other day, y'all look at Diddy as a hero. No, we don't. But there's some people out there that probably do look at Diddy as a hero right now.
All right, that nigga ain't my hero.
Nah, hell no. I
don't got the. I ain't no hero. I don't any damn heroes. Shit, my family's my heroes. My immediate family. There you go. They my goddamn heroes. Well, I don't give a goddamn about no goddamn Diddy.
Somebody said Diddy exploited our sisters and made out man gay. Exploited our sisters and made our man gay. I don't know.
I don't know about
Some of them sisters was trying to get exploited because Even after they claimed
Lifestyle.
Diddy did what they did to him,
Yeah,
they
they
were
want
still
that
trying
life.
to get a job with Diddy. As of 2024, they were still trying to get hired by Diddy.
All right.
So I don't
Well,
even know that Capricorn
look,
Carter was trying to get hired by
all right.
Diddy
See, there's a lot
and
of
writing
people out there
things
happy
about him on
Diddy.
Facebook.
See, there's a lot of people out there happy Diddy ain't found guilty on all that shit. See, that's what I say. Diddy still gonna have a lot of support out here. He's still gonna have a lot of support, bro.
Yeah. Just like OJ had a lot of support.
Yeah,
You know
fact.
what I'm saying? Just like R. Kelly still got some support.
Yeah, R. Kelly still got a hell of a supporter.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
what it is.
I'm seeing more free R. Kelly than any goddamn thing right now.
Yeah, it should be free Tory Lanez for real, for real.
Well, I see that everywhere. I don't see nobody
That
saying
shit
Tory
should
Lanez should be in jail, except
free
for
Tory Lanez right now.
a couple of dumbasses that just
Put
going
Megan
along with
ass
the
in
agenda.
jail now for
Lying.
lying.
Yeah,
Put her ass in jail for lying.
And Kelsey.
And
Kelsey
Kelsey.
Harris shit. Yeah.
Is it Chelsea or Kelsey? Kelsey Carter?
Kelsey Clinton? Is it Kelsey or Chelsea? $50 million? What do you think? You kidnapped Kelsey Carter? Hell yeah. OJ had hella support when he got out. Hell yeah. And them white women still love him. The snow bunnies loved him even more when he got out. They couldn't wait to be around OJ. They're like, OJ. Oh, OJ. We love you.
OJ.
Oh yeah, they love some OJ, boy.
OJ.
Hell yeah, they love some OJ.
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 We
Love some
love
OJ.
you, OJ.
Hell yeah, bro. They ain't give a damn about no Nicole and Ron Goldman and Nicole and shit. They like shit. I love OJ.
Nigga said they ain't give a shit about no damn Nicole Ron Goldman.
Hell nah, bro. They ain't care nothing about that shit. Them chicks still love OJ.
Ain't care nothing about that shit.
I know we telling the truth.
They're like, damn, they don't give a shit about them getting stabbed up. We love OJ.
Hell
Guilty
yeah,
or
they ain't
not.
care about right. They ain't care
Niggas
about
like,
that shit.
guilty or not, we love OJ. That's wild.
Yeah, they ain't give a shit about that. Damn, so yeah, y'all. Diddy ain't found guilty on a RICO.
Gonna be walking down those steps. Is he gonna be walking down those steps free as a free man today?
It's possible.
I doubt it. I doubt he walking out today.
Oh, you don't
They
think
gonna
he
at
walking
least
out
keep his
today?
ass past the 4th of July. You know they gotta shut everything down for the holidays. So
I don't know though. This should be kind of fickle, man, when it comes to this justice system, bro. It should be kind of fickle.
I don't know, bro.
It be kind of fickle, bro. Should be kind of fickle. I'll tell you that. They're gonna let Diddy out in time for barbecue.
I don't know.
4th of July barbecue.
I don't know.
Diddy gonna have an old white
Baby
barbecue.
oil flavored barbecue. Who knows?
They said Diddy gonna have an all white barbecue party.
All white. That's a dangerous party to have. All that sauce, all that baby rays around white clothing. I don't know.
That's funny as shit, bro.
Baby oil, baby rays.
That's funny as shit, bro. Hey. This trial went through fast as shit, though. Yeah.
So I think Diddy is guilty for the crime he committed. Okay.
I mean, public opinion, like we said, you can have your opinion, but that shit ain't gonna matter in the court of law, bro. I mean, the jury already found him not guilty on that shit, bro. What can we do about it? What can we do about it, man?
No, he's right. He is guilty on a crime that he committed. The only crime he committed was the transportation of the
Yeah, the
prostitute.
transportation. Yeah. They did find him guilty.
All the rest he was acquitted on.
Yeah. He said get another view of the courthouse where everything going on. Yeah, that's all I was looking for, bro. It's like the camera switches on and off. Like they go to where the people at, but then they go to where back in front of the courtroom and shit.
What if Diddy came running out the door doing that two-step dance he like to do?
I'm gonna switch to that though.
He do on his little Diddy dance down the steps.
Oh, the Diddy dance?
Yeah.
Oh, they gonna do the Diddy dance down the steps? I tell you what, he ain't going back to that home in LA. It's time up.
I know it's like time. Michael Jackson didn't go back to Neverland Ranch.
No, they're not going back there, bro.
Yeah,
his time up in LA.
Nah, he was trying to sell. Wasn't he trying to sell his home in LA?
Yeah, he's still trying to sell a home. Yeah, he's still trying to sell a home. His time's up. Yeah, his time's up. He's not going back to none of those. Diddy probably gonna stay his ass right in New York. Yeah, I mean, if he gets a house arrest, then yeah, he don't have no choice but to stay in New York. Shit. But they gonna unfreeze all his money because the feds keep your money froze when you're going through trial and all that shit. And they said Diddy's still worth around $400 or $500 million, so he's still wealthy. The nigga's still wealthy. So
yeah, he could have retired decades ago.
Right, but now
Diddy had cake for years.
But he workaholic nigga. He don't like to be stagnated. He want to keep it working and shit and being a freak. He want to keep being, enjoying life and shit. Being a freak, abusive, control freak.
Being a freak was a full-time job for him.
Right. I hate this lady's sketches. I'm glad this shit is over. I hate these sketches, bro.
We hate those sketches. That's why we got the Pixar animation. Go over to 90-Day Cartoon Network, y'all.
Yeah, check out the
version of the trial.
Right. Check out 90-Day Cartoon Network, man. We got the animated version of the trial over there. We've been covering the trial in Pixar style, so check that out over there. It's shit funny as hell. I think bro definitely gonna drop another one for the not guilty. I told y'all.
People keep saying it was a humiliation ritual. People saying it's a humiliation.
I mean, that's possible. Ritual. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, with the Diageo shit,
it's a part of it.
Yeah, that could be part of it. Definitely could be part of it. I ain't ruling that out.
We can't, because more than multiple things could be true at once. So
yeah, all that shit could be true. All the above. Sheila Brown said, "Thank God, free Diddy."
Free Diddy.
Yeah. Manuel said Diddy will have his freak offs in prison now. I don't know if he's going. I mean, it depends on what the judge. Like he said, he can get up to 15 years for. He can get up to 15 years for that transportation.
He sure can.
Or he can get house arrest and time served, probation. Depends on what the judge. His fate is in the hands of the judge now. The jury did their part. They taking their asses home.
He sure can still get the 10 and 15 off that transportation though.
Right. Facts.
So we still don't know what if he's walking out of there or not.
Yeah.
That's still up in the air. We're not saying he is or he isn't. We don't know until what the judge say.
Yeah. He said, Diddy paying to be free? I don't know. He paid his lawyers over $200-300 million to represent that case, represent him in this case. I mean, oh yeah, then he might still have to pay a fine and shit too. So that might be like a couple $1 million, $2-3 million fine and shit he might have to pay, which is pocket change to this nigga. So like you said, he might get house arrest, time served, probation, and pay a hefty fine. Court fees and all that shit too. Depends. I don't know. Whatever they decide, man. Let me see what the fuck they talking about on Fox. All right, we ain't got no sound.
No sound.
Ain't no sound. Well, ain't shit going on right there anyway. Ain't cover the shit. Next to the court.
Diddy about to come out doing his two-step. He got to walk out of there doing his two-step.
All right. All right, let me see if we get any other of these celebrity niggas speaking out on the Diddy verdict and shit, y'all. Let me see what
a lot of those celebrities don't set for 50 Cent. A lot of those celebrities don't even touch this Diddy shit at all.
Yeah, but they might speak on some shit now. All right, we got Boosie. All right, let's bring Boosie up.
Yeah,
y'all.
Boosie and 50 Cent were the only ones that was really vocal about this shit.
All right, let's bring Boosie up. Let's see what Boosie talking about, y'all.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Oh, bro, you might definitely have to throw him in the jump. Cause Boosie, man. Let's see what Boosie talking about, man. All right, y'all. Let's see what Boosie's talking about, man. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
Nah.
He ain't free yet, nigga. Nah, no sound.
Nah.
All right, y'all. Let me share this. Let me reshare it again, y'all. Hold on.
Boosie, you can't lock him up for being a freak.
All right, let's see what Boosie talking about, man. All right, let me just start it again for y'all folks.
Man, I'm so glad Diddy free, bro. You know, the reason is because I'm tired of seeing us black moguls get took down like that, bro. Like, and I'm tired of seeing us black people go against us black moguls like that. And I feel like if Diddy was a white man who done all this shit for people, you know, I know he ain't paid people, but if he done all this shit for hip hop, if he was white, they would have had so many white people out there protesting for this man losing his life behind a relationship, you know. And people always Boosie was on Diddy's side. Nah, it ain't that. It's because I'm thinking about 7 children. Y'all thinking about one person. I'm thinking about these 7 kids who've been in my kids' position. Man, I'm so glad Diddy free, bro.
All right, let me go to the next one.
You know, the reason if your daddy gonna come home or not is a burden on the child. So all y'all was like, no, I'm thinking about them damn children, man. So man, I'm glad he free, bro. You know, like I've been said, I don't feel he was guilty of nothing. You know, nothing but domestic violence. You know, but the court spoke, man, and man, I'm happy that dude children, man. I know his feeling right now, bro. I'm just happy for them children, man. So, you know, Diddy sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. Grab Stevie J and your children and get the fuck on.
You said
if your daddy going.
Why that nigga say grab Stevie J though?
Why you say that?
Yeah, I don't know. He said grab Stevie J. I guess that's his nigga, bro. Stevie J, that's Diddy nigga, man. He keeps Stevie J around. That's Diddy nigga. All right, so 50 Cent said Diddy beat the Fed. That boy a bad man. Beat the RICO. He the gay John Gotti. Damn, he called that nigga the gay John Gotti, though. Come on, 50, man. Why you still mad at Diddy, man? Because of Daphne? He's still mad at Diddy because of the Daphne chick, man. Man, that chick was for the streets. Y'all still mad for about that, man. All right, so we got Cassie's camp speaking out. Let me pull that up. The lawyer Cassie speaking out. So let me pull that up, y'all. Let's see what the hell they talking about real quick.
50 a funny ass dude.
Yeah, 50 a funny nigga, bro. Yeah, bro, you definitely know you gotta throw him in there. Oh, we got Smokey-O saying Diddy not guilty. All right, I'll pull Smokey-O up. All right, y'all. So we got what you call him, legal team. I can't see that shit though. Hold on, I'm kind. Can you see that shit, bro? The entire criminal process started with our client Cassie Ventura had the courage to file a civil suit complaint in November 2023. Says, what's that nigga name? Wiglor? What the hell? I don't know that nigga last. Yo, these lawyers' last name be crazy. It says, although the jury did not find Combs guilty for sex trafficking, Cassie, beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty in transportation and engage in prostitution by coming forward with her experience. Cassie has left, and I can't even see that shit, bro. I guess a indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. We must repeat with no reservation. He says that we have, and to support the client, show. Can't you see this shit? Can you see that shit, bro?
Can't see that shit at all,
Yeah,
bro.
that shit's small as hell. Yeah, that shit kind of small, y'all. I'm trying to do the best I can, y'all, but this shit is small as hell. All right, let me go ahead and read what the Shade Room wrote. All right, so the verdict on Diddy trial has been announced. The previous reported he found guilty on 2 counts of transportation of prostitution, but no guilty racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of trafficking. Cassie Ventura, attorney, has since spoken out after the verdict in a statement. Severity. Douglas A. Wigdor praised her in the strength of her, in her courage. He said about coming forward with the experience Cassie has left in can't you see the fucking word? Indelible. Can't even spell the word, y'all. Mark on both for the entertainment industry and fight for justice. We must repeat with no reservation that we believe and support our client who showed exemplary courage throughout the trial. Wigdor continued that she displayed unquestionable strength and brought attention to the realities of the powerful men in our orbit and misconduct. Man, F all that. Where's the Epstein list at? Talking about powerful. Where's the Epstein niggas on the list? Keep talking about these power like Diddy got all the power. Diddy don't have all the power. Where's the Epstein list, nigga? They be trying to use all this shit as a scapegoat, bro. Nah. Where's the real powerful men that's really profiting off of moving human trafficking around? What they investigated Diddy back in, I guess they started investigating Diddy in 2012, I think.
I believe so.
That's
Yeah.
what
They claim.
Yeah, 2012. So you mean to tell me all the freak-offs that he participated in over the years, y'all? But I guess they did it from the time he was with Cassie was with him the whole time. So I guess they kind of investigated him from the time Cassie was with him. Yeah, I mean, all the way up to 2024. But yeah, bro. All right, let me see what Lisa Everett's talking about, man.
So if Diddy was doing if he was murdering people and being a pedo and all that, don't you think if the feds was investigating him since 2012,
Yeah, the feds would have had that shit on them.
They would have had that stuff on them, y'all.
Yeah.
If they was investigating him for 12 years and he was doing all the stuff that they claimed he was doing, that means the feds was watching everything. They would have got it. That stuff wasn't even brought up. Tupac's death, Biggie's death, pedo stuff, none of that stuff was brought up. So we gotta question that too. And the feds, they thorough when they do their investigation. And a 12-year investigation?
Each one of the charges,
2012,
which is
since 2012,
been mentioned, carries a maximum of 10 years. And sometimes when there's double counts on the same charge, they'll allow somebody to serve them concurrently. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that, because right now what his defense team is focused on is trying to convince this judge to make sure that they can get him bail and get him out of there from that courthouse. Now, just a short time ago, we saw jurors were ushered out in a very low profile, some might say secret side entrance of the court. They were taken out that way, so they would not have to face all of the media that's out there. Mrs. Janice Combs left less than 10 minutes ago, so I think that shows some indication that they might be making progress with the bail. I would take, because she has literally been by his side and here in court every single day, supporting her son. And also too, Janice Combs was, she's his mother, which is number one role, but she was also a partner in some of the businesses, the legitimate businesses in the Bad Boy Worldwide empire that were here, that were mentioned in the course of this trial. So basically what's happening now is the prosecutors asked for a couple of hours to put together their notes on bail. Remember that earlier throughout this trial, Combs was denied bail 3 separate times, $50 million worth of bail. But today a big victory for the defense. A big victory for the defense in terms of beating that main RICO charge, which a lot of people in the legal community that we've interviewed dozens and dozens over the last couple of months on this, felt that was too aggressive on the part of the prosecution, that it didn't really fit what the crimes were here, but they were going for it anyway. So that's the latest from here, guys. Back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you.
We're going to have a lot more coverage on top of this case. Stay with us as we head to break.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's possible he can get bailed out. Yeah, still. That's basically
that man his bail, because he ain't a flight risk, because that's a light charge compared to the RICO. They claim he was a flight risk. He ain't no flight risk now.
Nah. All right, so Diddy, to his family, said, I'm coming home. All right, so Diddy had a message for his family after skating on the most serious charges in his criminal trial. He said, I'm coming home.
And he said he's coming home, y'all.
Yep. After the not guilty verdict for racketeering and sex trafficking, we read in court Wednesday, Diddy turned around in his seat and nodded to his family and told them, we'll see them soon. So Diddy saying, yep, free. Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, was seated behind him in the gallery, along with 3 daughters, his son Christian, Justin, and Quincy, plus Dana Tran, the mother of his youngest child, and a bunch of other extended family members. When the jury note that they reached the verdict and verdict come back, it didn't seem like Diddy's legal team was too happy, or the prosecutors were smiling, but things quickly shifted. Diddy was brought out of the holding cell, smiling to his family, and buried his head in the book, I guess the Bible or whatever probably book he was reading. You know what I'm saying? They said buried his head in the book as the jury came out. Said there was a big sigh in the relief of Diddy camp when there was not guilty after count 1 RICO charge. The gallery yelled, "Oh!" when Diddy was acquitted on a sex trafficking charge for Cassie, count 2. Diddy started rubbing his eyes, and he put his face in his hands. There was no movement when Diddy was found guilty on count 3, transportation for the purpose of prostitution relating to Cassie. It says Diddy first pumped his fist in the seat when he was acquitted of count 4, the sex trafficking Jane. After all the charges was read, guilty on count 5, transportation for the purpose of prostitution of Jane, Justin Combs bowed his head in disbelief. Diddy clasped his hands in prayer and mouthed "thank you" to the jury, though the jurors did not have a reaction. Diddy vigorously shook his head no when the judge, Arun Subramanian, I can never say that for last name, said he assumed Diddy did not want to go back to the Brooklyn jail he'd been locked up in since September arrest, and he began to put his hands together in prayer. I don't know, so I guess he banking on coming home, I guess. I don't know, bro. He might be banking on coming home today, man. Who knows, bro? I don't know.
Getting out on bail.
Yeah, if he get out on bail, yeah, if they let him out on bail, he got the bread to get out on bail. Yeah, he got the bread to get out on bail now. So they might grant Diddy bail today, y'all. Well, we didn't know by 1 o'clock. We didn't know by the end of this.
I mean, I guess that's good for his younger kids to see their dad get out of jail.
Yeah, facts.
Especially he didn't get charged with the serious stuff, as he shouldn't have got charged with the serious stuff, because he wasn't criminal enterprising off no human trafficking.
Yeah, right. Oh, Diddy's defense and prosecutors went back and forth on whether he should be released from custody ahead of sentencing. And when they were done, Diddy got off his chair and dropped down to the ground. He was on his knees and putting his hands in the chair and started praying. Emotions poured out of Diddy's defense team too, and he hugged each other. And Diddy hugged Tanae Gregos and his other attorneys. Tanae was crying in tears, and joy of Mark Angarifalo, who delivered a closing argument, was hyped up and turning to the gallery shouting, "Yeah." So yeah, I guess they was, screaming in victory, Diddy families hug, Dana crying. Christian did a little dance out of his chair in the gallery and broke out in applause. Prosecutors with their biggest charges against Diddy, but they didn't look miserable. And Maureen Cormie, who delivered the final words to the jury, begin deliberation, was actually smiling a bit. So yeah, there you go. So that's the whole thing that took place in the courtroom after the verdict. Let's see what FTMZ talks about.
Diddy standing up. All right, jurors enter.
Okay, here we go. Judgment time. Here we go.
You guys still need 3 more stories?
This is like 8 stories. We're going to be delayed on getting.
Ventura, not guilty. Transportation of prostitution, guilty. So count 1 and 2, not guilty.
Wow.
Mann Act, guilty.
Wow.
All right, so that's sex trafficking, no. Count 1, no. Count 3, yes. Mann Act, Cassie.
And
now we have
count
Jane.
3 is Mann Act, Cassie.
Correct. So now we just have Jane sex trafficking and sorry, I'm yelling. Jane sex trafficking and Jane Mann Act.
Sex trafficking, not guilty. Transportation of property.
You know what?
All right, so I don't know. I guess we still gonna wait to see if they actually let this buck reaching ass nigga out of jail. Make sure y'all double smash the screen, man. Hit us up on 90dayherbals.com, man, to support our shop, man. We ship out pretty fast. We got a 35% off sale going on. Make sure y'all go over there and support independent business. But we ain't sponsored by no corporations or none of that shit. We sponsor our own videos with our own high quality products. So go ahead and support us over there. We ship out fast. You can hit the super chat if you want. We got the super chats. Hit the $sign, the super chatters. I mean, and all that. Or you can simply just like this video and share it. all types of forms of support. You know what I mean? So we appreciate y'all, man. I mean, this shit is hard work covering this shit every day, man. Make sure y'all support our shops and all that shit, man. This is work. Put that work in. You know what I mean?
NightandDayHerbals.com is pinned to the
That
top.
work in. Pick up that call with the smiley face. Call him over to my place.
I don't know, man. So what y'all think? He getting out today? Getting out today? Is it today?
All right, so I guess we still waiting on press conference too.
Diddy party.
All right, I see they got the mics and shit set up. They got the mics and shit set up for the press conference, so I guess we could, see what the Mark and his lawyers and all that shit come out during the press conference. So we'll see what's going to go on with that.
Club Love, 4th of July party at Club Love. Thought I told you that we won't stop. BYODB, bring your own baby oil.
Nah, BYODB, bring your own Diddy oil.
That's what I said. Oh, you said Diddy oil. Oh,
yeah, Diddy oil. Yeah, it's not baby oil no more. It's Diddy oil.
Diddy oil.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson might go ahead and rebrand that and call that shit Diddy oil. Got that Diddy oil. Right, we got some camera moving over here. Associated Press. See what's going on. And the streets packed, bro. Streets packed.
So what you think? You think this is big? This is bigger than the OJ trial?
Nah, this is not bigger than the OJ trial. Reason why I say the OJ trial is bigger because it was a split between the white community and the black community.
Right.
So that kind of involved, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's kind of a split.
So I mean, it's still a split. It's still a split, but yeah, I feel like the OJ trial was definitely bigger, and it lasted longer.
Yeah, and it lasted longer. The sound and shit. I think the screen yard shit just lose the sound and all that shit. I don't know.
Alex S called us suckers. He said we suckers and he should be put in jail for life.
Oh, that's your opinion. I mean, that's how, I mean, that, like I said, that's everybody's opinion, But like we said, at the end of the day, is with the court society, what the judge will decide as far as doing time. I mean, our public opinion don't mean shit.
I wonder if the percentage higher.
The thing is, yeah.
I wonder if the people who think he's guilty, the percentage higher among the genders. Like, I wonder if it's more females that think he should be guilty than males. But or is it just like mixed? It don't matter. I don't know. Because some people are like, oh, he was abusing women. He should do life in jail. I mean, I see dudes saying that too. So I don't know.
Alex S say he is guilty. Yeah, he's been found guilty on transportation and prostitution. That's what they found him guilty on. I mean, well, obviously,
what about Cassie though? So what about, because Cassie was definitely helping them.
Well, Cassie got $30 million. She was.
Nah, but I'm saying though, how wasn't she part of? How she's one of the victims when it was on text messages that she was helping facilitating a lot of the free calls.
She got immunity for testifying.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the feds gave her immunity, bro. She got immunity for testifying.
Because she definitely in them text messages proved that she was with the shits for a lot of those free calls.
Yeah. The assistant KK, she got immunity for testifying.
And the Jane was too. Jane was down for the hotel party.
Yeah, Jane Doe got immunity for testimony. Yeah. Hey.
That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah, they got immunity, bro.
Because it seemed like they were just as excited as Diddy to have those free calls.
Yeah. It's free to diddler. Yeah, man. I mean, what do you do about it? I mean, the courts is the courts, man. They decided. I mean, the courts is the courts. We don't have our public opinion don't mean shit. Our emotions don't mean shit.
Our emotions
doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy, man. It's definitely crazy how we put the microscope up to this dude when there's a lot of other people out there doing a lot worse.
Right.
It's crazy.
A lot of real criminal organizations that into human trafficking.
They got us looking at Diddy while the real human traffickers are still operating.
Right.
Like the ones who's really enterprising off of it, making billions of dollars a year off human trafficking.
Yeah.
And they guys focused on freak off Diddy.
Yeah.
I don't know, y'all. This is kind of, like I said, we said, this is distraction. So while they got it still focused on whether Diddy gonna walk down them steps or not, there's still active human trafficking going on right now as we speak.
Yeah. Children and women, you know, Captain 3 still touching children as we speak. They don't get no time. They don't get time. They don't get prosecuted. They don't even get looked at. They get moved around country to country. But hey, man, what do you know? Now, let me see any more of these celebrities that was speaking.
Yo, the sound ain't on.
Ain't no sound?
Nah, there ain't no
Damn,
sound.
man. I hate them shit with this shit.
And all that, the judge granted the prosecution a request. They said, we need a couple of hours in order to assess the bail requirements and what we do about that.
Right,
Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead attorney, said, we need bail. He should be released immediately. And then, and then we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. So the other thing is they have a ton of information already in their files, the prosecutors do, about Diddy and about his ability to handle a bail situation or a situation when he's out there. He proposed a $50 million bail. Imagine that, $50 million for bail in order to get out while this trial was, before the trial actually started, while he was incarcerated. So they denied that. They denied the bail request a couple of times, and several times actually. And so we'll see what's happening, but that's the next development in this. Is like most of the family has left the court. The jurors were taken out on a side entrance, a little known side entrance. They were not brought through the front of the courthouse, which a lot of people were hoping would happen, so they could get a chance to get a few words with them. But that wasn't the case. They were brought out on a private, semi-private or secret type entrance, and then they were brought out like that. And then, it's just a waiting game right now, guys, in terms of the bail. Let me bring in attorney Peter Frankel right now. We'll just get a sense of what you have to do to get bail. Peter, in terms of the bail, what do they have to do for bail?
Well, the first thing that we need to understand is that this case is completely different than it was when he was first arrested. In essence, the jury rejected the government's case and found that their main witnesses, Cassie Ventura and Jane, were not credible through their testimony. So defense counsel is no doubt going to explain to the court that this case, as the court knows, is completely different. And this is not a situation where a significant bond even needs to be set at this point. The charges for which he was convicted of don't even carry mandatory minimums. They carry a maximum of 10 years.
But it could be 0 or time served,
and I'm sure that the defense team is going to argue for no jail time for him. So the first step is to recognize this case has completely changed from what it once was.
And then in terms of you say no minimum on the transportation for prostitution charges. And the fact of the matter is that means it could be, like you said, he could get time served. He's been at MDC now for like over 9 months. And could that time be applied to any potential sentence down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. Any time that he's already served will be credited to any time that he may get for a sentence. I'm quite certain, however, the government's position on sentencing and the defense's position on sentencing are going to be completely at odds with one another. And it's going to be really interesting to see how the court handles sentencing in this case, because most of the government's case was rejected.
All right, and then for people that are just joining us, it was being considered a victory for the defense. Not guilty on the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy #1 charge, not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking, and guilty only on this prostitution charge.
Correct. It was a complete repudiation of the government's case, and where he was once looking at a potential life sentence, he's no longer looking at a definite jail sentence. So now the work really begins for the defense team to try to make sure that if he does get out today or whenever it may be, that he doesn't go back in.
And then in terms of filing any kind of an appeal to this conviction, what's the timeline typically for a case like this of when that would happen?
So typically sentencing wouldn't occur in federal court for 8 weeks or longer. It's possible the defense will file motions in advance of sentencing, trying to have that guilty verdict thrown out. A regular appeal to the Second Circuit would not occur until after he were sentenced.
Oh, so they would go all the way through to that, and then
yes,
and then they would decide whether or not they're going to have an appeal.
I'm sure there'll be an appeal regardless of what his sentence is.
And then what about the reputation for the Southern District? They've always been kind of the most vaunted and most respected, well-respected. What does this do to their reputation?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa, because we know criminal prosecutions in this district result in convictions some 95% of the time.
Right, and people know that, and that's why they said, "Oh, it's a federal case. He's done," and he's not done, not by long shot.
No, exactly right. So, I think the Southern District is going to take a long, hard look at the case that they brought and whether or not they want to bring similar prosecutions going forward, especially as it relates to the RICO charge, which everyone knew was going to be extremely difficult from the beginning.
Right, and then in terms of just in terms of the timeline for him to get out, is it possible he could get out this afternoon? Because we've seen kind of movement here on the block with them shutting down the block, but they brought in a lot of NYPD officers here to handle the crowds and stuff like that, giving us a sense that, okay, this is a lot more than we've seen at any other point in the trial. Do you think that's possible? Just yes or no that he could get out today?
A definite yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, Peter Frankel, criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. And guys, that's the latest here from outside the federal courthouse. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be monitoring developments as they happen. And the big next development that we're waiting for is Sean Diddy Combs walking out of that courtroom after he makes bail. So I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Lisa, before you go, maybe a quick question. I know you.
Yeah, we're waiting on to see if he get bail, y'all.
Oh, okay, Lisa, we're going to chat with you in just a bit. Then we'll get back to you regarding.
I think they're going to give it to him.
Oh, Lisa, you're back. You hear us, right?
I think they're going to give him bail, bro.
Okay, Lisa, we just have a couple of questions. Describe Combs' demeanor.
Possibility, because he's no longer a flight risk.
His reaction when he heard the decision this morning.
Serious.
Yeah, he's no longer a flight risk.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Somebody's coming out of the.
Diddy coming out of there.
Okay, so it's just this huge crowd. There's a huge crowd here. His demeanor throughout the entire trial, for the most part, except for a few times, like last week, he said to the judge, when he had to say that he was not going to represent himself. There's an actual, it's called an allocution, where the defendant has to actually say that they are not going to take the stand in their own defense. And that was last week. So when Combs was asked that, the judge said, Mr. Combs, how are you? And he goes, I'm doing great, Judge. And Judge, you're doing a great job. And it was just like something like nobody expected, a defendant to talk to the judge that way, but that was his personality and his demeanor. But of course, since the deliberation started, his demeanor has been very subdued. He's been much more quiet, and again, you have to understand why all this is going on during the day. All of these deliberations were happening, and even during the test, especially during this week, he's in a holding cell. They take him out of the courtroom. He's in the holding cell while the court goes on, and basically he had a couple of books with him that he was allowed to bring there to read, to do something, but just basically thinking about like what's going to happen, what's my life going to be like. But there were different times where he prayed. He was allowed to pray privately with his mother. The other day, just have a couple of words with her. There was a private prayer with the kids yesterday, and it's just his demeanor. It really depends on what the circumstances are, but it's clear that this was a huge weight on him. This is a guy that basically made his name for himself with his tremendous showmanship, and also with his ability to engage a crowd. And there were a couple times during the trial when he tried to engage the jury, and the judge admonished him and told him that if it happened again, he wouldn't hesitate to remove him from the courtroom. But I'm sure there's a tremendous sense of relief. I'm sure last night was an unbearable night for everybody involved with this case, both the prosecution and the defense. And it just, we're waiting now to see if they're going to expedite or at least follow through on getting this bail done, which I think is probably from what our experts, what Peter Frankel was just telling us, and some of the other experts were saying that they would, that they expect to happen today, guys. But that's the latest from here. We're going to keep a watch on that door, and we'll be back with you.
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that charisma, especially to the judge, starting off with, that's the charisma that allowed him to have these relationships with women that turned out pretty badly, as we saw by some of these evidence. You mentioned the big crowd behind you there. What is the sentiment from that crowd there? Are those people in support of Diddy, or are these women's groups that are very upset about what happened?
Well, it was interesting, though, because I would have expected the women's groups, honestly, to show up a little bit earlier in the trial, like while the testimony was going on, or to come out to support. And there were a couple of individual women, maybe 2 or 3 at a time at certain points when Cassie was on the stand. But most of the people that were out here, and it has thinned out a little bit, were here to support Diddy, or they were just curious to see what, to see what was going on. There's a large contingent also of podcasters and people who are doing their own, doing their own thing to get the word out like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag right here, and everybody just waiting now. You got a lot of professional media from all over the world here to cover this story, because he is one of the most famous men in the world, and this has been covered heavily everywhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we continue covering the verdict coming down on this very, very influential case.
We'll be right back.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna do a press conference too, so we waiting to see what the lawyers say and all that shit. Like we said, Diddy might be walking up out of there today if they grant him bail. So we waiting to see, y'all. We're waiting to see. We stay in tune. Need y'all to hit that like button, double tap the screen, like this video if you haven't. You know what I'm saying? And stay tuned, man. Subscribe to this channel too if you haven't. And shout out to y'all, the new subscribers. I see a lot of new people subscribe. Shout out to y'all. Shit, we actually got a lot of subscribers today. Shout out to y'all, man. Dang.
People say, how Diddy not guilty? He's guilty of transporting prostitutes.
Yeah, he's guilty. He got found guilty on transportation.
Transportation. Prostitution. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so he ain't 100% scot-free, but he's not doing life in prison. Or, I mean, so I guess people was probably expecting him to get life, but nah. Oh, sir. They didn't give him life. Life.
Yeah, Diddy did it. Transportation and prostitution.
Oh,
Diddy did it.
Diddy did it. I know, right? Shootouts, coastal beefs. Diddy did it.
Somebody said, I got convicted of promoting prostitution and got a $50 fine.
Yeah.
Okay. $50 fine. Well, you wasn't moving prostitutes across state lines, so that's different.
All right.
That's a different thing right there.
Fact.
Shout out to Nicole for the super sticker.
Oh, we got a super sticker? Oh yeah, shout out to Nicole. That's another supporter of ours.
Long time supporter of the show.
Long time supporter. I've been supporting this channel for a very long time. So we appreciate you. Kayla Nicole. Anybody else, y'all can feel free to, super chat questions if y'all want. Super chat just to support. I mean, to support the shop. Support 90dayherbals.com. Yeah, support our independent business. Lie.
Yeah, man. Diddy could get out on bail today, y'all. So
on bail. Yeah, that's
we.
Yeah, we might see the ball strutting down them steps.
Doing this little two-step thing.
Yeah, the streets gonna be flooded. The streets gonna be flooded if this nigga walk out of that courtroom, bro. There's gonna be a lot of people out there cheering for that nigga like he John Gotti.
Already got his 4th of July party already planned.
All right. They probably got a welcome home surprise 4th of July barbecue party for this nigga. He said Ye gonna be there.
Ye gonna be there.
Ye gonna be there. Oh yeah. Ye gonna be there.
Boosie gonna get a special invite.
Yeah, Boosie gonna get a special invite. Oh yeah. Stevie J gonna be there.
And you know who ain't gonna be there?
Frenchie.
Rick
Ross. Khaled.
Cakes.
Who Cakes?
TD Cakes.
Oh, TD Cakes. Yeah, there ain't gonna be no TD. There ain't no TD Cakes there.
People he ran with. Who's gonna be his new squad? Yeah, Jay definitely ain't gonna be there.
Ain't gonna be no reggae.
Ain't gonna be no reggae.
Nah, no reggae.
Al might be there.
He wants
to be him and his family. He ain't gonna let no insiders in. I mean, outsiders in at this point.
Nah, no more Deli on crew. Yeah, no more reggae. Right, no more reggae. No more. I mean, no more French fry Montana. I mean, yeah, none of that shit, bro.
Somebody said they hope his career is over.
I don't know. People love a comeback story in America, man. America is very forgiving when it comes to shit. I mean, look at all the mafioso niggas that got out. Look at Sammy the Bull. He thriving right now. He done murdered 17 people, snitched on John Gotti and everything. He back out here thriving. You know what I'm saying? So America loves a comeback story, man.
Yeah, I ain't look at it like that. Yeah, he is out here thriving.
Yeah, look at Sammy the Bull, bro.
Sammy the
Michael
Bull.
look at Michael Franzese.
And Frank, look how Frank Lucas.
Yeah, Frank Lucas. Yeah, like I'm saying, like
he did a whole
America,
movie.
Yeah, like America loves a comeback story, bro. I mean, that's just
Thanks for joining us
game
again.
in America, bro.
And if R. Kelly was
Randy,
getting
can you hear
out,
us?
it'd be the same
Oh no,
thing.
no. R. Kelly got mad support,
It's
bro.
like Randy maybe still trying to
Right.
do that, but let's just recount for everybody what's going on. Sean Combs was facing 5 charges, in this,
Let's see what the
and he's
update
been
is, y'all.
acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of 2, however, and that's the prostitution offenses there.
That's right. Those 2 very important ones that the Southern District of New York brought together was the RICO charge as well as the sex trafficking charge. Did not get to prove those. Those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys. Some saying that this is a win all around. Some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time. And it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the 2 that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking, at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they run concurrent or consecutive. That solves something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's certainly something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us, Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming, and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error, and it will not. This is a bulletproof from my perspective. This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that? An overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have been brought locally as a domestic violence case. They went in, they got what they needed, they got their win.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
All right, Randy, we certainly appreciate you and your insight into all of this.
All right, so we're going to continue our coverage of the verdict. 5 counts Sean Combs was facing, found 2 involving the prostitution charges, transportation there. So we're going to continue our coverage and stay with us. We'll be right back.
We on it, y'all.
You guys said the fact that y'all support this man just shows how wicked the black community is.
We don't support no fucking goddamn Diddy. We don't support, man. Listen, we covering the case, bro. We don't support shit.
Hopefully, they ain't not talking about us because we just.
They probably talking about somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because a lot of people saying free Diddy in the chat and shit like that. So yeah, and all over them, all over social media. So my bad person. If you think my bad, probably if he wasn't talking about us, my bad.
I mean, technically, he wasn't. It wasn't no RICO. I mean, it wasn't no RICO. He wasn't human trafficking.
Nah.
I mean, if you saying that the black community is wicked for supporting a freak, I guess that's
yeah. Because black community supported Diddy for all these years. I mean, we bought the records, we bought the Biggie records, the Craig Mack records, the Mary J. Blige records, the Jodeci records, the Diddy records, the 112 records, the the Mace records. We supported Diddy for years. We all have. Unfortunately,
Everybody who was drinking Ciroc and De Leon was supporting.
yeah, people were drinking Ciroc, De
People who
Leon,
wear
yeah,
Sean John was
Sean
supporting.
John, yeah. I mean, the black community supported Diddy for years.
People who was watching and
And
subscribed
the
to
thing
Revolt
about it,
TV was supporting.
and people still gonna continue to support Diddy. You gotta realize that. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, man. I'm sorry. It's just how it go. Some people not gonna support him, some people are. That's just the way it goes. Right? I mean, what can you really do about it? I mean, I guess all the thing you could do is worry about, yourself.
Who you support? If you don't want to support them, that's fine.
Hey, all you can
Yeah,
probably
I
do
mean,
is
you
worry about
support
who you
people.
support and don't support. All right.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Man.
I mean, if you believe he should get life for being abusive, that's crazy. Like, being abusive alone shouldn't get nobody life for prison.
Nah, not life in prison. Nah.
Now, all the other stuff, the rumors that's floating around, we don't know if that stuff is true. The feds wasn't getting him on being a pedo or taking out Tupac and Biggie.
Or Kim Porter and all that. Yeah, he wasn't.
Or Kim Porter and all. Yeah, people still emotional and bringing that stuff up like that was part of the trial.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the trial. Nah. Yeah, we is just strictly sticking to the trial and what the facts are, with the evidence that was presented, the testimonies, and the charges that was brought against him, and the charges that they was found not guilty on. We just strictly reporting on that. I mean, and of course we talk about
into the rumors.
Yeah, we talk about the distractions from the real Epstein list. We're always going to stick to that. Mike Jeffries just they said he was incompetent to get sex trafficking and prostitution prosecution. So he's not even facing no time for. But he got the same charges Diddy got, and he's not facing no time or court or prosecution at all. There's no trial. Mike Jeffries just got off scot-free. They said he's incompetent. The most he'll spend is four months in the hospital. It's a psychiatric, you know what I mean? And that's it. Yeah, so there's some people that actually got off on some shit that really got off.
That's true.
Abercrombie and Finch dude ain't serving no time, and they made the charges go away.
That's true.
So,
Somebody said, please tell me he is not going. Yeah, Diddy gonna be home and he gonna be back at another party by 4th of July.
He gonna do a
freak invited too. Ramika Jackson. Yep, Diddy's gonna be home.
He gonna do a 4th of July freak off.
A 4th of July baby oil bash.
Baby oil bash with a lot of baby oil and fireworks.
Right.
All right, let me pause this because let me mute that because they, you know how they is with the copyright music. People be playing shit in the background. They waiting to see if he get back. Yeah, he gonna be two-stepping in the name of love, like R. Kelly song. Step in the name of love. You know his name Love, so he step in the name of love. Step in the name of love.
You all are invited to the Club Love Baby Oil 4th of July bash.
Baby oil, Diddy oil bash. Nah, it ain't baby oil no more, it's Diddy oil.
You all invited. Especially the people who think he should have been in jail. Y'all invited too. Because it's all about love.
Step in the name of love. Step in the name of love.
He gonna make you love him.
All right, we got another update by Lisa Evers, y'all. Let's talk about it.
Lisa can hear us?
I know it's loud out there where she is as well. Lisa, you got us yet?
Excuse me. No, I'm not.
So anyway, we just want to recap for everybody what was going on. Certainly a very, very busy day for us, but a verdict has been reached in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. The music mogul acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of the 2 prosecution charges.
The jury was looking over this evidence of this case for 7 weeks, and they made their decision after almost 2 days. It was very quick for them to turn this around.
7 weeks, 34 witnesses, took the stand, and we've been having discussions about the weightiest of the charges, the RICO charge, the racketeering, just how much of a burden of proof was on the prosecution to try to convict, find him guilty, conviction on that one alone.
And that burden of proof was not reached by the Southern District of New York. As you can see, between the jury having to mull that over for 2 days and make that quick decision, you can see clearly that evidence was not there for the RICO charge from count 1 and count 2. But the other charges he was convicted on with the prostitution and transporting women across state lines.
Prostitution.
We're talking about 10 years on each of those, and that is the maximum sentence.
A maximum sentence. So he is potentially facing
but they gonna run
20
those
years that we're talking about 55-year-old Sean Combs. However, the judge in this case, Arun Subramanian, has his discretion here.
Yeah, but they're going to run those concurrent. So being as though he got charged with 2 transporting charges, they can run those concurrent. So he could serve a maximum of 10 years for both charges. So they just run it in concurrent, y'all. That's what concurrent means, just running both charges together. That's it.
So he's certainly going to serve at least 5 of those 10 years if he gets 10 years.
He'll serve 5 and get out. Time served and get out on maybe 4 years of good behavior, 4 or 5 years of good behavior. All right. Or the judge might just give him parole. Time served, parole, house arrest, and then pay a hefty fine, and then that's it. Depends.
Wow.
Now they might let him out on bail, but then he would have to return to court for sentencing. So it might be maybe 2 months down the line that he'll have to actually appear in court for sentencing. But
they can give him. He got the key to your city.
Yeah, they could give him bail today, which I think they're gonna probably give him bail, bro, and just he have to show up for sentence because he's not a flight risk anymore.
Right. I like being petty to the people who emotional about Diddy.
Oh, emotional about it? Yeah. Right.
People be emotional as hell. Y'all must be supporting Diddy. Y'all must want Diddy. Nah, it ain't that. We just here stating the facts, and you so emotional you get mad that we stating the facts. It wasn't no RICO like they tried to get him with. The stuff they tried to hit him with life with. It was a reach.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, but we here reporting it on every step of the way, y'all. So we just reporting on it. Whether he walk out of there or get sentenced, or we here for y'all, man. We here keeping the updates flowing and all that.
City.
So y'all subscribe to this channel, like this video. We here on coverage every step of the way. So
shout out to y'all for tuning in. Definitely shout out to y'all.
All right.
Good Time said he will get no jail time. It's time served and a fine. That's it.
That's a possibility. Facts.
Give him a slap on the wrist. That'll be the judge giving him a slap on the wrist, saying, this your first offense, and
stay out of trouble. Keep your nose.
Stay out of trouble.
Yeah, keep your nose clean. Stay out of trouble.
Yeah, 20 years for prostitution would be crazy. Yeah, I think that's an overkill.
That's over excessive.
I mean, a judge could do that if the judge wanted to, but that would be overkill.
Yeah.
I think that'd be overkill. 20 years for prostitution? That's wild, bro.
Yeah, that's some wild shit.
But he could get up to 20 because it's 10. It was supposed to be 10 years for each charge.
Yeah.
So technically, if he would have got charged with all 5, that would have been 50 years.
Yeah.
That's basically life.
There's still a lot of people out there waiting to see if he gonna walk out that courtroom. Y'all see that?
I mean, you think it's gonna happen that fast? All the
Because now Nah, the bell thing though.
That's what I mean. Even with the bell, they would have to do another appeal, and that's a process, ain't it?
Yeah, right. I mean, nah. I mean, he can walk out of there today. It just don't take that long. He can walk out of there today, bro. Because all you doing is just paying. There's no appeal. You just paying. He's paying his bond to get out. You know what I mean? But he still had to show up for sentencing. You see what I'm saying?
Carl Mitchell. Why is that every pimp I've seen went to prison for prostitution? He wasn't a pimp though. He wasn't pimping. He wasn't selling Cassie on the street. He was purchasing prostitutes to live a swingers lifestyle.
Yeah.
So he wasn't making money. He wasn't making money off of Cassie having sex with the male prostitutes.
No, he was paying out money.
He's not considered a pimp. That's not considered enterprising. So that's where y'all get confused at.
It's actually taking in money.
Yeah.
For but he was paying out money for sex. He wasn't taking in money. It's only it's only RICO. If he's actually profiting off of prostitution.
A global enterprise, a moving.
Right.
He was selling Cassie if he was selling Cassie to the highest bidder, like, give me $1 million and you get to sleep for the week, and he was doing that around the world. That's a criminal enterprise. That's human trafficking.
Yeah, that's trafficking.
Yeah, that's not what he was doing though. The case proved that he was just hiring prostitutes to have sex with Cassie in front of him, which is basically paying prostitutes so he could live his swingers lifestyle. That's not a pimp. That's not called a pimp. So that's where people ain't seeing those facts clearly.
Right.
People aren't seeing those facts clearly. Nowhere did he sell Jane Doe on the black market. He didn't sell Jane Doe or Cassie. Now, if he was selling them to his Hollywood friends, like, yeah, you can sleep with Cassie. You know what I mean? If you wire me X amount of money, you can have her for the week. As long as I get the watch or some shit like that. Yeah, then that'd be trafficking. That would be a criminal enterprise. Nah, he wasn't convicted. He wasn't convicted for Tupac. He wasn't put on trial for Tupac murder. The feds wasn't investigating him for Tupac murder, because if they were, that would have been brought up for the trial. So, as far as what the evidence and all that say, only thing they could get him with is moving prostitutions across state lines, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
That's about it. All the other stuff is just rumors or a reach.
That's it.
And that's what it is. It ain't. I mean, what are you gonna do about it? That's what it is, man.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. Hey, man, they already came to their decision. Ain't nothing they gonna do. Retrial them and shit? Nah, I mean, they made their decision, bro.
Right, a chosen vessel. People want Diddy found guilty based on their feelings and not based on the law. Right. They didn't prove their case. Right. No matter how you feel about Diddy, like if you actually look at the facts presented in the case and the evidence, he wasn't doing the things that they tried to convict him of. He wasn't running a criminal enterprise, and it wasn't no RICO, and it wasn't racketeering. He was taking his own personal money, not from the business, to purchase prostitutes so he could live a swingers lifestyle. That's all they were able to prove.
And that's typical Hollywood lifestyle shit.
That's the typical Hollywood lifestyle that a multiple celebrity should be getting 20 years or 10 years. If that's the case, if Diddy get that, because a lot of them live the same lifestyle.
It's a fact, bro.
I don't know why people don't see that, because people still go in their back of their mind. They still going off the rumors. They still going off the hotel beating tape, and they still, you know what I mean? That's what they're in their mind. That's what's fixed in their mind.
Pretty much, bro.
Because I still see people saying, "Oh, he's a pedo and all," but he wasn't put on trial for messing with kids.
Mm-mm.
And apparently the Fed's been investigating him since 2012. You don't think they would have been found all that stuff out if it was true? We talking about the Feds here. Yeah, exactly, Eric. When it comes to courts, you need facts over feelings, right? And it should be like that. Facts over feelings, because it should be like that's justice. Facts over feelings. Who cares how you feel about him? What's the evidence? What's the evidence that he did any of these things? If they can't prove it, he deserved to be out of jail. That's called justice. I don't know, man. This is crazy. It's crazy how people thought process is.
I mean, some people just don't. Some people, yes. I mean, I guess some people just don't know. They really don't. Because some people move strictly off emotions, so they lead with their emotions. They don't lead with, facts and critical thinking, or they just lead with emotions.
Well,
it's
those
like,
people
all right,
definitely shouldn't be in position.
everybody else upset. I need to be upset. And you can be messed up leading with your emotions instead of actually looking at the facts of things. Yeah, you kind of screw yourself up when they, got you leading with your emotions. Yeah, I agree with that sometimes, Slow. Mercy, yeah. Mercy, not justice, yeah, sometimes, But fortunately the world don't see it that way.
It cracked me up when people try to use that if it was your daughter to get your emotions. That's the people who speak from emotional. Of course, nobody would want their daughter involved with somebody like Diddy as far as how abusive and toxic he is. Of course you want it. But that still don't justify throwing him in jail for life for a RICO he didn't do that wasn't proven. See that you trying to see that's when people try to get you in your feelings like they are. What if it was your daughter? And now if you was actually following the case, you would see Cassie was with the shits. Jane Doe was with the shits. And they call consenting adults. Consenting adults. Now what I want my daughter to be involved with somebody like Diddy? Of course
Hell
not.
no. All right.
But it's still not going to make me be so emotional that I say he deserved life if he wasn't running a criminal enterprise of sex trafficking, which he wasn't. He wasn't selling Cassie and them to the highest bidder. He wasn't selling Cassie and Jane Doe to the highest bidder. That's sex trafficking. He wasn't making money off of Cassie and Jane Doe performing sex acts. He wasn't pimping. He was swinging. And he's abusive. Yeah, he's abusive and a control freak. Of course you wouldn't want your kids to be with somebody like that. Of course not. But it's not going to make me emotional to the point where, oh, he deserved life in prison for something he ain't do. Nope.
Hey man, everybody entitled to their opinion. If you feel like he should do life, then that's your opinion. But that's what I'm saying. Our opinions don't matter because the court has got something called due process, court of law. So it don't matter what we say in the public. That shit ain't gonna matter in court. So if you feel like he should do life in prison, then you're entitled to that. You're really entitled to your opinion about that. But is he gonna do life in prison based off your opinion? Nah, so it don't even make no sense to get upset about that shit.
Exactly.
When you turn this shit off at the end of the day, you go back to your regular life. Just think about that for a moment. When you turn this shit off, you're gonna be right back to your life.
And Cassie wanted that 30 million more than she wanted him in jail. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, she was broke, having kids, had a family.
She was in it for the
money. And she needed that money bad.
And it was countless amount of text messages proving that she was with the shit when it came to the freak offs.
Her career didn't work out. Yeah, she wanted that bread. I need the money.
The text messages proved that she liked the freak offs. The male escorts who was doing the interviews all around Vlad and all these other platforms, the male escorts said that Cassie was enjoying it.
Yeah, Cassie was a freak before she even got with Diddy, though. That's the thing.
Exactly.
People don't even remember that she was already had sex. She already had nude pictures going around before she got with Diddy. y'all forgot about that? Cassie was already a freak before she got. Just getting with Diddy just made it more intensifying and more. You know what I mean?
They had the resources.
They had the it made it more. You know.
She had the resources.
Right. But Cassie was already had news flowing around on her freak shit before she got with Diddy. I guess
and that's her grown adult. That's her grown adult business.
Yeah, right. If she want to be a freak, that's her business. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's
I'm not
business,
getting
bro.
people these days. I'm not understanding people these days.
Yeah. Yeah, Cassie got overcompensated. She got 30 million, 20 from Diddy, 10 from the hotel. Like that's if you can't work with 30 million, then I don't.
And then the lifestyle she was living prior to that with off Diddy. She always been living good off Diddy. Always been paying her.
Yeah, her lifestyle with Diddy was better than anybody she ever been with. I mean, you just think about the type of shit Diddy be on, $500,000 shopping sprees and shit like that. Like you see how that nigga do it. So then her music career. She had hit singles because of that nigga. Like, so Cassie and then Cassie was on her gangster shit. She said, "Man, I'll kill you for putting this leak in." Like Cassie was on her gangster shit, bro. She wasn't like Cassie. People think Cassie was like a pushover, like Diddy could just do whatever he want to it. Nah, she swing right back on that nigga, popping right in his lip, busting right in his eye. Yeah, she wasn't like no total pushover. Yeah, they was in some abusive.
They was in a two-way abusive relationship.
Yeah, freaky toxic relationship. Like, yeah, they said she'll bust Diddy. Diddy would say something crazy to her, and she'd just swing and busting right in his eye, bust him in his lip, shit like that.
We act like we ain't never see those type of abusive relationships before in real life.
Yeah, I think because it's a celebrity, it makes it more, you know.
Well, it's the propaganda that makes people think this type of way.
Yeah.
It's called propaganda. It's like the propaganda is if you're a female, you're automatically a victim. Like you could do no wrong as a female. Like you're automatically a victim. If it's a male and a female engaged in a crime, they must say, "Oh, the male must have made the female do it." That's literally the mindset of the public. That's literally the mindset of the public. If two people, a male and a female, committed a crime together or did something together, automatically the male must have influenced the female, and that's not always necessarily the case.
Cassie crazy as shit, bro.
That's not always necessarily the case, but that's what that's how society want us to think. That's some weak-minded shit. That's some propaganda.
Cassie,
weak-minded type of shit.
Cassie ain't as a sweetie pie as people think. Cassie can get ruthless. She got a mouth on her. She violent as hell. She manipulate. Like Cassie ain't no. People think because they seen that tape that it was like, you know what I mean, made it look like she was just like he could do whatever he want with her. Nah, that wasn't the case. Diddy couldn't do anything he want with that chick, bro. She's crazy.
Man, she was living a good ass life with Diddy. Let's just be real. Her lifestyle was crazy. She loved the lifestyle she was living with Diddy. Let's be real about this.
Oh, but hold on, but don't leave out this. Don't leave out this. Let me make this quick point. The prosecution asked Cassie, "Are you still in love with Diddy?" She said, "I love what we used to be." She said that shit on the stand. She said, "I love what we used to be." So if it was all bad, then why the fuck would she still love what they used to be?
Exactly.
That shit don't make no goddamn sense.
Just look at all the perks she was getting. Infinite shopping sprees, all her bills being paid, a career in music, getting D whenever she not more
Not
than
only
just
that,
Diddy. She got to have dudes on the side and Diddy. Come on, man.
She took
Get
care
the
of her
fuck out of
family
here.
though. And she bought houses and cars and shit for her family.
Get the F out of here, man. Get the F
took
out
care
of
of
here.
family
She
with
had
that shit.
y'all out of y'all damn mind if y'all think she was just laying down being a victim
Right.
and she didn't want to get the F out of here. Yeah, that's some
Nah,
BS.
it's people around that said Cassie wasn't like no pushover. She get violent with a nigga real quick. I mean, it proved on the tape. Let me should I pull it up one more
Bro,
time?
she was getting all the stuff that most of these young women wish they
Hold
had.
on,
The
shit,
stuff
bro.
they be talking about on social media of the type dudes that they want.
man.
They want a dude that be able to provide them a nice lifestyle, help them and their
One more
family
time, bro.
out, help them with a career, and allow them to mess with other dudes on the side. Come on, man. What young female wouldn't want that? Get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Like she would just lay down and been a victim. Come on, man. Get the F out of here. All the perks she was getting effing around with Diddy. Come on, man. Come on, man. Most of these young chicks dream of shit like that. They all want a sugar daddy until Diddy's a sugar daddy. Now all of a sudden he's this and that, knowing damn well they all like that lifestyle. And that's a standard industry lifestyle that they were living. Is that not a standard industry lifestyle?
Yeah, that's typical
Standard
Hollywood.
industry lifestyle.
Yeah, typical Hollywood shit, bro. Look at her car. Shit, she in nice cars, all that shit. Yeah.
She was living good all them years she was with Diddy, bro.
Y'all hear that?
Nah.
Is that playing?
Nah, it's not playing.
Do with this shit, bro. Cassie ain't lame. Shit, Cassie ain't no goddamn pushover.
Just think about, compare the pros and the cons that Cassie was getting being with Diddy. The pros and the cons for her. Being a young girl, you know what I'm saying, in the industry. The pros and the cons. Get the F out of here, man. Start being real with yourself.
With her life.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you. No, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that pull that up. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill.
Nah, this ain't no AI. This shit was played in court. This shit was played in the court.
AI, that was played in court.
I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see. I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some. Now you're saying you didn't see some. You're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole shit.
Look, she just said I'm recording this whole shit.
Tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw.
Yeah, that don't sound like a victim to me.
Cassie says she never wanted anyone to watch the video and insists he show her the footage. And a couple times she tells him someone other than her will murder him. The video was screened for jurors May 16th, when Cassie was being cross-examined. And the event is from March 2014, and it happened in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
See, that was in Atlantic City in a hotel.
That don't sound like no victim to me.
Yeah. Cassie ain't no motherfucking pushover, my nigga. Cassie a manipulating ass woman that she like I told you, she one of them chicks that run back to a nigga and complain and then have the other nigga get killed or like she'll get a person murdered out here, bro. She ain't no pushover. Like I said, they said she'll bust Diddy in his face. Yeah, I mean, he talked crazy
That
to
didn't
her.
sound
Put
like
his
a
hands
victim
on
to me.
Nah, she ain't no Cassie wasn't no pushover, man. She was crazy as shit, bro.
Now all of
But
y'all saying, "Oh, they victims and all
the
this."
media,
Oh, would you let your
nah,
daughter?
just the way, it's just the way the media got away just playing off of shit. The mainstream media just got away of, you know what I mean, getting people in their emotions and play off, but they don't never know the behind the story scenes and shit until shit start coming out, like this recording. See, they get us with that surface level shit up front, but they don't be knowing we don't be knowing what, because there's always two sides to a story, so we don't never get that other side. But that shit came out in the court. All them text messages and emails and recordings of her threatening people, all that shit came out in court. We got to see another side of Cassie that nobody's seen.
I want to see all the people. Oh, would you? I want to see all the people say, "Oh, she was a victim. Diddy need to do life." All right, what about this recording of Cassie threatening people's lives and what? Does she still seem like the little innocent victim that y'all got in your heads? She don't sound like a little innocent victim to me. Talking about putting somebody in the dirt.
See, we have to watch.
Getting them taken out of here.
We have to watch how we intake certain information when it comes to mainstream media. They know how to play on our emotions with propaganda like a motherfucker, boy. Until you start doing your own research and digging to get, you know what I mean, to get the truth behind the truth. Now, I ain't justifying what Diddy did on that tape, but we know Cassidy ain't innocent neither. That's a ruthless motherfucker, bro.
And plus, we only seen what happened in front of the cameras. Do we know what the whole situation behind the hotel thing?
Yeah, Cassidy.
We're not saying that what he was doing was right. We ain't saying that, but anybody assaulting anyone should be considered a crime, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But is she completely innocent in all this? Is what we're saying.
Yeah, Cassie got the money. She had the money and the resources to get a nigga murked real quick. And she'd do it. And she said she would do it. She'd do that shit too. Hell yeah. She'd do that shit. Bro, she ain't innocent by a far shot, because for her to have sex with Diddy on a goddamn FaceTime while she FaceTiming the dude who her husband now, that shows you what type motherfucker she is. Like, you having sex with Diddy while you FaceTiming the nigga that's your husband now. Like, that's some crazy shit, bro. That's all I said, bro. That chick, man, look, man, Cassie did what the fuck she wanted to do. And she played her position. She ain't that sweet, innocent person everybody thought she was because of that goddamn tape. Nah, she was a ruthless motherfucker, bro.
She was definitely with it. She was definitely with the shits.
Hell yeah, bro. See, all that shit came out in court. See, that's the thing about it. We wasn't privy to anything Cassie was doing on her end into the trial. Then we got to see all those text messages and emails and shit, and the recording, you know what I mean, the recordings and all that. Then everybody switched their tune. Was like, hold on, this motherfucker Cassie ain't innocent by a far shot. You mean to tell me she was setting up the freak offs herself, saying she couldn't wait for the next freak offs, threatening to unalive people and shit? Then people start looking at her sideways, like, hold on now. But see, the mainstream media, they only showed us the part where Diddy was running down the hallway and grabbed her up and all that shit. But see, we wasn't privy to none of that the other side of it until the trial happened. then we start seeing people changing their tune up. Like, nah, this Cassie was on some shit. And they say she used to laugh when Diddy be beating Kim ass. She be in there sitting in there laughing and shit. or Kim and Puff would get into an argument and shit. And Cassie be in that joint laughing and shit. Like she ain't give a fuck about none of that shit. She was with that shit, bro. I don't know. Yeah, right. Blood fart. People underestimate the woman, but the woman could be very vicious, bro. Very, very vicious. And got a way to manipulate shit.
Nah, but society programmed you the opposite though. If you're a woman, you automatically the victim. No way a woman could be vicious.
I mean, shit. Just
That's
look at the
basically what the propaganda is. The propaganda is no, it's always the male's fault. You know what I mean? And it's always the male's fault. If two people committed a crime, a male and a female, they say that the male must have manipulated the female to do it.
Shit, let's look at nature.
That's how that society is programmed to think like that, which is crazy to me.
Shit. Well, let's look at nature for a minute. The black widow spider get pregnant by the male and she eat the fucking male. She eat the male alive. She wrap the male up and eat his ass. After having sex with and having
the
double
standards in society is crazy, bro. The double
but that's the
standards
propaganda.
in society is crazy.
But that's the propaganda pieces though. The movies, the media do this shit, and the people just fall victim of the propaganda. People feed into the propaganda, but they had throw you movies like What's Love Got to Do with It, The Color Purple. Like they had throw diversions in there and shit like that to kind of like throw people off and shit. You know what I mean? By using mainstream media. Come to find out, according to the brother Judge Joe Brown said Tina Turner used to be beating Ike ass with rakes and broomsticks and shit like that. Like he'd say something crazy, she'd swing on the nigga. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the media got a way of just painting these pictures, but when you start to get the real truth behind the truth, then you'll find out, oh, that shit wasn't even real. Or it'd be half truth. Yeah, they made Ike Turner look like he was a motherfucking monster, but they saying Tina Turner wasn't no pushover. Yeah, Tina Turner wasn't just no pushover. She was a strong Southern woman that'll beat a nigga ass if she had to. And she was beating Ike ass anytime they got into a fight. Sometimes Ike would beat her ass, and sometimes she'd get over on Ike, bust him in the head with some shit. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Diddy and Cassie. Sometimes Diddy would get over on her, or sometimes Cassie would get over on Diddy. Yeah, we seen Diddy walking down the street with a busted lip. He tried to cover it up. TMZ ran up on him. Cassie was walking like a block ahead of Diddy, walking fast as hell. So they must have just gotten a fight. She bust that nigga right in his lip. Diddy was covering up his lip and shit. Like, yo, that's what I'm saying, bro. That shit wasn't what we think it is, bro. That was like some toxic relationship shit where they got into fights all the time, and they both was abusive towards each other. So I hope people learn from this shit, man. Be like, all right, we can't believe
people. It's embedded in some people's psyche. Like the propaganda is so strong on some people's minds that they only going to see it one way. They could never see it another way. And that's just what it is, bro. I realize that some people are so far gone under the propaganda and the delusion that they're going to see it their way no matter what. And the thing is, they call you names and everything. You realize that the people who's so far in the propaganda, when you got them on an argument, when you making more sense than them, they just start calling you names and saying, oh, you must be an abuser, or you must be this, or you must be that, or you must for your daughter to be with somebody like that and shit. Like that's what they do. That when they can't win an argument, they just start attacking you. And that's the program, bro. The propaganda is very strong on some people. You know how like in the Star Wars movies, the Jedi mind tricks only worked on certain individuals.
Yeah.
But when it worked, boy, did it work. Those Jedi can make you believe anything they want you to believe if your mind is weak. But that shit didn't work on people like Jabba the Hutt or any of them. Those Jedi mind tricks didn't work on Jabba the Hutt. That shit didn't work. And that's the propaganda, bro. That's how propaganda works in the media. The media use Jedi mind tricks on these niggas out here. And they can only see it one way.
Bradley Spalding, she left Diddy for the person she with now, but it came out in trial that she was actually having sex with Diddy on FaceTime while she was on the phone with the dude. So Cassie wasn't on no innocent shit. Like she was almost manipulating shit. She was on some freak ass manipulating shit. Like why would you have sex with your trainer? Why would you be having sex on the phone, FaceTime while you FaceTime and you in the bed with Diddy having sex and shit? Like, bro, like Cassie a manipulator, bro.
That's what they use in Nicole Kit. Lesser magic works like this. You give an image and you make a suggestion and you repeat the process and you got them under mind control. Yup. That's what the media does. And you can see the people just based on how they respond to stuff, who the magic is working on.
Right.
That shit don't work on everybody. Because some people just got the ability to see things for what they are and nothing is going to convince you otherwise. Because you just see it for what it is.
Right.
And they trying to convince us that Cassie was the poor little victim here because of that one hotel tape. That's one little second compared to their full relationship that they had all those years.
Well, the defense poked holes in all of her shit. Because after them text messages and emails and recordings came out, shit, that kind of, she wasn't the innocent person everybody thought she was. That shit kind of exposed her. Yeah, the audios and her threatening to kill unalive people and then all the text messages and shit. Yeah, that shit kind of exposed the dumbass.
And it's a lot of females out here that would have took that lifestyle. Even the ones that's talking shit like, oh, Diddy should be in jail. They would, if they had the opportunity to have the lifestyle that Cassie had with Diddy, they'd take that shit too at a young age. They'd take that lifestyle too. $500,000 shopping sprees, all your bills paid for, buying your family houses. You know what I'm saying? You getting all your career is popping, your name all over the media. You know what I mean? You ain't only got Diddy and you getting extra D on the side with his approval. Get the fuck out of here. Most young Jones will take that. Most young Jones will take that lifestyle. You can fake all you want and say, oh, she was a victim. Yeah, all right. Wasn't with him and still was getting money.
Why don't you try going there?
I think people still out there, John, still waiting this shit. Yes, you know. I think the family was at the family showing the family van and shit. Little Sprinter van. Yeah, that's what we waiting to see. Paul Symington. Yeah, we waiting to see if they gonna let him out on bail. or is he just going, if he going, sit in jail to sentencing? He said,
Bro, most
D.
chicks will be looking at their boring ass life, looking at their boring ass day-to-day 9-to-5 job. You know what I mean? Feeling insignificant in society, struggling. They look at that lifestyle and look at Cassie's lifestyle with Diddy. Which lifestyle you think they gonna pick? Fuck out of here,
Diddy.
man. Come
Diddy.
on, man. Let's be real out here. Let's be real out here. They
Yeah,
enjoyed the time that they had together.
Yeah, especially if you're a person that's into the club life and all that shit. Yeah, your whole objective is to go to the club, hoping to see a celebrity in there and shit like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, if you're a person that's not really into that lifestyle and shit, then I can see you. Nah, you ain't gonna choose that because that's not your lifestyle. But a typical person that like to go out, party, drink, you know what I mean, go to clubs where celebrities is at. Hey, hell yeah, they take that lifestyle. They take Cassie lifestyle. Hell yeah, goddamn right they will.
And you got a lot of women out here staying with toxic partners for less, way less than what Cassie was
Way
getting.
less. Yeah, they try to play on our intelligence with that Cassie.
Yeah, that shit ain't working.
Yeah, that shit ain't work though, because
Hell no, that shit ain't working.
all the other shit got exposed in trials. So people started looking at Cassie different. Once all that other shit came out, they like, nah, this bitch ain't innocent. No, hell nah.
I agree with that, Janet. Janet said, let's be honest, Cassie is beautiful, but she was no singer. She used Diddy as much as he used her. Exactly.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, that's the truth.
And that's the 100% truth.
Actually, that's the most
She ain't no
accurate
damn
comment.
victim.
That's the most accurate comment I've seen in the chat so far when it came to Cassie. They both used each other. Yeah, because she was able to buy homes for her parents and cars and shit, have a career. I mean, $500,000 shopping sprees, and she got to go to every party, and she was amongst the clubs and shit. Like, yeah, her lifestyle. I mean, yeah, her lifestyle was beautiful. That's why she told them that when they asked her would she still love Diddy, she said, "I love what we used to be." Because believe it or not, Cassie still loved that nigga Diddy, bro. For her to say, "I love what we used to be," that's just her not wanting to piss her husband off. But if she could go back to that lifestyle without all the other shit that went on, she would take that lifestyle over it. Yeah, hell yeah. She would definitely do it again.
I believe she would.
Hell yeah. Why would she tell them I love what we used to be? And I believe she took him for that 30 million because her career, basically her career didn't work out. And
people would say she's only 19 and this type of shit.
Which means she was young and even more vicious, being at 19 years old. Even more vicious. Even more manipulative.
Yeah, them young Jones be real manipulative.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Man, we wasn't just born today. F that. I ain't sitting here accepting the programming at the world.
That's why I don't understand why older people be shocked and falling into this shit. Like a lot of y'all that's older should know better.
Right.
That's why it be crazy to me when I see older people on social media falling for the shit. I'm like, y'all niggas was around before social media. Y'all seen everything in the book. You mean to tell me y'all surprised and shocked down that social media and shit?
Right.
Like y'all seen every goddamn thing in the book. You 40, 50, 60 years old and you acting brand new because of social media.
Don't believe the hype.
Like, what the hell? How you 16 years old? You shopping some shit that's. I know you said when does the TV movie come out? I don't know. Lifetime probably trying to work a deal out with
Don't
Diddy now.
believe
And
the
shit.
hype.
It
Yeah,
might be like
if you leave it up to the media, if you leave it up to the media, and it'd be, all men would be abusers and all women are victims. That's what the media wants you to believe in 2025. All men are abusers and all women are victims. That's crazy.
and they throw them Tyler Perry movies in there. Tyler Perry, Tyler Perry, funny as shit with the movies. But that just be the, you know what I mean? Like Tyler Perry be crazy, funny as shit. When he be pushing that agenda through his movies and shit, bro. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, come on, man.
Look, found one, JR. Look, cause you are. All people that believe all males are abusers and all women are victims. You see how you see the mindset, and that mindset is spreading to the youth. So women don't take no accountability because the dialogue is all men are abusers, it's always the man's fault, and women are always the victim and always innocent.
I mean, you fall victim of that propaganda, then that's on you. If you believe that all
That's
men
some
are
dangerous.
abusers, then
That's some dangerous
that's
shit
like
because
some,
you even see some
yeah,
men.
yeah, yeah.
Some
Yeah,
men
because
even
you,
believe in
I
that.
mean, so you basically just talking about the men in your family too. Your grandfather, your uncles, your brothers. You basically saying all them niggas is abusers too. Or just, or just other people in their family. Or just people outside of your family. Your grandfather wasn't your great grandfather, they was abusers too, huh?
An
Yeah,
abuser
you
don't
gotta
have
start
a gender.
looking at.
Any gender could be any gender can be an abuser. Any gender can be an
Yeah,
abuser.
no, yeah, that's why I be hating that. See, the mainstream media got a way of playing on these gender wars. That's why I hate these gender wars, bro. Man against woman, woman against man, gays against straight, fat against skinny. Like these gender wars and all this shit the propaganda machine be pushing out, bro. That's a good way to keep people separated, conquered. I
Fighting
mean,
amongst each other.
separated, conquered, and fighting amongst each other. And that shit just caused one big distraction while the system fucking us all. Yeah, because the system don't care about agenda. They don't care about gender. They shit is to keep people separated from people actually coming together and figuring out some shit. Nah, they keep people separated, conquered, and fighting amongst each other. But niggas like us, we ain't falling to that gender war shit.
Yeah, the system depend on us being dysfunctional. So as long as society is dysfunctional and divided and arguing amongst each other about dumb shit, the system will always be in place to take advantage of that. So the victim is all of us, especially the ones who believe in the propaganda.
All right, we all victims of this.
Yeah, we all falling victim to that shit. Hell yeah.
There's a lot of people out there in trial. A lot of folks out there waiting.
But I realize there's some people on this that's born on this planet to say people is guilty.
Yeah.
Like it don't matter. Evidence or not, you're guilty because we say so. It's like there's certain souls that's born on earth that just they always going to have that spirit where you're guilty. You're always guilty. No matter what.
And shout out to y'all. Make sure y'all like this video. Double tap the screen. This video is sponsored by 90dayherbals.com. Make sure y'all support independent business like ours. I mean, sell everything on our herbal shop. Ours getting your health together, detoxing, to put minerals in your body. Sea moss teas and the sea moss that we sell. CBD. We also got a 35% off sale going, so make sure y'all hit us up, man. Shop with us at 90dayherbals.com. We got the link, chat. Link is in the description of this video and pinned to the top. And pinned to the top of the chat. Keeps us going. This keeps us going.
Crazy out here. The evidence can be right in front of your face, and they still guilty, motherfucker, guilty. He should be throwing life in prison for that hotel tape. He abused Cassie. He should be throwing life in prison.
He ain't on
when
trial
he beat
for that,
Cassie up in that hotel, he should have got life in prison for that. 30, 40, 50 years for beating her up on camera.
He ain't on trial for that shit, bro.
I believe he should have got in trouble for that when it happened that night.
Yeah.
He should have got in trouble, not life in prison for that.
Yeah, but in the hotel got paid.
He should have got in trouble for that night.
The security guard got paid out of evidence. And then he got nerve to testify in court. Motherfucker, we got paid $50,000, $100,000 to hide the goddamn tape. Get them niggas the tape. Keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, I agree. Beating her up is a no-no. Assault on it, and vice versa. A woman beating up on a man is a no-no too, because a lot of cases, abusive women end up killing men because they feel like they could get away with it. And a man don't do nothing because, we're taught, don't ever hit a woman. Even if she's about to kill your ass, still don't hit her. And some men are so programmed by that they end up getting killed by their abusive spouse. Don't even do nothing for self-defense. Just sit there and let their spouse kill them because you're told not to hit women back. And that has happened a lot. It just don't be as reported as, vice versa. And a lot of men get laughed at. A lot of men get laughed at for getting abused by their woman until they end up dead.
You just made a point. Yeah. What's her name? Solange ain't catch no backlash swinging up on Jay-Z in that elevator. No backlash.
People laughed at. People made jokes.
They laughed at Jay. Yeah. So imagine if Jay was swinging on Solange in the elevator. Yeah, he'd be deemed as an abusive man. Need to be locked up. But everybody laughed at Jay getting swung on in the elevator by Solange. See, that's the double standard shit we talking about, and I'm glad you made that point, Sid. That's the double standard shit we talking about in society. Oh, the man get laughed at when he get abused by a woman, but you know what I mean, but the man gotta face jail time. She be, you know what I mean, you know, doing life in prison and this and that. But yeah, it's a double
It's
standard, bro.
sad.
This shit
Million
crazy to me,
comedians
bro.
made fun of it. Yeah, I mean, people doing reenactments of Jay getting swung on in the elevator.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody laughing at it, laughing it off. Ha ha ha! Jay got his ass whooped by Solange in the elevator. Ha 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 ha! All that. You know what I'm saying? All that.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, exactly. But what happens if she pulled out a knife and slit his throat or stabbed him in that elevator?
Then it wouldn't be a joke no more.
Exactly. Come on, man. Y'all gotta get out of the double standard thinking mindset, man. Like we said, abuse has no gender.
It doesn't. Anybody can abuse male or female. But it's just that males get called out for it more than female. And it happens a lot. Females abuse males all the time. Manipulate, abuse, physically, mentally, emotionally. And like we're saying, it's not right either way. Either way is not right. Whether it's a male beating up on a female or a female beating up on a male, it's not right either way. And that's assault, period.
Yeah, it's possible Diddy could sue the federal government. If they
Every
found
time
some shit
see that door swing and they see Diddy, they were seeing if it's Diddy coming out or not.
Yeah, it's still a lot of people out there waiting. Yeah, because court ain't over
Every
till
time
5
that door
o'clock.
swing, they like, Diddy? Oh, that ain't Diddy.
Yeah, because the lawyers, the lawyers, the prosecutor, they all still in there. Nobody left yet. So it's possible they could be in there discussing whether he paid a bill to get out or, you know what I'm saying, or because court ain't over till 5 o'clock. So they in there definitely, they haven't had a press conference yet, the lawyers and none of that shit yet. So yeah, that's why we still here, man. So smash that like button, man. Double tap the screen and like this video if you just tuning in. Subscribe to this channel. As you see, we be having deep thought discussions on this channel all the time. Not just the surface level shit. We get into some deep thought discussions on here. Critical thinking.
People, we gotta start thinking for ourselves.
Yeah,
man.
this channel here is critical thinkers, y'all. People that know how to think outside the box. People that know how to not just go along to get along. People that actually got their own mind and they not falling victim of the propaganda machine. They know how to think for themselves. That's what this channel is for those people. So if you're one of those people, subscribe to this channel. Shout out to the day one supporters, man. Shout out to y'all. We seen y'all up there. Shout out to all the new subscribers, the people that subscribe. Y'all in the chat that's engaging. Shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, but we waiting around to see they gonna let him out or he gonna continue to be in there after 4th of July. Mm-hmm. All right, so they put out an email. All right, so they emailed the judge, Southern District Court of New York. All right, it says there, Judge Super, whatever his name is, Judge Subramanian, well, Iranian, whatever. It said Mr. Combs moved for release on appropriate conditions um, on 18 U.C. S.C. 3143, pending his sentence proceeding, giving the jury a clear verdict acquitting Mr. Combs of RICO conspiracy, sex trafficking counts, continued detention for Mr. Combs is inappropriate. As these proceedings have demonstrated, and we told that the court from the outset of this case, Mr. Combs came to New York to surrender in order to defend against the government charges because he committed to showing his innocence. So it says since his arrest and detention on September 17, 2024, Mr. Combs has obeyed the court, respected the proceedings, and demonstrated the model behavior at the MDC. And today, the jury unanimously rejected the government's allegations against Mr. Combs. Ran years-long criminal enterprise and engaged in sex trafficking. Core of the government case, Mr. Combs stands convicted to and that count. His sentence is exposure to substantially lower than the government initially sought detention. The court should release Mr. Combs on proposed conditions. So this is the lawyers basically writing the judge saying basically they should release Mr. Combs today. All right, so that's what they're doing now. They pushing to actually get him released today if they could. So that's what they still in there, I guess, deliberating in there with the prosecution and defense. They're going back and forth whether they should, let him out today. And they're trying to get it. They're basically moving to get him acquitted, basically. So yeah, y'all, we waiting to see if Diddy's still gonna walk up out of that courtroom today, y'all. That's what we all tuned in for to see what's gonna happen. Right, James said it's a waste of time. Yeah, you see shit. You see all the people still out there waiting and shit. You said Cat Williams better won. Now, well, I could tell P. Diddy no. He said Jaguar finished. Yeah, I know Jag probably mad and shit that she was advocating for Diddy in life in prison and all that shit. She upset somewhere, mad as she on somewhere.
Now it's time for Diddy and Ye to team up.
Right.
Diddy out. Diddy and Ye.
Yo, then again,
going to drop an album.
Yeah, but then again, I'm thinking like, what happened? Did he actually really took it on from Revolutionary Talks? How did rappers you really do flip the script like, man, after you know some things like shit? Because he's already blackballed and outed already. What happened to get with Ye? And they start putting songs out busting against the system. You know what? That might see, but then that could be a marketing ploy for him as well, because to get Diddy on that vibe, people are actually like, what? Diddy speaking out and doing that certain episode? Yeah, what happened to Diddy flip the script and start putting out songs dissing all the niggas in the industry, dissing Jay-Z, dissing the small act community? You know what I mean? Speaking about the Epstein list, rapping about what he got out and started getting on that shit. I think people will actually get behind Diddy on that shit, bro. I think they will. They probably forget about all this other shit, and they be like, oh, because that's like the shock value of it all. And he actually turned around and actually started going at the very people in position.
I mean, Ye trying to do that, but Ye too extreme,
Yeah, what
with
they
it.
too extreme with this shit.
He,
Yeah,
he doing songs called
Hitler,
Hell Hitler and all
yeah,
that.
hell,
Yeah,
Hitler and all this.
too,
Yeah, he's doing. Yeah, he ain't doing it.
he way
Right.
too extreme with it.
Yeah, he ain't doing it. But Diddy might come out balancing. Diddy might, balance that shit out though.
Like, yeah, we can't do. Yeah, we gotta change the
Yeah, we
title
can't.
of that. We can't
Yeah, we
call
got
that Hell
right,
Hitler.
right.
You know what I'm saying, Daddy? We can't call that Hell Hitler.
Yeah, because he really got to see how the system really don't give a fuck about it. So he might get on some revolutionary shit, start flipping the script.
Here he comes. Diddy about to do the two-step out of the court, y'all. Out of the
Right.
courthouse.
So you see, they got law enforcement out there with vests up and everything. They possibility to walk out the door, so they want to make sure somebody come
There he
along and
come,
stop.
y'all. Look, Diddy about to walk
Oh, here
out.
come
Like,
Diddy. Come Diddy, y'all. Get y'all Diddy on you ready? That's just the son of them.
oh, that's the family. Oh, all right. I'm about to say,
Family.
oh man, Diddy about to walk out. Don Diddy Combs, your soul is required in hell.
Yeah, they want to make sure they know. Right. They want to
Make sure ain't no
Nino Brown-
old head like how the
Nino
old
Brown
head
at the
Nino
end.
Brown
Right.
had at the end.
Right. They want to make sure they know New Jack City, the ending. Oh yeah.
Your soul is required in hell. Nino Brown, your soul is required in hell.
Said the family look happy. Yeah, they dad got.
Nah, they said they don't look happy. The
They
family
don't
don't
look
look
happy.
happy.
Oh, he might not be coming home today then.
That's a possibility. Yeah, because if he was coming home that day, they would come out smiling.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Sid say he think Diddy gonna come out with his lawyers. Oh shit. Yeah. That's a possibility too. Yeah, I ain't think about that. Yeah, Diddy come out to a press conference and shit. Nah, but if his family leaves, then I don't think they'd be out there standing behind him at the press conference. Then. So if his family pull off that little sprinter,
I'm be honest with
man,
y'all. I don't think Diddy getting out today. He ain't getting out before the
nah,
4th of
nah,
July. And they
I
gotta
ain't
close the courts down for that.
right.
Everybody gonna be home celebrating fake ass Independence Day.
Hey, all right. Hey, all right.
Fake ass 4th of July Independence Day.
All right.
That's another whole live stream right there.
Yeah, you got to come live.
Ain't shit
Man,
independent
I
about
all
America
that.
anymore. Never have been.
Never have been. Niggas definitely celebrate that shit. You niggas are still slaves.
Niggas be out there celebrating 4th of July, bro. It's a lie. You lie.
You'll think niggas be
lie. Get it?
You'll think niggas be doing more cooking out on Juneteenth and all that shit.
Right.
That's somewhat of some sort of freedom. You know, that's kind of like side of it. But it was more than 4th of July for the niggas, especially black folks. But nah, black folks celebrate Independence Day more than they do Juneteenth. Shit, black folks celebrate goddamn Irish Day
What, St. Patrick's Day?
Yes, St. Patrick's Day more than they do goddamn Juneteenth.
Hey, the Irish ain't never do nothing to us.
Nah, I don't know. Nah, the Irish and the blacks actually congregated with each other during times of this early on in this country.
But celebrating the 4th of July, that's definitely, that ain't it.
Yeah.
That ain't it. Ain't nothing independent about no goddamn 4th of July.
All right.
We ain't get our independence in no 4th of July.
Shit, a lot of us black folks got Irish blood in us anyway. A lot of us congregated during the time where Europeans came over here. They wasn't mixing with black folks, with the Irish actually. With natives. I would say natives. That's how a lot of us got Irish.
Here he come, y'all. Diddy about to walk out the door.
Oh, here come Diddy.
Here come Diddy, y'all.
The Diddy oil.
Every time that door open, oh, that's Diddy coming out, y'all.
Diddy gonna come out dressed like a bottle of Diddy oil.
He gonna come out in a shiny suit.
All right, let's see what's going on here.
What?
See what's going on.
They come somebody in here to perpetuate the race war. Look at Joseph something, Palotino, Tonio, whatever the hell your name is. You have an entire month dedicated to Black history, and yet you still complain that you don't have everything handed over to you to do nothing. For you doing nothing. Shit, I don't give a fuck about that month. Fuck, nobody will give a fuck. Any real niggas don't care about no February Black History Month.
No, I'm black 24/7. I don't even have to care about Black History Month.
Shit, I ain't even black, nigga. I'm brown.
Yeah, brown, right.
I'm brown all year round. What the fuck?
Right.
Black, but what's that black?
I'm Earth. I'm Earth, bro.
That racism shit don't work. That propaganda. I like people of all races. I don't give a fuck about no color, no skin color.
I'm a galactic being. I ain't no color. I'm a galactic being, bro.
I'm a cosmic being.
I'm a cosmic being. I'm not no color, and I'm cosmic.
Yeah, this skin is just a suit that I wear. This is just some fucking space suit that I wear so I can operate on the human level.
On the human level,
so I ain't none of that shit. So you got the wrong room.
I'm part of the cosmic race.
You got the wrong room, Joey, Paulo, Antonio, whatever the hell your name is. You got the wrong room.
Valentino.
We ain't black or white in this motherfucker. We cosmic beings.
Nah, we cosmic beings, bro. I'm part of the cosmic.
We just wearing these space suits called human flesh.
Right.
But this shit, we all gonna dump this shit one day. We gonna be out of these suits. This is just a suit.
Tell him, say this nigga got the wrong chat.
Yeah, he got the wrong chat. We don't give a shit about no Black History Month, none of that dumb shit in here. But we know that the 4th of July shit is a lie. That's all we saying. Ain't nobody in America got no independence, black or white.
4th of July. 400 years.
We all paying taxes to a criminal organization called the federal government. I ain't trying to hear nothing.
All right.
And that you black, white, green, purple, your ass better pay them taxes, or they gonna haul your ass off to jail for tax evasion. So ain't nobody independent in here. Independent. Taxation without representation. Wasn't that the Revolutionary War bullshit? Well, we going through that wholeheartedly now. All types of taxation without representation. That was the whole start of the Revolutionary War, wasn't it? Well, we going through that shit. That shit's on steroids now. So it ain't no 4th of July for black or white folks.
Or Italian.
whole reason why the Revolutionary War started, we talking about the end of July shit, is because we supposedly, or not us, but America supposedly went to war against the British for overtaxing them. And we ain't getting overtaxed today. Then I don't know where the fuck you been. So it ain't no 4th of July, no independence or nothing. All that shit is a lie. It ain't about no black or no white neither. That's another ritual. Yeah, you definitely got the wrong chat, because that's even a ritual. That black and white shit is a ritual. Ancient civilizations didn't look at each other as black and white. That's some goofy, dumb shit anyway.
Yeah,
you're black, I'm white, and we don't like each other because you're white and I'm black. That's some low-level... Come on, man. That's some low-level ignorant shit.
They were just tribes.
I'm black and you're white.
And,
we're piano. We're piano and a chessboard. I'm black and you're white. I'm salt and you're pepper. Get your ass out of here. That dumb shit.
Yeah, they just looked upon each other as tribes and clans and tribes, man. Depending on what tribe you was from, shit like that. It wasn't no black, white, none of that stuff. Based off the land, the part of the land you lived in, and the tribe you was a part of.
Yeah, you was named after the region you came from. You wasn't
Whatever
named after the
region
fucking
you was in,
color
right.
of your skin.
Like a
You know how
like
dumb that is?
if you was from Nazareth, you'll be called Nazarene. If you was from Ethiopia, you'd be called, Ethiopian. If you're from Egypt, you'd be called the Egyptian.
I don't understand why people don't understand that black and white shit is a ritual to begin with. And it's a young ritual compared to how long humans been on Earth. Look how long we've been calling each other black and white. It's like a small fraction of time. That's a dumbass ritual. I'm black and you're white. The black race and the white race. You know how fucking stupid that sounds? The people who got sent. You know how stupid that sounds? The people who actually got sent.
It really doesn't matter if you black or white.
Do you know how fucking stupid that sounds? The people who actually have sense. I'm black and you're white. That just sounds stupid.
Michael Jackson told your ass. It really doesn't matter if you black or white.
Most of the motherfuckers that's called black is not even black. They brown. A lot of people that's called black ain't even black. They be brown and shit.
Right.
Light brown. Dark brown. They don't even be black, and you call them motherfucker black. You know
you got some very people over.
White people.
You got some people that's actually from other regions in Asian countries that's way darker than us.
Exactly.
Thailand, like very.
I've seen people from Thailand that's darker. So are they black?
Very. Yeah, they black.
Are they black?
You got some actual tribes that's actually their skin is actually so dark that they're black. They're more original to the land that they're from. They're more original.
Black.
I mean, part of the region that they're from. Really, you just start later. I mean, you just whatever reason.
If anything, people of darker complexions should call themselves indigenous instead of black.
They didn't call. Well, black started with that Jesse Jackson and then with that dumb shit.
That's because it was a psyop. That black and white shit is a psyop. I hate that black and white talk.
Yeah, all that African American and all that black, all that shit came from Jesse Jackson.
That black and white talk is a psyop.
It was always indigenous tribes, clans, shit like that.
And that's another thing. Hell, you right about that, King Rambo. I ain't no goddamn African American neither.
Our
ancestors ain't even from Africa.
Yeah, our ancestors. Well, we know our background. Our tribe, Blackfoot, Native Americans, indigenous to this land.
Exactly.
They ain't come from no goddamn Africa. They ain't come over here on those ships or none of that shit. It was already here.
Our people ain't come over here on no fucking shit.
They ain't come over here on no shit,
our
bro.
family, we know our family history. We ain't come over here on no goddamn ships.
Hell no.
We literally Blackfoot, Sioux, and Cherokee.
Yeah, Blackfoot, Sioux, and Cherokee. Native to this land. No African shit
Native
nowhere.
to Americas. We are native to Americas. I can't speak for everybody else's family, but our family is literally fucking native to America. I don't want to hear that African American shit over here. It's all a psyop. I hate that talk. I hate that black talk. I hate that African American talk. I hate all that bullshit. Especially knowing our personally knowing our family history, knowing that our family is literally from Americas and they ain't come over here on no fucking slave shit.
Lied to us, and roots and all that shit. There was about a small amount of people that actually was transported over here from Africa. Probably about 300,000.
And look, we don't need no damn ancestry.com to know that neither.
We got actually our family history stories that was passed down.
Exactly.
We have record of them, like our family have records of them. The story intact. Intact.
I'm going around. I'll end up going back this way and not.
Yeah, a lot of y'all families is indigenous to this land. They lied to us through the census.
Hell yeah, they lied so they can steal the land.
Because it was the land. It was part of the land grab. Like a lot of those Native Americans on reservations, the European, they're not like Native Americans. I mean, no offense to y'all, but y'all ain't the original Native Americans on the reservation. All that shit was stolen land that was given to y'all by
Robert from Michigan hit it right on the head.
Okay.
If you're African American, that means you're here with a dual citizenship and you're from Africa. Exactly. Otherwise, you're just a straight American. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. My ancestors is indigenous to this land, and I'm an American.
I am American. Right.
So that African shit don't even fly with me. I'm not African. I'm not African at all, and it ain't nothing wrong with being African, but I'm not African. I'm American without the African part. And my ancestors is literally from the Americas before it was even called America. We were on this land before it was called America.
Right.
So and then the black and white shit, that's just a completely ignorant psyop right there. Black and white.
Yeah. Because it was.
Yeah, Elon Musk is an African American. Exactly. Elon Musk is literally an African American.
Facts.
And look at his skin tone. Look at Elon Musk's skin tone, and he's an African American. Y'all see the psyop?
Yeah, we cosmic beings, though. At the end of the day, I'm from the cosmos.
The end of the day, yep, we from the cosmos. In our human skin, we're in America. We were born in America in our human skin. So
I'm part of the cosmic. I'm part of the cosmic family, and all y'all asses are too. You costume wearing motherfuckers.
Exactly. We all wearing costumes right now.
Costume wearing ass motherfuckers, y'all part of the
because
cosmos.
You pull a costume off, it's still just nerves and red blood.
Yeah,
red blood, nerves, and meat. That's what's under all this shit.
Every race in this motherfucker is part of the cosmic family. Y'all costume wearing ass niggas. And that's the big picture.
Nah, it was some people that didn't arrive on this land. It's people that was already on this land, and they wasn't indigenous to Africa.
Yeah,
there were dark-skinned folks. There were dark-skinned folks already indigenous to the Americas before it was called Americas, and they didn't travel from Africa to get over here. It's not like school system got us all thinking that this shit was all empty over here, and then people from Africa, whether you black or white, came over here and populated this empty side of the world. It was always people on this side of the world.
No. They talk about the natives, but they make us think we wasn't the natives though. Like they psyched us out of thinking we came over here.
Nah, I'm talking about from the black, from the African. I'm talking about from the Pan-Africanism side of things. I'm talking about from the Pan-Africanism mindset. That too, because a lot of them, they think that like shit was empty over here, and Africans migrated to the Americas and then populated the place like it was empty at first. Because they say everybody came from Africa, which is completely untrue. Everybody didn't just come from Africa. People was already covered the whole earth. The region that's called Africa, there was people outside of that too.
Really doesn't matter if you
and I guess if you believe in the Pangea shit, which is probably true, all the landmass was one landmass at first. Everybody covered the whole landmass. It wasn't no empty spaces.
Yeah,
so it's not like
when the landmass broke up.
There were people all over the landmass, different landmasses as it was breaking up.
All four corners. There was always
all four corners of the earth.
Four corners of the earth, but with one landmass after the flood, well, you would say the flood happened, then the landmass broke up. People just went with the region that they was in.
Humans originated from the cosmos. All of us have alien seed DNA in us, because nobody is really native. Your soul, your energy, the energetic you has always existed.
Yeah, that's the higher levels of that.
But now they want to know where humans came from. Humans came from that. Humans came from that. Humans came from a immortal, energetic world, and then created the humanity from that. And then we populated the whole earth. In our skin tone, we had different skin tones from the beginning. There were different skin tones on this planet from the very beginning. It wasn't just black people or white people or any of that bullshit. It was every skin tone in between.
Man,
humans.
Man as a mankind. Man as a mankind.
Mankind.
But I don't know how we got on this subject, but I guess, that's the type of discussions we be having on this channel. They don't give a fuck with me in the title. Because of that shit that be in the title.
We've been on this motherfucker for 5 hours now. Of course,
we've been on here 5. Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about
Diddy.
Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about no Diddy shit for 5 hours straight. Hell no. Hell no. Ain't
He
that
only
much
hanging
Diddy
back waiting until he walk his goofy ass out of the courtroom, or if he's gonna be staying in there.
Yeah, or not. Same reason why everybody else had standing out there waiting. Press conference too, because the lawyers are gonna come out, and speak and all that shit too, probably. Press conference. Oh, he said Sleepy Joseph got it. Oh yeah, Joseph Palladino, or whatever his name was. Yeah, well,
somebody came in here talking that racist shit, so that's how we got to this conversation.
So I blame Joseph. Yeah.
And we just had to state the fact that it's bigger than black and white, and black and white is just some ritual that developed like 400 years ago. And before that, people wasn't calling each other black and white. You was called from whatever region you came from, and it was many different skin tones from every region on the planet. Every region on the planet had multiple different skin tones within their region. And that's fact. That's fact. Humans come in different skin tones, and it's always been like that since the beginning.
What was always.
Exactly.
Nothing new under the sun. What was always.
Humans always came in different skin tones, y'all. Don't believe that bullshit that people tell you, oh, the white people was a mutated gene and all this bullshit. It was always multiple different skin tones on this planet, and people was not called black and white ever in history. That's some new shit. Compared to how humans been on Earth, that whole black and white label, that's some new shit. That's some propaganda.
Yo, where Diddy at? Get your baby oil ready. I mean, get your Diddy oil. You ready to wipe yourself down with that Diddy oil? Diddy's coming out.
Diddy coming out. That's pause. No
Pause.
Diddy.
Pause. No Diddy.
We got to start doing the education. We got to start doing the education. Yeah, right, Endo Kid. The only country that's obsessed with race is America. America is too damn obsessed with race. Because that's where the ritual started. The ritual started here. That black and white ritual, that shit started here, man. That black and white stuff is don't believe that hype, man. Don't believe that bullshit. That black and white stuff.
Don't believe the hype. Ugh. Don't believe the hype. Don't be a sucker MC.
Man, there's always been different shades of skin tones all over the world and on all four corners of the earth. It's always been like that. Always.
Yeah, we know, man. We ain't gotta drive it home. Hey, y'all get the picture. If you don't know, go do your research.
Driving this Diddy shit home. Everybody been driving this Diddy shit home.
Yeah, this Diddy shit definitely. I'm glad when this shit is like
still ain't worse than the OJ.
over.
The OJ case was still. This still ain't beating the OJ case.
Nah, it ain't beating the OJ case.
Nah, it ain't beating the OJ case. Hell nah. I don't even think this is even a fraction of the OJ case, fam. The OJ case seemed like it went on for years.
You think it's bigger than the Michael Jackson case?
No.
Nah.
No. This is not bigger than the Michael Jackson case. It's not bigger than the OJ case. No. Nope. Because the Michael Jackson shit went on for years too.
Yeah, losers.
Slackers. Yeah. This Diddy shit definitely is a distraction, though, y'all. It's definitely a distraction. And we all distracted by it. Look, we distracted by it right now in real time.
In real time.
In real time, we distracted by it. We sitting here waiting for Diddy to see if Diddy gonna walk out or not, while real human trafficking is going on behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. People are being human trafficked right now, while we sitting here talking about Diddy. It's crazy. I don't think Trump initiated the race wars in the USA. I think the media initiated the race wars in the USA, along with the help of celebrities and influencers.
Yeah,
I don't think Trump initiated that. I think the media
does
that.
A race was already here before them niggas was even born.
Exactly.
Yo, what are we talking about? And people be acting brand new on this social media shit, bro. Like they don't know what the hell going on.
Yeah, I don't think
Right.
Trump initiated no fucking race war.
Man,
It's
that shit been
already
going on
been like
before he was
that.
even. Yeah, it's already been like that before he was even born.
When they was calling us porch monkeys and all
Yeah,
the
before
rest
he
of
was
that.
even. Yeah, before the nigga was even thought of. That shit was already going on. What the hell? People gotta
And
stop
plus,
acting
Trump was
brand
hanging out
new.
with a bunch of niggas back in the day.
Yeah, we don't want.
Wasn't
Yeah, we
Trump
don't want.
hanging out with a bunch of niggas back in the day?
The very man that's on trial right now, he was friends with. So I ain't trying to hear that shit. All them rapping ass niggas that wanted to rap and be like Trump. About over 1,000 songs of niggas rapping about Trump, idolizing that nigga. So I ain't trying to hear that shit.
I don't think Diddy paid off the jurors, man. People was going too far
Nah,
with
nah,
this
that
shit.
jury they ain't pay off no goddamn jurors.
Diddy ain't pay off the judge
They
nor the
didn't have.
juror.
They just didn't have the evidence to convict him on the charges that they was trying to convict him on. Wasn't no evidence.
Man, he paid off the jurors. How did he get access to the jurors? Please tell me this. How did Diddy get access to the jurors to pay them off?
It's it's okay, man. It's okay.
They paid so you mean to tell me Diddy was able to get to the jurors or get his people to get to each juror and pay them off, huh?
P. Diddy. You know you got the keys to the city. Unlock the door. Rock some more.
Could somebody please explain the process? For those of y'all that are saying that Diddy paid off the jurors, could you please explain the process how Diddy got his money to the jurors and his message to the jurors to pay them off? How? Just give me an example. Just write a paragraph and give me an example of how he did it step by step. How he paid the jury? Give us a step-by-step summary of how Diddy paid off the jurors. Like what could he have possibly done? Obviously, if you saying this, then you should know the process of how he does it. Technology. So he text. So he ended up. So Diddy got a. All right, let me try to put the pieces together. Somebody said technology, dummy. Then they got called. Then they got to say a dummy. I should put you on timeout for that. But technology. All right. So he acquired a phone in jail. How did he get the?
Man, you can disagree without being disrespectful, y'all. Now,
how did
come
he
on
get
now.
the jurors' number?
Keep it
How did he get the
respectful.
jurors' personal cell phone numbers?
Keep it respectful. You can disagree without being disrespectful. Now we adults here. Act like an adult. Act like an adult, please. It's okay to be agreeable without being disagreeable. All right, so what we all waiting for? This nigga to come out the courtroom? Oh, we waiting for the press conference from the lawyers, prosecutors, whoever. I mean, they got to have a press conference because the lawyers got to speak on, going on and shit. So. Smash that like button if you haven't. Double tap the screen, like this video, subscribe to this channel. We almost at 90,000 subs, man. Come on, y'all. Get us to 90,000 subs. You know what I'm saying? I believe we can get 90,000 subscribers. We almost there. We almost at 90K. Y'all to subscribe to this channel if you're on this live stream. Yep. Nigga said, matter of fact, I put you in timeout. That's funny as shit. Yeah, he was was found just guilty on transportation prostitutes. That's it. Yeah, RICO, nope. Sex trafficking, nah. He wasn't found guilty on none of that shit. Just transportation. That's it. So he ain't gonna get that life sentence. He ain't getting life. No life sentence.
Even though there's people out here that want him to get life so bad, it don't matter what they want.
Yeah, it's what the judge said. What the jury,
Exactly.
what the jury deliberated on, the verdict they came up with, and the judge sentencing. No matter what the public say. Ooh, shit, the public don't count. Yeah, we don't count. Our opinion don't count, y'all. So, yeah, that's just ain't his fate, you know. Just because you want it to be his fate, don't mean it's gonna be his fate. Yeah, you know. And do you know? Well, Diddy daughters look happy. They smiling and all that. So, I mean, they just happy they dad ain't getting life in prison. He actually be home to actually be with his kids. That's basically what he should just. If you get out, Diddy, man, just go home, stay indoors, be with your kids. Don't invite none of them industry ass niggas over. Just spend time with your children, man, and you know, and taking the moment of being free, and I don't even deal with none of that industry shit. I mean, and you know, you got all assets back to your Diddy oil that you need, that you want. I mean, and
I don't know. People will be mad at us, but we felt like they was reaching with all these charges from the beginning.
Oh man, hey, yeah, it's okay, y'all. It's alright to be mad.
I don't really care. I don't care if people mad. We telling it how it is.
And they tell how it might be.
It might be, right.
Don't get mad because you tell her how it is.
Yeah,
Diddy's how it might be.
Yeah, Diddy is all right, let's get this out. Diddy is an abusive freak. He's abusive, he's controlling, he's manipulative, he's cutthroat when it comes to business. Yeah, I mean, he got a lot of traits that people would deem undesirable.
But he ain't selling no goddamn sex.
But he wasn't doing but he ain't
he
have
ain't
no
selling
RICO.
prostitute. Yeah, he not a pimp. He ain't not prostituting.
Right.
He paid prostitutes for sex. He didn't prostitute anybody. Like, you gotta, for RICO, I mean, for the racketeering and all that shit, they got to prove that this nigga was actually organizing crime and selling Cassie to the highest bidder. He wasn't selling Cassie. He was buying escorts for Cassie. It's a difference.
And the thing is, and this is going a little bit.
I hate clearing this shit up.
Prostitution shouldn't even be illegal.
And
prostitution shouldn't even be illegal, to tell you the truth.
Y'all get me so mad, right? Because y'all don't want to learn nothing.
Don't get mad because somebody don't want to learn nothing, bro. Sometimes
I got.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta just let the dead bury the dead, bro.
Yeah, I ain't got to say
don't let yourself get worked up because people don't want to listen.
Bro, I ain't got to say shit. I let old heads speak.
That's because you don't have the information. Okay. Huh? Just public. All you got to do is go look it up. Huh? Okay. I didn't come here to find out what you think.
No, I'm just asking.
No, you didn't. You say you thought. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
So what? I don't want to hear what you thought. Mm-hmm. I saw the check, nigga. Huh? Mm-hmm. So I got to sit in what you thought. Who cares? Mm-hmm. Huh? That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah, old heads that do your research, right? I'm playing. Talk about.
I feel like if prostitution is illegal, then the shit that they doing on OnlyFans and porn should be illegal too, because You gotta
They
think
paying for
about it.
sex, right?
People, yeah, because people going through state lines, people to pay for sex to do OnlyFans videos and porn. People travel. People pay influencers. Influencers pay other influencers to come have sex with them on camera. That's the same thing that Diddy's doing. And they might fly in from another state to do that. How is that not the same thing that Diddy's being charged with?
It is the same thing.
It's the same exact. It's the same exact thing. How is that not the same thing? What these OnlyFans influencers be doing? Is that not the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
The same, identical. It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, that's what we be asking. Pleasant Gift. Like, where's the real Epstein list? Where's the evidence and investigation on the people that was like, why Maxwell Gage Lean the only one sitting in jail?
And you know what's funny, bro? You actually have some OnlyFans influencers say Diddy should be in jail, and they doing the same shit he doing.
Oh, that's just some hypocrite shit.
That's the type of stuff that we point out on this channel. We like to examine that stuff, all the hypocritical bullshit and the double standards. Now, what Diddy is doing, what he's getting sentenced for, is for basically moving prostitutes across state lines and paying for their services and flying them out. The OnlyFans influencers does the same shit, male and female OnlyFans influencers. It's not just female, not just male. Both do the same damn thing in porn. Porn, they fly people out to have sex on camera. And they pay them for their time of having sex. Same thing with OnlyFans. So please tell me how that's different than what Diddy's getting locked, what Diddy's getting charged with.
Yeah.
So are the feds building cases on all these OnlyFans models? Who have
I'm building cases on all you bitches.
Yeah.
You think you could do this to me?
So are they building cases on the OnlyFans model?
I'm building cases on all you bitches. You think you could do this to me? Jay!
Exactly.
Jay! I need that money, Jay.
Because Diddy drugged them. All the drugs that's in the porn industry and the OnlyFans industry, all them drugs that they be using, you can say the same thing. All the same shit you can say that Diddy did, that these porn people do, and these OnlyFans influencers do.
But it ain't, bro. It ain't even just him, bro. What Diddy, bro, you gotta understand that. What Diddy doing is the standard lifestyle of Hollywood. Period. That's the standard for Hollywood lifestyle. Freak offs, drugs, alcohol, party. That's Hollywood fucking lifestyle. Murder sometimes if they have to. That's
so
standard
Diddy gotta
Hollywood
do 10, 20
lifestyle.
years, bro.
Yeah.
The rest of these OnlyFans influencers gotta do 10,
No.
20 years.
It ain't just about Diddy. They coming for all the industry niggas. The lower level ones they could use as an scapegoat and a distraction. And the ones they can't throw dirt on, they just use propaganda to smudge their name in the media so they lose all their brand deals and go broke.
You know, realize nobody can't argue that fact with us, bro. Nobody can argue that fact that the porn industry and OnlyFans does the same thing that Diddy's about to get 10 years for, or that he could get up to 20 years for.
Yeah. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. You think you could do this to me?
Y'all see the double standards? Y'all see the double standards? It's crazy, bro. Look,
what?
Oh man, this nigga said ghetto gaggers. Did they arrest the culprits?
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, nobody can't argue this shit. The same shit they about to charge Diddy with. These porn influencers and OnlyFans influencers does the same thing on a daily basis. They doing it now. I bet you it's an OnlyFans deal going down right now where somebody's about to get flown in to shoot some OnlyFans content. Right
One
now,
thing,
it's happening.
one thing you can say about Diddy, man, he took this shit alone. He ain't snitch on nobody. He took this shit. He took these charges on his own. He ain't implement nobody. He ain't snitch on nobody. And he took these charges. He walked in that joint alone and leaving that joint alone. He ain't tell on his little industry, little buddies or anybody else or any. You know what I mean? He took the charge. Like Maxwell Gaisling. She ain't snitch on nobody. She took them 22 years and said, "Fuck it." I mean, I took these 22 years and I'm just gonna do my time. I ain't gonna tell on nobody because if you tell on somebody anyway, you might end up dead if you tell on the wrong person. So that's another thing too. They want to make sure you remain quiet. Shut your mouth, boy.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Diddy should get any time. I think
you
they
go.
should just drop the whole thing
Well,
and
that's
should
what
be
his lawyers.
free 100%.
Yeah, well, that's what his lawyers in
No
there.
time.
That's what his lawyers in there fighting for to get the.
I don't think
everything.
Diddy should
They
get
quit
any
it.
time
Yeah,
or
they quit it.
or house arrest or any of that shit. I don't think he should get any of that. If he get all of that for
nobody else getting it.
then
Yeah, 'cause
all
nobody else.
these OnlyFans influencers and these porn
It's not just
influencers, they all need to get the same thing.
Why are you keep saying OnlyFans and porn, nigga? Hollywood, period. That's the standard lifestyle for Hollywood, period.
Nah, but I'm saying is it's a standard. It's a standard
No.
for Hollywood, but
No.
OnlyFans and porn
These
industry
niggas-
is known 100% for doing it.
These Hollywood
whole
niggas fly out
that's
chicks.
surprising.
These Hollywood niggas and they fly out chicks to have and pay them for sex every goddamn day.
Yeah, but that's not enterprising. The OnlyFans and the porn, they actually RICO.
Oh yeah, because they profit.
They're
off
actually
of it,
enterprising off of that because they're making money off of that. So that's different than just even the Hollywood shit.
Yeah. That's true.
So the shit that they tried, all them 5 counts that they tried to get Diddy on, they should be getting the porn industry as well as the OnlyFans industry on the same shit because they flying people out and they flying people out and they making money off having sex. That's basically what they tried to get them for.
Relax for a couple minutes. It's gonna get hot.
How is that different?
I think we about to get an update, y'all. Hold on.
All right, let's get this update.
See, Lisa Evers on the scene. I think we about to get this update.
Yeah, me too.
All right, y'all. We waiting to get this update. See what's gonna happen with this nigga Fate. If he leaving, if he staying. So they all sitting around the press conference, I guess. So we waiting to see what's going to happen.
I agree with that, Ted Hemkin. Prostitution should not be illegal. No, it shouldn't.
They can tax it. Yeah, because they can legalize it and tax
should
it.
not be illegal. It's bullshit.
Yeah, that's like one of the oldest professions. Yeah, that's one of the oldest professions that been in this world for centuries, for years, for millions of years. Prostitution always been around. So yeah, I think they should legalize it and just tax it. Just legalize it, tax it, and
I don't even think it should be legalized and taxed. It should be decriminalized. Period.
Yeah, that too. But government will always find a way to tax.
Man, F them, man. They get enough money from us, from everything else that we do.
And they're gonna continue on to keep doing it.
And they the ones that should be getting put on
that's
trial.
The criminal. Yeah, that's the criminal enterprise.
The RICO thing, everybody was saying it was rotten. Not rotten, but I don't want to get too exaggerated. But
yeah, that's what we said, Lisa.
If what Diddy is doing is illegal, then porn should be illegal and OnlyFans. Hell yeah. No more double standards. No more hypocrisy.
No more hypocrisy. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more.
Yeah, leave that to moral issues. Leave that stuff to people's religion and beliefs, moral issues to the church, where politics and government shouldn't be involved in what people do with their body. If people want to sell their body for money, that should be a moral thing. That's between them and their God and whatever they believe in.
Yeah, let them do it. Let them do it.
Not the government and politics.
Yeah. Let them do it. Let them do it. Let them do it. Just leave people alone. Period.
Alexander text you?
And they got TMZ got reggae live. I might pull this up. They got reggae on here celebrating Diddy.
Now people saying come Jesus, but Jesus actually looked out for the prostitute. Whoever's not guilty, you know what I mean? Whoever's not guilty of sin, cast the first stone.
Yeah, he said that about the prostitute. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Stone like Jesus did. Yeah, shout out to y'all that's woke, man. That's really know what the hell going on. They ain't falling for the nonsense. Y'all ain't falling for any of
the
that.
government care about our well-being.
Yeah, y'all ain't falling for it, man. Shout out to y'all people that ain't falling for this dumb shit. Y'all ain't playing no games about it.
But he needs to be locked up.
Y'all ain't playing no games about that.
Yo, people crack me up when they just make a random thing. He needs to be locked up. Well, why do you think he needs to be locked up?
But that's their opinion, and they're entitled to that. I mean, they ain't gonna change things, but that's their opinion. They're entitled to that, bro. That's they 100% feel like Diddy should be doing life in prison, bro. That's their opinion. Y'all entitled to that opinion, but that's not gonna change anything. Like y'all know y'all opinion ain't gonna matter. Y'all should know that by now. None of our opinions matter when it comes to the fate of Diddy. That's up to the judicial system and the judge. Whatever time the judge you feel like he's warranted for the transportation charge, and that's it. The judge ain't think about what you think, what I think, what media think, what anybody thinks. They don't care about what the blogs think. None of that. Judge gonna do what he do.
Somebody said, "What about the guns and drugs? Was the guns and drugs a part of the?"
Nah. She got thrown out. She got thrown out. Nah, the guns and drugs ain't part of it.
How did the guns and drugs get thrown? Because wasn't the guns
but
serial number scratched off and all that?
But they ain't bring
how you beat that?
They wasn't after them for that. They wanted them on sex trafficking, bro.
Damn. So why you think they threw the guns and the drugs out though?
That
could have got them extra time.
Yeah, but they wasn't after that.
Bro, it seemed like the feds was just there to humiliate him then. Because no way, they would have added the guns and the drugs too. They rarely ever come with a weak ass case like they did for Diddy, bro. It's something fishy about it.
Distraction.
It's something really fishy about this because that was a weak ass case.
Yeah, because
but investigating him since 2012, that's the only shit that they came at him with.
Yeah,
it's something fishy about this, bro.
Yeah. Goddamn, Bitcoin up to 109,000. I see why. The goddamn market is up. Bitcoin at 109,000, almost 110,000. Yeah,
but why do you throw the guns and the drugs out though? You would think the feds would keep that.
Well, you heard MC Light on self-destruction. Leave the guns and the knife and the drugs alone. MC Light's on the microphone.
Yeah, because I do remember them talking about the guns and the drugs.
Oh shit. I'm tripping.
I do remember them talking about the guns and the drugs, but then what happened to that? Why wasn't none of that on trial?
I've been on here so long, we just bugging. Nah, because they ain't charging with the gun. They wasn't worrying about the guns and none of that shit, bro.
Yeah, but that's still illegal shit, right? To have guns with serial numbers scratched off and to have drugs.
Yeah, but it wasn't proven that it was actually his shit though. It was found in his vicinity.
Okay.
It wasn't proven that it was his shit.
But it
wasn't
was
after
at
that.
his house.
Yeah, but they wasn't after that. They want.
Bro, it's at his house though, bro. Come on, I don't know. There's something fishy about all this, man.
It's
fishy as hell, bro.
Yeah, it's always fishy, bro.
This whole case is fishy, bro. All of it. The shit don't make no sense. It has to be distracting us from something else.
Yeah, they should have told Diddy leave the guns and a knife, baby oil alone. MC Diddy on the microphone.
I mean, how much drugs did they find though? It was just like
it was personal use shit. Yeah, they ain't.
Oh, then that I can see that they not adding that because
that's personal. Yeah,
That's
they
nothing. That's
personal
like a
use.
misdemeanor right there.
Yeah, they ain't like nigga Diddy was selling drugs. He ain't no drug dealer. That's personal use shit. He ain't selling keys. All the drug Diddy found was personal
Diddy
use
did
shit.
it.
Yeah.
All the guns and drugs, Diddy did it. Yeah,
All
I
right, why
don't
we?
even know. I
All
don't
right,
even
all right,
know.
dude.
Shit
We don't hear you, dude. Your audio ain't good, fam. You trying to give us an update? Your audio ain't good. Hey, Bruce, your audio ain't
They
good.
right. Look, he looked like he frustrated too.
Yeah, he been there all
He
day.
trying to fix
Look,
that shit.
you can't hear him and shit. Like,
Where's your mic, sir?
yeah, your mic ain't
There
on,
you go.
sir.
Pressing 1, 2,
There
3,
you
4,
go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Lisa's
10. We
There
hear
you
you loud
go.
and clear
Lisa's
for the
on.
time being. Till everybody
His
comes.
ain't. All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Peter, could you say your name, please?
Yes,
and
Peter
town?
Frankel.
Pretty Frankel, who are you?
Peter Frankel.
All right, so first thing we'll say, like, the
Why y'all
Combs
trying
is
to get
still
two
there.
different
The verdict
reporters
was
on this
this
shit?
morning.
Like, what are y'all
Combs is
doing?
still in there.
Fox?
They're trying
Fox
to get
confusing as
bail.
hell. What are y'all doing?
And then what can you tell us about that?
Okay.
And that they make an application and then
How they doing?
pretty hard line about it.
To think that there should be no change in bail based on what transpired is
Ridiculous. Yeah, me first. No,
That shit's
Yeah,
still real low.
yeah, it's changing bail. Yeah, he shouldn't be paying no $50 million. Like, yeah, y'all got to change that bail. Yeah, it definitely should be a change in bail.
Did y'all hear this shit?
I was very impressed with her, but not with her overall strategy, but just the way she seemed very.
Let's see if I can turn it up more. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
turn
that
it up.
shit low, bro.
Nah, that's just because I don't think she's actually on to report yet.
Oh, okay. He's supposed to be recording, but his mic ain't working.
Yeah, his mic ain't working and shit. Yeah, they got Fox. Y'all gotta get that shit together over there, man. What y'all doing over there? Y'all got two reporters on the screen.
Who's anchoring the three? Is it Antoine?
Oh, there you go. Oh,
Yeah, but
went back
they ain't
out
reporting
again.
yet. Yeah, but they ain't
Oh,
reporting
it went
yet.
back out again. Oh, she was just testing?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck going on. Diddy, free Diddy. You know he got the key to your city. Unlock the door. Rock some more.
But Diddy saying PE,
shit.
all you suckers, liars, court testifiers, try to infiltrate and break my empire. I keep down, focus.
Shit. People be emotional as hell. You want that pedo to be released?
That nigga Diddy
You want
said,
that? I want that devil needs to stay locked up.
all you suckers, liars, court testifiers, trying to infiltrate and break my empire. Yeah.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
We are following breaking news on the third day of deliberations. The jury reaching a split verdict in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. It is our top story. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Antoine Lewis. Welcome to the News Block. The big question now, will Diddy get bail? But first, let's take a look at this breakdown. Now, Combs being found not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4, the racketeering and the 2 sex trafficking charges. He has been found guilty on counts 3 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. And in a little less than 2 hours, we will find out if Combs will be released on bail. We want to get over to Arthur Chien, who's live in Lower Manhattan with the very latest on this. Arthur, good to see you.
Good to see you, Antoine. And that covers it. The very latest on this are the 2 points. One, that the jury has come back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the most serious charges that Sean Diddy Combs faced. They found him guilty of the 2 least serious charges, and that's transportation for prostitution across state lines. Let's show you what the reaction was amongst his family, just an indication of it. His mother blowing kisses to the throngs of people who are outside as they came outside. As she was going back in the courtroom, his sons have been going in and out as well. And as you pointed out, the development right now is the fact that the judge has been asked to release Mr. Combs, given the fact that he's been acquitted on the most serious charges that he had faced. And for that, they will be back in court at 5 o'clock to resume the hearing then. Everybody will be in place by at least 4:30. So this is not over yet today. Keep in mind, we got July 4th coming up. Yet tomorrow, the courts are supposed to be closed too. So the judge probably does want to get them an answer by the end of today. And certainly if Mr. Combs walks out of the Southern District Federal Courthouse in Lower Manhattan here a free man, it will be a scene that is probably played around the world. But that's the latest out here, that the jury has returned their verdict. They found him not guilty on the 3 most serious counts, but guilty on the 2 least serious counts. And right now, the decision is whether or not he should remain in federal custody as the rest of this plays out as we move towards sentencing. That's the latest from here in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you, Antoine.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for that. Our team coverage continues with Lisa Evers, who's been covering this trial since day one. She's been inside the courtroom. She's now outside of the courthouse, joined by criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel to break down things as they stand now. Lisa, hi.
Lisa Evers, man.
Hi, Antoine. Well, right now we are, as you said, outside of the courtroom. The family left the courthouse a little while ago. They went out for lunch. They'll be back at 4:30 in anticipation of that 5 o'clock bail hearing.
Oh, yeah,
Let's find out more about this whole process from top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, what do you make of the fact that they just didn't do the bail hearing right after the verdict?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa. In my view, based on experience, what's happening is the defense has proposed to the government certain bond conditions, and it seems that the government is not going along with them. In fact, my understanding is that the government feels that there are safety concerns with respect to Mr. Combs' release, and that there may not be any bail condition that will satisfy them, which ultimately will put it in the judge's hands as to whether or not he grants a bond of some type.
Now, when you talk about issues with the bond, what kind of issues can come up when somebody has to post a bond?
So first and foremost is the amount of the bond. My understanding is that the defense proposed a modest bond based on the change in circumstances. But I think what's also going to be a main issue, a key issue here, is whether or not the court requires that Mr. Combs be surrounded by security and that his movements be monitored, and where it is that he's allowed to be it in the Southern District or somewhere else. So those are all details that I think are going to need to be worked out before Mr. Combs can be released on a bond.
And then when you talk about the district, like Southern District, New York City and the 5 surrounding counties, does the requirement, if somebody's on a bail or bond here from a case, that they have to reside in this area during the time that they're, under the court jurisdiction?
That could be a condition, together with an ankle monitor, as well as 24/7 security. They could insist that he not be allowed to have visitors. There are other conditions as well that the court can impose. So at the end of the day, it's going to be what the court feels will ensure the safety of the witnesses and make certain that Mr. Combs returns to court when he's supposed to.
All right, you're talking about the safety of the witnesses. One of the bail, I believe it was the second bail request that was denied. Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor in this case, she said that we have evidence that Mr. Combs has been making phone calls, using other people's phone privileges at MDC at the Metropolitan Detention Center, and making phone calls to witnesses, having people make phone calls on his behalf, basically intimidating them. But since he's not facing that sex trafficking or the RICO charge anymore, is that even relevant to this, this day at this time?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the worst possible thing that he could do in the court's eyes. So even though he's been acquitted on those counts, there's still a factor when it comes to his behavior and whether the court is willing to take a risk on letting him out on a bond of some amount, however high or low it may be. So, yeah, I think it's a significant factor and certainly something that the court's going to entertain.
And so when they have a bail hearing like this, like what we're expecting at 5 o'clock today, the prosecution will present their reasons, with some of which we've just been talking about, present their reasons for not wanting him to have bail. Defense will say, listen, he's only been found guilty of 2 of the 5 counts. These are lesser charges. He's not going to flee. You see his family, he's been here with him in court virtually every day. And is that how it goes? And then does the judge make his decision right on the spot? Because this judge, I've noticed throughout with the preliminary hearings, but especially when the trial got underway and it was court every single day, this particular judge had a habit of saying, I will take both under consideration overnight and give you my opinion in the morning. Like he would have them send a letter. He would have them send a letter if it was a Friday, and then we'll decide on Monday, or Tuesday we'll decide on Wednesday, that kind of thing. And it seemed to be kind of one of his patterns throughout this. Is that is there a chance that he may spend the night again in MDC?
There's absolutely a chance of that. And I think the fact that they're having a bail hearing at 5 p.m. the night before the court is closed for the next 4 days, I think says a lot about all the parties wanting to get a resolution to this issue. But that being said, the judge is not going to make a ruling that he doesn't feel comfortable with. And if it's his position that everybody needs to come back on Monday, then that's what he's going to rule.
Okay, and then the other thing too, I was told by law enforcement sources, tomorrow, Thursday, which is July 3rd, they had made provisions. They had extra people on standby, extra people brought in. It's an administrative closing of the courthouse, but they made a provision that if the deliberations had continued that long, they'd be able to continue to deliberate, but in an isolated area. Friday, of course, is the national federal holiday. Everything's totally shut down. Same thing with Saturday and Sunday. Courts always shut down on those days, but it's possible that there could be something tomorrow.
It is possible. That's going to be up to the judge and obviously whatever decision he ends up making. But knowing this judge's history and knowing the concerns of the government, he's going to make very certain that whatever decision he makes is a decision that he feels very comfortable with. And if that can't be done today, maybe
He'll take
tomorrow,
his time.
maybe next week.
All right. Peter Frankel, a criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us and helping us with us. Antoine, that's the latest from here at federal court. Back to you in the studio.
Lisa, a lot of information there. Thank you so much for staying on top of this for the last 7 weeks. We appreciate that. Switching gears now to a look outside where it's been rather muggy, unless, Audrey, am I wrong in saying that what we
Still waiting to see if Diddy gonna walk up out of there. All right, so they said $1 million. So he offering $1 million for bond. Yeah, so he ain't gotta pay that 50 million no more. That shit was at the beginning with it. Yeah. Is this supposed to be an update? Who this motherfucker standing here? What he supposed to be doing? Oh, I guess he just the sound man and shit. I don't know what he doing. Fox, y'all over there doing all types of shit over there, Fox. Is that the sound? I guess he the sound man and shit. I don't know. What the hell that nigga doing? Alright, still a lot of people. I guess you're still waiting to see they coming back at 4 because I guess everybody on lunch break. So they coming back at 4. So we court's over at 5, so we gonna just ride this shit out till 5 o'clock. See what happens and shit. Y'all subscribe and double tap that screen to like this video, man. If you can, we just coming in and tuning in. Yeah, trying to see what the hell going on. So what's going on? What's going on? That nigga said free Diddy, huh? Free Diddy and his baby oil, huh? I mean, and his Diddy oil. Free Diddy and his Diddy oil. Yeah, free Tory Lanez, man. That's one motherfucker I will scream free. Free Tory Lanez. He's innocent. Tory Lanez is innocent. Mama, I love you. P.O.P.O. it down. Yeah. He said, get oiled up, weirdos. Get it. Yeah, get your Diddy oil. For y'all that saying free Diddy, they let him out. Y'all gotta get greased up for the occasion. No Diddy. Get your Diddy oil. And say he throwing a freak off for the 4th of July. Yeah, it's a BOBY. Bring your own baby oil. A BY, ODY, bring your own Diddy oil for the 4th of July freak off. You're all invited to the Diddy freak off 4th of July. All white 4th of July party. But you gotta bring your own Diddy oil. me see what else going on. All right, yeah, we waiting for these more updates. Waiting to see if this Diddy character gonna get released on bail. Or he gonna have to sit in jail till after 4th of July. Yeah, he said Diddy got a shiny suit. Got a shiny suit ready. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You're working with me, I'm working with you in this situation. Are you ready? Hey there, it's Danny. I'm at New York Court. I'm 2x2. By connecting with others. You should see a podium. I recognize your value. And Warren, thank you. So Warren, the gentleman who just WCAM man, for those of you guys that want it, we worked together for 4 years at Inside Edition. And it was honestly...
Right channel only. And the boom too? Everything's only right channel. Zip very eight. Very Check 1 2. Check. Mike check. Mike check. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything? I'm gonna keep going for a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave anyone hanging. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check 1 2. Mike check. You guys good? Need another one? Mike check. Mike check. All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh. Check. Why send it? You're like a magnet. I'm the only one here. Oh, you feel anyone else? 3 t-shirts. You rest the mixer on here. Because I do sweat. I would just have a wet shirt. Begin. The mixer is you can't see the downside. Yeah, but then when you need samples, that happens the upside. That's why my kids have it. It's like you're going to jump over to your left or I'll make it back. He needs a drone.
Not bad.
Hey, Scott Keneally.
Hey, it's Ward. I'm up on channel 1. Just live.
I got it.
I have it at 5 o'clock. I have it at 6. It won't be a lot. I just have it up. I'm at 40%. So,
To see if the judge will give Sean Diddy Combs bail. He might walk out of that courthouse in Lower Manhattan today. We have a team of reporters. Linda Schmidt is inside the courtroom. Lisa Evers and Arthur Chien are outside the courtroom. We also have legal experts and lawyers on standby to let us know everything that's going on. Of course, a verdict handed down by the jury today. And just moments from now, it's 4:53. We're expecting actually that bail hearing to start at 5 o'clock in Lower Manhattan. Let's take a live look, a full screen of the picture of the courthouse here. It's been quite an interesting day. There's a lot of people outside the courtroom, as we can see. Alex, my producer, is helping her out here. Can you turn the volume just a little down there? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Great. Listen, we are waiting any moment, as I said, just about 6 minutes from now. Let me bring you up to speed. This all started, of course, this morning. After almost 2 months in a Manhattan federal courtroom, a jury delivered a split decision to the former rap superstar Sean Diddy Combs. They spent 14 hours deliberating. Then they convicted Combs on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but they acquitted him of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. And those were really important because he was acquitted on those, and those are charges that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Combs' 55-year-old man was overwhelmed as the court hearing the verdicts. He wiped his face, he kneeled, he bowed in prayer, he turned to his family and said, "I'll be home soon." His relatives have been in the court, his children and his mother, most days, and definitely today. Now, his convictions do carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, meaning he will likely face some prison time. We just don't know how long. And of course, he'll get credit for time served. Each count carries with it a maximum of 10 years. This was quite some trial that we heard explicit testimony, especially from the star witness, his longtime girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. So once again, you're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This is breaking news because we are waiting to find out from the judge if he will allow Combs to walk out of the jail. Now, let me tell you, right after the verdict, the judge told the lawyers, the defense, and the prosecutor they had to come back at 1 o'clock today, and they had to have arguments as to why Combs should stay in incarceration until his sentencing later this summer, or whether he could be released. And as you can imagine, the defense team said, hey, he has no criminal record. He has been involved in other things before, never charged, but he should be able to post $1 million and walk out, see his family. They want to go back to Star Island in Miami, Florida, where he lives. And they wanted him to have the ability to go to Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami. But of course, defense lawyers and the lawyer for Cassie Ventura pushing back hard on that, describing him as dangerous and a flight risk. And so they are hoping that he will stay locked up until he is sentenced on these charges of engaging in prostitution. Now, we're coming up on 4:57. In just a minute or so, we're going to toss to the Fox 5 5 o'clock newscast here in New York City. I'm reporting to you live from our newsroom here. And we are going to carry every second of what happens. As I said, we have reporters inside the courtroom. We will know within seconds what that decision is. I should say that, as you well know, if you've been watching this stream, this is a case that has generated enormous interest around the country. And there are a lot of people that are sort of gathering around the courthouse. That's prompted the NYPD to bring out the barricades and add extra security down there, because even this evening, Sean Diddy Combs could be walking out, at least not exactly a free man, but at least out on bail until his sentencing. And you can imagine there were people cheering when the verdicts were handed down, especially when he was not convicted of the most serious RICO charges that he was facing that could have sent him to prison for a very long time. And also the government could have seized his assets as well. Now, I said we are getting ready any minute now for that hearing. So let's review here some of the more important events from today. It seems like everyone has been following this trial, but if you haven't, some of the highlights involve that Combs was accused of using trafficking sex workers, bringing them around for so-called freak nights, these days-long sessions, and 2 of his former girlfriends, one who used a pseudonym and the other, Cassie Ventura, who testified in court, that they did so and participated in many of these sessions against their will. So you're looking now at a live picture of the courthouse, and any minute we're going to take you to what the judge decides. Will Diddy get out or won't he? And we'll also take your comments and questions. So keep it right here, because in minutes from now, I'm going to check with our producer, and we're going to be tossing to the Fox 5 newscast, which is just about to start. So we'll get you right there, because that'll have our reporters right on the ground, Lisa Evers and Arthur Chianer, give us live reports outside the courtroom. And we also have an attorney present to answer any questions as to what might be happening. But, you know, the jury deliberated for about 14 hours. This is quicker than a lot of legal experts thought would happen. And of course, yesterday they were able to come to a decision on 4 of the 5 counts. And then they couldn't reach a decision on the most serious charge, the RICO charge, racketeering and conspiracy. So the judge said, listen, you got to keep deliberating. He sent them home for the night. They came back, and really in under an hour, they had a verdict, complete verdict on all 5 counts. And of course, as we said, he was only found guilty of engaging in in moving people around for the purposes of prostitution. So the other charges, though, he was more serious, that had more time attached to them. He was found not guilty of. So it'd be interesting to hear what the jurors had to say. It was 8 men, 4 women, ranging ages between 50 and 70. So it'd be interesting if the jurors talk afterwards to see how those deliberations were going and what brought them to this decision. We're going to take our newscast now, I believe, coming up. Yeah, it's not here yet. Alex. Oh yeah, let's take a look on Live View 5 and see how we go. Should have our anchors ready there. You know, another picture. This is a picture of sort of the scene, the circus scene outside the courthouse. There's been a lot of Diddy supporters, some against him, that have come down there and pulled off some crazy antics, some having to do with some of the testimony in the trial, and others not so much. But you can see there's quite the crowd out there. It's media, it's lawyers, it's fans of Diddy, it's people who don't like Diddy. There's all kinds of people out there, family members. You know, a lot has been said. As famous as he is and as powerful as he is, we did not see a lot of celebrities attend his trial. We did see Kanye West show up for about a half an hour, and he had to go to the overflow room and he only stayed a short time and then left. It's not clear whether Diddy knew he was even there. But a lot of the celebrities that he had all those white parties with, none of those showed up. And it probably is because of that damning video of him. You can see Diddy beating his girlfriend, Cassie, something he apologized for later on Instagram. And that was played multiple times during this trial. All right, Alex, and how we doing? Should we go to our newscast now?
Yeah, but we're about to start pretty soon. So
Okay.
Let's,
very good. Very good. Oh, I know. We're a little late because we have a sporting event. That's right. My bad. I forgot about that. That's okay. But let's recap just a little bit. I have an echo in my ear. That's why I'm talking loud. So my producer, we're working out the kinks in live television for you right here, live streaming anywhere. And if you have any questions, you can put them up because we do have an attorney present that we can get the answers for you to in just a minute. Let's take a look. Let's take a live look at the outside of the course. You can see the NYPD there for 1 second while we fix the audio. And here we are live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And you're looking at a live picture outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Mm-hmm. Yep.
We're following breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted of the most serious charges against him. These are live pictures from the courthouse where we are now waiting to learn if he will be released from jail. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters in for Steve. Diddy found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts that he was facing. They are the lesser offenses, so his defense team has asked for his release.
Diddy's bail hearing is scheduled to begin at any moment now. The judge asking both sides to submit letters arguing for and against his release.
Now, if Diddy is released from jail, he would likely be subject to specific conditions while awaiting sentencing, as his legal team has proposed a $1 million bond and travel restrictions as well.
And this morning, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning, and Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now for criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration, though he's already been in for 10 months. And now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutors' main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large, he's a danger to any particular people, that he's not going to return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to being in charge. The man surrendered his passport. There's been no allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence, guess what? He was acquitted, not a conviction.
Right, and I think that's the thing that's so hard for us to understand. So one of the bail denials, because there were several attempts to get him bail all the way through this process. The prosecution said, well, we're worried about him intimidating witnesses. But that would even be a point right now because he was cleared of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, right?
Yeah, I think it's a heavy lift, even more so than the RICO charge itself, for the prosecution with a straight face to say, this man is a danger to society, this man is a danger to any particular women, this man is a risk of flight. Absolutely not. The evidence doesn't bear it out in terms of what he's been convicted of, and nor does the history of in terms of his compliance with returning to court or behaving and following the judge's instructions. I think they come up empty-handed, but again, there's something called the Bail Reform Act, which says in substance, barring exception, he should be held in.
And then in terms of the final decision, that should be the judge, right, that will make that decision. Manhattan prosecutor. And the bail, the news is that bail has been denied.
Yeah, that the judge.
So there is the law, the statute says in substance that bail would be denied, meaning that he goes in and stays in. There's not an exception. For example, there could be an exception where the prosecution says we consent, and there's other pieces to it as well. There could be a danger to somebody or not, but the bail being kept as it is not necessarily atypical because of the law, though one would believe the fact that he was not convicted of the top charge, and it's been a reduction, and people do walk free and come back and RROR'd.
Well, keeping the bail as it is means there's no bail.
Right. So he's remanded, he's held without bail. So this doesn't change the potential sentence, obviously, because it's still up to 10 years, but for the immediate gratification purposes of getting out, doing what he needs to do and fighting this from the outside in terms of preparing for that sentencing, now it's been stripped.
And let me just add, this morning, the prosecution was very adamant about wanting to have this extra time to present their argument to the judge, and seemed, obviously they were disappointed with the verdict. It was very visible and very obvious, but they wanted to keep him behind bars. And they said, Your Honor, we need several hours to really get this whole argument together for you. And that's pretty stunning.
But again, I think you have to go back to what the law is and what it allows for. And generally speaking, barring some exception, the Bail Reform Act says you're staying, you're not just getting released. He was convicted of a crime. I think people, rightfully so, are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective when you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated beyond a reasonable doubt. And summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp. That's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence, but he's still in custody.
Okay, so Jeremy, what denied? Can we just ask Jeremy? Was it a difficult decision for the judge legally?
I think the judge is I think the judge is not finding any exception in following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was that yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on. Since statutorily you can't just let him walk, the prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say, he's returned, he just shows that he can follow the court order, he's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this, in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on and make this decision.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Right. And to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such egregious and horrible acts and a jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free, but there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say, but let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane and
then Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case, not to really go too far off. This really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence, for abuse, for things that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here. It is what it is. But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here, certainly for him. But there is now a horizon. That sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable. And the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know. But there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judges generally follow those guidelines. There's ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that in a state court, all of his other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt in sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges of the indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps was illegal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as a somewhat free man on bail. That's the latest from here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you guys.
I was going to say, Arthur, before you go, maybe one more last question. We do know that by law that detention is mandatory under the counts he was convicted on, but maybe you could explain some other reasons, or the top reason why the judge refused bail.
Well, it was actually, as Jeremy Salanso kindly shared just now, that bail typically isn't decided after the jury's decision, the jury's verdict. A bail is decided before the trial goes into play, right? And then they decide whether or not to hold a defendant in that case. That had already happened in this case. The decision was made to hold Sean Combs behind bars during the length of these court proceedings, and they're not over yet, right? That we have to get through sentencing for this to actually truly be over. So what Jeremy was explaining was it would have required an exception to the decision that he already made, and he said based on multiple factors that it doesn't rise to the level of granting an exception at this time. I don't know if I put that in English.
Arthur, thank you very much. Lisa as well, and Jeremy. We've got more breaking news coverage after this break.
News.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs has been denied bail. Some breaking news here. Is going to be remaining behind bars following a partial verdict in his federal case. Manhattan jury found him guilty on 2 counts of transporting individuals for prostitution, but acquitted him on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, despite the mixed outcome, the judge did rule that Diddy must stay in custody, citing consequences and seriousnesses of the convictions at hand.
Big news today. Let's get right to Lisa Evers, who's live in front of the courthouse. Lisa, what was the decision by the judge to deny bail for Diddy?
Well, Bianca and Natasha, first of all, this I'm sure was a tremendous disappointment to his mother and to his children and to his other family, and as well as to the supporters that we've seen out here outside of the courthouse. But in terms of the legality of it, according to Attorney Jeremy Sallin, who we've been speaking with this hour, he said that this is fairly standard in terms of a conviction on these prostitution transportation charges, which are the 2 counts that Diddy was found guilty of. Now, what the big argument and the big push to keep him behind bars obviously came from the prosecutors. I'm sure it seemed that they were very upset about the verdict from the jury not getting that RICO case that they had pushed so hard for against the better advice of some in the legal community who didn't think that was appropriate in this particular circumstance. They also lost out on the sex trafficking. That was not guilty. And they said at this morning, the prosecution said, Your Honor, we need several hours to come back and consider bail. Otherwise, they would have just considered the bail, the bail application and the bail situation right there shortly after the verdict was read. That was not the case. They were granted all these extra hours, the extra afternoon. Sean Diddy Combs sitting in a holding cell all the while this afternoon while they're crafting these letters to the judge to explain their positions. And the defense was arguing his mother, who we've seen many times here on Fox 5 going in and out of court every single day to support her son. She's 85 years old. The argument of the defense was that he's her primary caregiver, and certainly he is the closest relative to her, and that he also has a 3-year-old baby daughter, baby love Sean Combs, and that's her name. And so that was their argument, but the prosecution he still remains a danger. They wanted him behind bars until the sentencing, and this was, I'm sure, was devastating to Combs and many of the family who seemed elated. They were elated, in fact, when they heard those not guilty verdicts. But it's one more step, and as we've seen with Combs in other situations, once he's determined, he's going to see it through. The worst is over in one sense, in that he is no longer looking at life behind bars. On the other hand, his attorneys will have to file an appeal to this to this denial of bail. And remember, they had several bail applications throughout the course of the pretrial conferences and after his arrest that were completely denied, and those were just eye-popping bail packages: $50 million, 24-hour armed guards, an Upper East Side apartment where there was limited access, no internet access for him, monitoring cameras, monitoring his activities, no guests allowed coming in, and that was denied. So we'll see what happens now, but this has to be a devastating blow for the family. The family's been very united and come together at this. We saw the 2 sprinters that have taken most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon. Most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon, or a little bit earlier, a little bit after that, after we found out that the hearing would be at 5 o'clock. They all went out together to have lunch or to have something to eat, if in fact they could do that. I'm sure many of them thinking, okay, you know what, Dad's coming home, my son's coming home, that type of thing, and he will not have to spend another night in the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place nobody wants to go. And so that's what it is. It's just a devastating blow for them. They went from this high this morning of realizing that there's just those 2 counts of the prostitution transportation that they're facing, and that that can be dealt with over time. That's a far cry, Bianca, Natasha, from looking at the possibility of life behind bars, which would have been with the RICO case and many decades on the sex trafficking case, because that also carries a very, very heavy penalty. But that's it for today so far. And then tomorrow the courtroom will be tomorrow the whole courthouse is on administrative leave, is on administrative closure, meaning that we're getting excuse me one second, we're getting interference from all the helicopters up above. So tomorrow
Lisa,
the courthouse that you see right behind me, where the trial's taking place and where this bail hearing just happened, that will be closed for an administrative closure. There will be no activity there, no scheduled activity there. Friday, the courthouse is federal holiday closed. It's always closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So there was obviously a pressure to get this decision in before the holiday weekend. And I'm sure there's a lot of disappointment all the way around that they just couldn't bring him home tonight. Natasha and Bianca?
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that the $50 million bail package, which is pretty extreme. Why was that not enough to convince the court to let him go on bond here, especially with all those other extra things you were talking about?
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
The $50 million bond and bail package that you mentioned, including the other restrictions, those list of restrictions that you mentioned, you would think that would be enough for a judge to say, all right, I can agree to this, but it wasn't. So there was a reason behind that. And why was that?
Yes. Well, the reason behind that, and that's a great question. What the reason behind that particular denial was the fact that the feds, when you're in prison or you're in jail, they're monitoring all your calls, and they tell you straight up, we're monitoring all your calls. The lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey, told the judge that he had been using other people's phone privileges, because when you're a detainee, you only have a certain number of phone calls at a certain time, using other people's phone privileges to make calls to intimidate witnesses, and that this would not be allowed. And then, as we've heard throughout the day here today with some of our legal experts, that witness intimidation is a crime or an allegation they take extremely seriously here. But the question is that even a factor now, because he was not convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO. So I'm sure it was very disappointing for the defense. For the prosecution, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha, Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low. All right, Lisa, thank you very much.
And keep watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict. We will also be posting any updates on our Fox local app. Make sure you download that. It is free.
Take that cashmere sweater off. Them jeans you got on, that don't even match. Yo, you throw one on me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Do that. throw water on me. If you throw water on me, I'm gonna beat you. If you throw water on me, it's all hands off. All right, I'm sorry. Matter of fact, I got something for you. You want to throw water? You want to throw water? Let me show you something. I'll show you something. Watch how fast I get some people over here. Watch how fast I get some people over here. No, I know that. Watch this.
Hi, I'm Sharon Crowley here in the Fox 5 newsroom. We have just learned from the judge that Sean Combs will not be getting out on bail, denied bail. Let me explain to you why. The judge said, among other reasons, that Combs' violent history, and at trial the defense conceded the defendant's violence in his personal relationships, saying it happened with Cassie and James. So we are going to hear he's going to be sentenced likely in October, unless that date changes, and we'll find out. Let's get right out to Arthur Tien, who's right outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What a day this has been. First the verdict, Arthur, and then all those fans are out there all around you. We've been looking at live pictures from the courthouse and seeing the crowd growing, it seems to be there. And then the judge denied bail for the hip-hop mogul. What do you make of it? We're having a little trouble getting Arthur, can you hear me out there?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, Sharon?
Yes, I can. What do you make of the judge's decision?
The judge, from our understanding of the law, follows the law. And this is a little bit to explain, but if everybody can stay with us here. When the trial begins, a bail application is made, right? And in this case, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers made several attempts to try to get him to go through this process without having to be an MDC, which you and I both know as the Federal Detention Center. They wanted him to be able to do it from the comfort of home. They tried everything they could think of to get him out. It was denied. What the judge has done this afternoon, more importantly, not just our opinion, but that of legal experts, is say that still stands. Mr. Combs was not found innocent on all charges. His own legal defense in court said he has a propensity for violence. We have a video that shows him beating, just brutally beating Cassie Ventura in a LA hotel hallway. The judge also pointed out that once he knew that he was being watched by the feds, that there was yet another domestic violence incident. So he said he has concerns that the defense has not proven that Mr. Combs, beyond a shadow of a doubt, does not represent a threat of violence to people around him. That is basically what the judge has decided here today. And it was a little bit surprising for those who were completely absorbed in just the jury verdict itself, because Mr. Combs was found not guilty in 3 of the more severe counts, including one that found guilty on could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. So everybody thought there was a turn here, but the judge stuck to the law, said make your case. They made their case, and the judge said it doesn't meet the level for an exception. So we are holding on to you for now, and then they'll proceed with this case. Sharon?
Great. So, Arthur, we know Linda Schmidt was actually in the courtroom when the judge denied bail, so we'll be hearing from her shortly. But I wanted to ask you, what a day this has been. Found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. And at that time, it appeared from all the accounts in the courtroom that Combs got quite emotional, got down on his knees praying, spoke to his family, and you can understand why his family, his relatives, his supporters might have thought that bail would be granted. But of course, the judge pointing out his violent history, one that even his own defense team pointed to during this trial. So we are hoping to hear later, I think, Arthur, this evening. I see all the bed of microphones out there from attorneys on both sides about this. And I also understand that Combs could be sentenced possibly in October. He's going to stay locked up at NBC, and he was first arrested back in September. So we're closing in the end of the summer on a year of incarceration. So it remains to be seen what the sentencing will be. We know each count carries a maximum of 10 years, which could have put there 20 years, but they might run concurrently. And then, of course, he will be credited with time served. So it would be much less time than that. But for now, he remains locked up. Arthur, I know I've been talking a lot, but I really want to ask you about the crowds. We've been looking at the crowds, and Alex, our web producer, is going to take a wide shot. We have a shot over there. She's running now, running in the newsroom. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting you live from the Fox 5 newsroom. I wanted to tell you that, let's take a look at, if you could, Alex, show them the crowd. You're there on the ground, Arthur. Describe the scene. We knew there's been some crazy antics going on there today. What can you tell us?
Well, there have been crazy antics going out here since the beginning of this trial. There have been people live streaming on social media this entire time, including the last 10 days when we had a day where it was over 100 degrees. There were still people out here. Now, given the jury note from last night and what the judge instructed, there was a sense that something was going to go down today. Friday is July 4th. Thursday, this court was going to be closed. So there were a lot of people who came out here already and were ready for a moment. They got that moment earlier than many people expected at 10 o'clock this morning when that verdict came down. The emotional torque that you described in the courtroom when Diddy reacted by getting on his knees, putting his hands in a prayer motion and being super thankful was echoed out here. This is largely pro-Sean Diddy Combs group out here. There are a lot of people out here who believe that the prosecution in this case, if it was overzealous, that his race might have played a role in it. So there are a lot of people out here who believe that already. So when they received information of the jury's verdict, there was a sense of celebration out here. Sean Combs' mother came out here at one point. Everybody was cheering. She was blowing kisses to people in the crowd. And then certainly as we got closer to 4 or 5 o'clock towards the end of people's workday, and as this information had gone around, there were even more people who were coming to this area, and everybody has their phones up and are live streaming. So that's the mood out here. Definitely more subdued now that there's this tidbit of information that's circling through the crowd right now. I think people are just beginning to hear about the fact that bail was denied for Mr. Combs, but that's what it's been like out here. Some tourists, but not a lot.
Got it. Thanks so much, Arthur. Don't go anywhere. We have some new information I'm going to be telling you about in just a second here. We talked about the sentencing possibly being in October, but the defense is pushing back hard on that. They want sentencing as soon as even next week. They are pushing back, so we may get new information about that because, of course, they want this to be over as quickly as possible. Despite the setback today, I have to say, Arthur, this is still quite the victory for Sean Combs and his defense team today. He could have been looking at a much longer prison term. And so even though he has to remain locked up right now, he is facing much less punishment for the crimes the jury found him guilty of earlier today. So, a circus, because, Arthur, as we discussed a little bit when we were talking before, this case has generated national attention. Just think about it. Sean Diddy Combs, one of the most famous people in the world, and skyrocketed to fame in the 1990s and continued to grow and expand his businesses to all kinds of things, to clothing, constantly changing his names. You probably heard me call him all the names I could think of because each time, each brand has a different name associated with it. So that is part of the reason that some of this public interest is happening in this case, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are in this moment absorbed with the recent breaking development that Sean Combs is not going to be a free man tonight, what the jury essentially did today is ensure that he will spend a good portion of his life as a free man. Going into today, it was not clear if he was ever going to see daylight again, right? So today, with the jury's decision at 10 a.m., they gave him the opportunity to live his life out from behind bars. What the judge has decided now is because, as the judge put it, domestic violence is domestic violence, and the defense clearly said, he's a domestic violence, he's an abuser, but he's not the racketeering kind of guy that the feds want to portray him to be. The judge said, we still got crimes here, And for that reason, it's not a total victory, but certainly if we take a step back in terms of what he was facing in this case, this is an entirely new day for Sean Diddy Combs.
We do appreciate your coverage out there. We have a split shot of you up right now and the crowd right outside the front doors. Are we hoping to hear shortly from the attorneys on both sides? Are you expecting that? I know there's a bank of microphones set up there. Do you think we'll hear from the defense and the prosecution? I know that they weren't talking during the trial.
We've done everything we can, as you see from the podium, to invite them to come speak. So far as the federal prosecutors are concerned, I'm going to go out on a limb and say absolutely not. This was not a victory for them. I don't think they want to say anything about this. About an hour ago or so, they did release a statement talking about the serious nature of the accusations that were made against Sean Diddy Combs. So they're gonna hold steady on that, although the jury has said they didn't buy it, right? But I do not expect the U.S. attorney to be out here in terms of Sean Combs' defense. They're going to have to be careful now. Before Sean Combs is going to walk out, they might have said something, but they could still be positioning themselves for an appeal on those 2 counts he was found guilty of. So it's kind of anybody's guess right now. We're going to have to see.
Got it. That's great. The other thing I wanted to point out to you today, Arthur, is, as this weeks-long trial has gone on, what makes it stand out, and we've covered a lot of celebrity trials together, is the explicit nature of the testimony. And 2 women, one named Cassie Ventura, the other one used a pseudonym, describing violent, years-long relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. And obviously, the defense argued that it was consensual, that he was not coercing them into what was happening. Otherwise, we might have faced different charges. But it's really interesting, and I'm eager to hear how Sean Diddy Combs reacted when he heard that his bail was denied, because he was so emotional earlier today, whether he had a strong reaction as to what happened. And obviously his defense is hoping not to wait till October for the sentencing, but for it to happen in the next week, as early as in the next week. And apparently the government is not protesting that. So that may happen. We may have a quicker development in this case. We'll find out as soon as we get some more information from inside the courtroom. But you point out the July 4th holiday, and having covered so many court cases, usually on a Friday, even if it's not a holiday weekend, the jury is eager to get out. And it seemed like all they needed was one night of good night's sleep to render a verdict within under an hour today. When you were out there this morning, I'm sure it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah, a good night of sleep probably had something to do with it, but probably the judge's note to the jury yesterday as they were dismissing probably had a lot to do with it too, because they were essentially saying, we agree on 4 out of the 5 counts, right? But the last one, we're having trouble coming to an agreement because of different, quote, opinions, plural. That's when the judge said, get back in there tomorrow morning, today, and get at it. The term deadlock was used a lot, but yesterday was the first full day of deliberation for a jury that heard nearly 3 months, 2 months of evidence, and from 3 dozen or more witnesses. So really was a full day and some change, really enough to say that they were deadlocked. They just didn't agree yet. The judge was banking on that, sent them home, and maybe they were thinking about this weekend and said, you know what, I'm compelled to agree now. But I will say too, from our producer in the courtroom, we do have Sean Diddy Combs' reaction to bail being denied, and the description was the word stoic. He did not make an expression, a vastly different response, the emotional response at 10 a.m. this morning when the verdict was read, when he collapsed on the floor and started praying and waved to his family. They cheered as he walked out of the courtroom. There was none of that for this most recent development just now. We were told He was absolutely stoic.
Thank you so much for that update, Arthur. We appreciate your coverage, and we're going to let you get caught up and ready for the 6 o'clock news on Fox 5. And we're going to let our audience just look at some live pictures. And when those attorneys come out, if they do, or family members or anyone else who comments, we'll bring it back to you live. Thanks so much for being with us.
So they cannot know, right? Okay. They cannot know.
Si hubiera movimiento. O sea, yo me he bajado realmente cuando estaba yendo al metro, cuando se dijo de que se iba a quedar en la cárcel, de que se iba a prisión y demás. Y yo estaba de caminante y digo, bueno, yo voy para allá a ver si hay movimiento. Me llevo a Guadalajara, llevo a la persona, veo cómo está la gente. Si Javier me ha dicho, pues sí está presente.
The jury could not agree on charge one on count one, which was the RICO, the prison, count two, and suicide.
And you're looking at a live stream here. That is a picture of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. A judge has just denied bail for Sean P. Diddy Combs, who was found guilty of trying to, guilty of one count, but not of the most serious counts he was facing. He had hoped to be let out on $1 million bail and go back to Miami, to Star Island, to one of his homes. You're looking at two pictures right now. I want to explain that for you. One picture shows our chopper over the garage where you just saw the SUVs go in there, and they will be taking Sean Diddy Combs back to MDC tonight. He will remain locked up until his sentencing, and that is likely to happen. It was first talked about happening in October, but now it looks like his defense team trying to get that pushed up to as early as next week. The other shot you're looking at is the chaos, not quite chaos, but the crowds, I should say, outside of the courthouse, eager to get a shot of Sean Diddy Combs himself, or maybe his family members. That won't be happening, or maybe hearing more from the attorneys. This is live in the Fox 5 newsroom in New York City, and we have been covering this breaking news for you for several hours, and we're going to keep right on doing that. And we are hoping to hear shortly from the attorneys. And as I said, we are got a camera trained on the garage there. If we see it move, Sean P. Diddy Combs move to MDC, we, of course, will take it for you. And then we see some other reporters and media getting ready for their 6 o'clock newscast. And we have a 6 o'clock newscast on Fox 5 as well. So we hope you'll keep it right here and keep streaming with us.
serious charges, and that was sex trafficking.
Let's get right out to Lisa Evers, who's been following the case since it began nearly 8 weeks ago. She's live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Lisa, what is the reaction to today's verdict and the bail denial?
Bail denial. What's the reaction to today's verdict and bail denial?
Bianca and Natasha, what a day this has been here. You can hear the helicopters above us circling around, making it a little bit difficult to hear. But let me tell you where we're at right now. The judge late this afternoon, just a short time ago, denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs. And what the latest is they have asked for a shorter expedited sentencing date, because what's happening now is the prosecution wanted a sentencing date in October. The defense said that's too far, that's too far from today. It's too far away. That's too much time. And so what they ended up compromising on is next week on Tuesday, the prosecution and the defense will get together. They will try to figure out another date, a more suitable date, closer, that both of them are happier with for the sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. But this was a devastating blow for Combs, for his family, and for his supporters, because he beat those two of the toughest charges, the RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy charge. He also beat 2 counts on the sex trafficking charge, and ended up with a guilty verdict on the 2 counts of the prostitution transportation charge, which carries a maximum, each one of those counts, of 10 years. Now, the attorneys are telling us it's unlikely he would get 10 plus 10, but anything is possible in this case, as we've seen so far. I mean, they were hoping, the defense was hoping, according to what I'm being told, that they would be able to deal with this bail issue this morning after the jury came back, took off the table those 2 of the most serious charges, and that they would be able to deal with the bail hearing. His family, of course, hoping that Combs would be going home with them tonight, or at least be able to go out to dinner with them and not have to spend another night at MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is one of the most notorious federal detention facilities, jails in the country. Had numerous problems. There have been congressional investigations, all sorts of things. They're very bad conditions, a very old prison, and with a lot of structural problems there as well. So where it stands right now is, after the verdict came out, the final verdict this morning, Sean Diddy Combs was put into a holding pen in the courthouse while they were waiting for this hearing, which began around 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now what that means is he's going to go back tonight to MDC. He'll be spending, the holiday weekend at MDC instead of being with his family and being out. But so basically a split decision and a split victory for the defense team. And the prosecution's saying that he remains a danger, that he needs to be kept behind bars. And I think one of the things that weighed heavily in the judge's decision-making about saying no bail was the fact that even after Sean Combs knew that he was under federal investigation, he knew that the feds were watching him, that FBI was watching him, and all of that he still continued to allegedly commit crimes. They referred to an incident with Jane, the woman who used the pseudonym Jane, where she was beaten after he had already been under surveillance and notified that he was under investigation by the feds. So a lot going on here, but right now the big news is no bail, and Sean Diddy Combs is going to be going back to MDC tonight. That's the latest from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha, back to you in the studio.
Some interesting pieces of information you added there, Lisa. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, certainly not the outcome Diddy or his supporters were hoping for.
Joining us now to tell us what could be next is former New York City prosecutor Seth Zuckerman. Seth, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I think, first of all, what's your reaction to this bail denial and the judge saying that he's a violent man?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. The government put forth a very strong letter saying that incarceration was mandatory at this point, that bail must be denied unless he could find 2 exceptions. One is that he's not a danger and a flight risk, and that he's not a danger to the community and he's not a violent person. And the judge clearly found that he's got a propensity for violence, found that the defense even conceded that during closing arguments.
Right.
Because, the defense in this case was, he's an abuser, but he's not leading a racketeering and a criminal enterprise.
It was a key strategy in fighting the RICO.
And now that's backfired a little bit on the bail denial.
Sure.
The court clearly took that into consideration. The defendant's concessions said, even in your closing argument, you admitted that he's a violent person. And now I can consider that for bail, and I'm not going to let him out based on that. The judge clearly found that he's a danger to the community.
Now, does this bail denial give us a hint and maybe what the judge might do when it comes to sentencing?
I'm not so sure that that's the case quite yet. The government submitted a letter today to the court saying that the sentencing guidelines in their estimation are 51 to 63 months. The defense submitted a letter saying the sentencing guidelines in their estimation are 21 to 27 months. So it's somewhere around that, in that range that the judge is going to consider. It's up to 10 years on each count. As Lisa noted, and as everyone's noted, it's unlikely he's going to do anything close to 10 years on each of these counts. And obviously, the defense was hoping he'd be released today, and they would argue for sentencing that time served and that the 10 months that he's already done at the MDC, especially in those horrific conditions, is enough punishment for him in this case.
Well, according to Fox News Channel, the judge is suggesting October 3rd as the sentencing day. The defense is pushing for sentencing to be moved up as soon as possible. And they're arguing that most man cases are concerning making money via pimping or minors, neither of which apply to Diddy's case. What do you think the judge is going to do with that information?
So my understanding of what happened is when the defense asked for an expedited sentencing, and what the judge did is he put it on for next Tuesday, July 8th, for them to find out how quickly can the probation department issue what's called the PSR, the pre-sentence report, because the judge can't go to sentencing without the PSR. So he needs the pre-sentencing report, and he needs to know from probation, how long will it take for you to get me a pre-sentence report? Because that's what the judge relies upon. They do a guidelines calculation, and they make a recommendation to the court. They do a thorough investigation, and then they do that. So they're going back next Tuesday. The judge tentatively set the sentencing date for October 3rd, but he said, I'm open for expediting it if the probation department can get me an expedited pre-sentence report. So they're going back on July 8th, next Tuesday at 2 p.m. for a hearing to find out when they could set the sentencing for.
And lastly, before you go, I know we were talking earlier in the noon when this all came down, the verdict was read aloud. Your thoughts on just how today went?
I mean, today's a win for Combs, right? He was acquitted on the most serious count, the RICO racketeering count, which had a mandatory minimum jail sentence. He was acquitted on the sex trafficking count because the consent was a defense to that case. And he was acquitted of he was convicted only of the most minor charges, which is the prosecution charges, which don't even carry a mandatory minimum sentence. So it's a huge win for Combs. His attorneys are likely going to file what's called a Rule 29 motion at this point, which is for a judgment of acquittal. They'll file that within 14 days of the verdict. So that's within 14 days of today. And they'll ask the judge to overturn the verdict of those two counts. It's an uphill battle based on the evidence that I've seen, but they're obviously going to file that. And they're probably going to also appeal the judge's denial of bail. They'll go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals and appeal the denial of bail almost immediately.
Yeah, the judge even at some point conveying to Diddy that I gave you a shot at life. So in a way, was a win, as you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the bail denial is any indication of what he's going to do at sentencing. He even said that during this afternoon's proceedings, is he's considering the violence factor, because that's what he needs to consider. Yeah. But when he's considering sentencing, he's considering a bigger picture, not just what constitutes a condition for bail.
This is us trying to read the tea leaves as we try to do so.
we all try to do so.
These last 7 weeks.
The only thing we do know, it was a big loss for the Southern District of New York. So.
Huge loss. Their press release that they put out was a press release basically acknowledging their loss. All they did was thank their law enforcement partners, but didn't even name the judge, didn't even really name Combs by name. They clearly, it's a big loss for the Southern District after they spent millions of dollars on this prosecution.
Right, Seth Zuckerman, thank you so much for being here and for bringing us that legal insight. Appreciate
thanks for having me.
Well, large crowds have been gathering outside the courthouse ever since the verdict was announced this morning.
And Fox 5's Arthur Chien continues our coverage. Arthur, you've been live outside court all day. Describe what you've been seeing since this morning.
Bianca, Natasha, what we've seen this morning is a supersized version of what we've seen over the last 2 months. Every day there has been a presence out here of non-media. These are people who are on social media who are constantly live streaming. Today, not only was it no exception, but the crowds only got bigger and bigger. And keep in mind that first verdict was announced at around 10:30 this morning. And more people started coming down afterwards. I'm looking down the street right now, and I know we have a camera too. That picture goes for, as far as I can see, of hundreds of people, everybody with their phones up in the air. And that's been the mood out here. They've had a very big presence. It has been a largely pro-Sean Diddy Combs crowd. So we want to play for you the moment his mother came out after the verdict was read, the elation in the crowd, and you can see her blowing kisses to people who are outside. Let's have a listen in real quick. Mr. Combs' mother has been here just about every day that we've kept track of. His sons have also been coming. They show up in a Sprinter van and come out multiple family members at a time, and they leave that way as well. Now, separately out of another entrance, as so long as we're talking about the scene out here, separately, this was at around 11:44 this morning. We saw a Sprinter type van pull out of the back secure garage of this federal courthouse, and we could see through the window it was carrying the jurors to be dispersed from a separate location, everybody trying to keep a low profile. So a lot of people are out here. Worth Street at some points was completely shut down in both directions. This is a very busy thoroughfare that connects east side from west side down here. Right now we see there's a fire truck here. It could be heat related. We don't know. Their posture isn't really that urgent, but it's quite the spectacle out here. Probably continue to be for the rest of tonight. That's the latest from the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Arthur Triumphant, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for continuing coverage on the Sean Diddy Combs verdict. Keep it right here on Fox 5. You can also download the Fox Local app on your phone to watch our live newscasts and more. We'll have another report coming up at 6:30.
Meanwhile, we're counting down the days till July 4th as many festivities are set to take place across the city, including the big Macy's fireworks show. Coming up next, we're looking
And welcome back. I'm Sharon Crowley live in the Fox 5 New York City newsroom to bring you the very latest on the Diddy trial, the verdict, and that the judge denied him bail. We have all the latest developments. You're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. The bail hearing has just ended. And as I said, the judge denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs, citing his history of domestic violence, something that was brought up in closing arguments by the defense team. So the judge factored that in when he was deciding whether or not Diddy should go back to MDC tonight, which is exactly what happened. The sentencing coming up. Possibly they're going to have a logistical hearing between the defense and the government next week to try to move up the sentencing. Judge had originally suggested having the sentencing on the charges on 2 counts of the 5 counts he was facing in October, but of course the defense team eager to move that up, and they'll have a hearing on that next week, of course. And Combs was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, which could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Linda Schmidt is joining us live outside the courtroom now. She was inside when the bail hearing was happening. I'm guessing you were in the overflow room, but still get a good shot. I was wondering if you saw Combs' reaction, or you can tell us what happened.
Yeah, hi there, Sharon. Well, first of all, yeah, I was in the overflow courtroom, but they have the big monitors there, so you can see what's going on in the actual courtroom where Sean Diddy Combs and the prosecution and his defense team, where they are sitting. And I was sitting in the 3rd row in that overflow, so I could see that monitor clearly. I judge came in, everybody was in court, the judge came in, and within moments, the judge said bail is denied. And it appeared by the body language and by the look on the attorneys' faces, as well as Sean Diddy Combs, they were surprised by that. They thought that they really had a good argument that he should be able to be released pending sentencing. And they thought because he was convicted of the lesser charged, and they're saying that sentencing guidelines require that he receive a lower sentence, a shorter sentence, and that it also would require that he be released on bail. The judge did not agree with that, and he was very clear about that. But the interesting thing here, Sharon, when we were sitting in the courtroom listening to this, what the judge ended up doing, the judge ended up quoting the defense from their closing arguments, as well as different things that they had said during the trial, and they used the defense's own words against them as his reason and as proof as to why Sean Combs should not receive bail. So I'm going to go over some of those with you here right now. First of all, he said that he totally disagreed with the defense that the crime that he was convicted of does not warrant detention. He goes on to say, look, during the trial, the defense conceded Sean Combs' violence, that it did in fact happen. Quote, it happened. We own the domestic violence. That's what the defense said when it was talking to the jury. The defense also referred to the Cassie Ventura video, that infamous video where he is brutally beating her in the hallway of that hotel room. And the defense's words during the trial, imagine it's horrible. This is what the defense is saying to the jury. It's horrible for Miss Ventura and her parents. Quote, domestic violence is the issue here with this case. The video is very much domestic violence. The judge saying those very words that Sean Combs' defense attorneys told that jury is proof that, quote, he is unable to show the court that he is not a danger to others if he is released on bail. So
Linda,
his defense attorney, one of his primary defense attorney, Agnifilo, he stood up and he put on the best case that he could, the best argument he could to receive bail, saying, look, he surrendered his passport. He would only be traveling to certain jurisdictions in New York and Florida, New Jersey and California. And we will stipulate other conditions if the court would implement any other type of conditions. The prosecution then got up and said, I want to give you a couple of quotes from the prosecution because they were very passionate about this. The prosecution got up and looked at the judge and said, Judge, the only thing about this man that is exceptional is, quote, his wealth, violence, and brazenness. He has shown no remorse, and there is no basis to release him on bail. And the judge agreed. So he is going to remain in prison behind bars until he is sentenced. Now, right now, as you were talking at the top there, Sharon, the sentencing, the judge originally scheduled that for October 3rd. However, his defense attorneys, they want to expedite that sentencing and they want to have it sooner. And they are going to have a hearing that's going to be held next Tuesday, July 8th.
Linda, thank you so much for that update. Let me just tell you, I have some new information to bring you. We are just getting some information about what Combs said to his family after bail was denied. And according to the Fox News channel, he turned to address his family. He said, quote, we will make it through this. Love you all. I feel good. See you when I get out. See you when I get out. And he had his hands together as if he was praying. So we'll see, Linda, all the remarks that you were making had me wondering, this judge was pretty tough on bail, really listening carefully to those closing arguments and using, as you mentioned, the defense's own words against him. I wonder if this will have any impact on sentencing itself. As you know, Combs facing 2 10-year maximum sentences that could be served concurrently. So we'll see if this has any, we can read the tea leaves and see what this could mean for how many years behind bars Combs will be facing on these charges.
Well, the judge did talk about that too, and he said, quote, the two sides here have a great divide on what it is they think his sentencing should be. First of all, let me go to my notes here. The defense says that the sentencing guidelines for what he has been convicted of is 21 to 27 months in prison. So that would be about 2 years. And he has already been behind bars for 10 months. So that would mean that he would end up going to prison for just over 1 year. That's what the defense says. The government says the sentencing guidelines require a sentence of between 51 and 63 months, which is just over 4 years to just over 5 years. So you can see there a great divide. But his defense, when they were positioning their argument, they also said to the judge, as far as any type of bail and as far as sentencing goes, that he has been, quote, a model prisoner since he's been in prison, that his record has been spotless. He has been, quote, a remarkable prisoner, that he has lived up to his obligations, and that, quote, I think we should trust him. He is not going to flee. The judge did not buy that argument.
Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate your coverage and your reporting on this. And everyone else who's been watching our live coverage from our YouTube channel and our Fox Local app, keep it right here, because if we get any updates, we'll cut right to it. If we hear from the attorneys, family members, or anyone else on this very significant day for Sean P. Diddy Combs as he heads back to MDC tonight and we await his sentencing. Thanks so much for staying with us. Keep it here.
Guys. But yeah.
But acquitted him on the most serious charge of sex trafficking. He will remain in jail until his sentencing in October.
And this is a live look at Lower Manhattan, where we are waiting for Sean Combs' family to leave the courthouse. They're expected out any moment now. Oxley's Lisa Evers has been following this case from the very beginning. She joins us live in Lower Manhattan with more on today's developments. Lisa?
Well, Natasha, Bianca, from the morning, the elation of the morning, finding out that he would not have to deal with that racketeering charge that could have put him away for life, to the disappointment this evening for Sean Combs' family and for his supporters when the judge denied him bail. Now, this was something that happened. You mentioned this sentencing date. The October sentencing date is one that the prosecution has been pushing for, that they set, and then they also told him that the defense defense wanted a much earlier date. So what they settled on, the compromise, was that there will be a conference next week, a planning conference with the prosecution and with the defense, sitting down and trying to figure out a schedule a little bit earlier. The issue, the sticking point there with this sentencing date is that they usually do a pre-sentence investigation and evaluation. That takes a certain amount of time. The defense said, hey, we'll waive that, but it's not clear if that will be allowed or not. So we won't have the final sentencing date until until sometime later on next week, at the earliest, most likely. But what this means today, this decision, Sean Diddy Combs, goes back to the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center, a federal detention facility, federal jail that nobody really wants to be into. But I want to bring in, because there's another aspect of this case that we haven't really discussed thoroughly, is that whole prosecution side and how they're dealing with things. I want to bring in my colleague, Linda Schmidt, who was in the courthouse during this bail hearing. And Linda, the prosecution was very adamant this morning about not getting bail for Sean Diddy Combs and fighting that any bail request. What did you see today?
The same thing continued this afternoon when she got up to speak after one of his defense attorneys, Agnifilo, got up and laid out his reasons for why he should be given bail and he should be allowed to go home. She then got the opportunity to respond to that, and she was full-throated about it. She was very passionate about it, and she was very stern. And I'm going to give you a quote here. She said, "The only thing about this man," obviously referring to Diddy Combs, that is exceptional is, quote, his wealth, violence, and brazenness. She said he has shown no remorse and there is no basis for him to be released on bail. Period. End stop. That's it. She sat down.
And wow, and she's had chapter and verse ready to go for absolutely everything. And a lot of the defense attorneys I've talked to that have been have had cases against her have said she's been very fair, but it really seemed like she put an extra amount of effort into this particular case.
Well, it did seem that way. I mean, you've been here covering this since day one, and I said this to Lisa earlier. You have just done a spectacular job covering this. Really,
thank you.
As a journalist, I mean, I really
team.
appreciate it. I appreciate the great
Thank
journalism.
you.
So you've done
I
a
appreciate that.
fabulous job. But yeah, I can imagine with just from what I saw in court today, and you can tell that the prosecution is upset. I mean, as you know, when you're sitting in the courtroom, they have the front row. All of the prosecutors are in the front table. The second table, Diddy's attorneys, and then the third table, some of Diddy's attorneys and Diddy himself.
Right.
But in the front row, when his attorney, Agnifilo, was talking and giving reasons for why he thought he should be released on bail, every single one from the prosecution, they were looking down, no facial expression, nothing. And then after he was done, that's when she got up. She said her piece, and she was very clear that there was no chance that he deserved bail. And the judge agreed.
And that's what she was fighting for, and that's what she was pushing for.
Right.
And also, this is Maureen Comey, who was the lead prosecutor and a very highly respected person, a very hardworking. Clearly, her team put a lot of time and effort into it. But I think for a lot of the jurors, it was just hard to put in criminal context things when, after the alleged crime happened, the victims were back in contact with Combs, or they agreed at the time the alleged crimes happened and then changed their tune after that. But she kept drilling down on this incident that happened in September of 2024 after he knew he was under federal investigation and yet still went ahead and beat Jane. So they were basically saying that was, that showed that he had no regard for the law, or that was even afraid or even concerned about, hey, they're watching me, I better.
That's right. Or that he could be trusted in any way.
Exactly.
But Agnifilo, his
and then
attorney,
we'll send it back to
Oh, okay, just real quickly. He was saying, as part of his argument, he's a model prisoner, he's been spotless, he's a remarkable prisoner, he's lived up to his obligations, and, quote, I think we should trust him. He is not going to flee. Well, the judge obviously did not.
Okay, well, they didn't agree. They didn't agree with that. And then let's just show, Christian, can we show a little bit here? Linda, step aside if you don't mind for a second here. Okay, so what you're looking at right here, do you see the black, these black vehicles, the big Suburban, and then there's two black Mercedes Sprinters that are are right behind it that have been carrying the family members. You see all the media, and I want to tell you that the media has been here from all over the world converging on this to try and to just try and report this amazing story. I mean, it's really a mind-blowing story. One of the most famous men in the world, having the more sordid details of his personal life. Here's one of the Diddy supporters here coming in, one of the people that has been there with the mother. She's getting into the SUV here, and obviously not having the result that they want. And of course, the crowd is here. And they're getting them in. There was NYPD, as you can see. Christian, can we pan over here to this side? You guys see the flashing? You can see the flashing gates there with those roll down metal gates. That's where the judges and certain VIPs and I think certain detainees too go in and out. That's a very secure area. You see the NYPD is here in full force. Now, since the beginning of this trial, there have been people, this individual over here yelling and screaming. There have been people screaming and yelling pretty much all day, every day, every hour since we've been out here. Different people, not just that's the first time I've seen this gentleman. But you see the NYPD is here. They set up the barricades. They came out here this afternoon, and they basically were getting people they were getting people organized, putting up the barricades. They're keeping people back so that there's no type of nobody gets hurt by a traffic accident. They're also trying to give the Combs family some sort of dignity as they leave here, and also people are shouting things at them, and also shouting things at them, and then also trying to get a soundbite or trying to get a glimpse of them making a U-turn here. You see the police are trying to keep everything organized here. NYPD is set up. They actually set up this entire media row that we're in right now. You see them starting to leave here. Here's another one of the sprinters. And they've been really trying to keep this organized so that people are not getting knocked around. Because you can see, Christian, you can zoom in there a little bit, okay? So you can see how close it is. Like you see the microphones on the extension wands there that people are using. Those cameras are all there in case any of the lawyers come out. Very unlikely that any of the prosecutors will. But there's also a chance that maybe one of the defense attorneys may come out and give us a soundbite. That's what all the media, including our Fox 5 crews, are out there for too. And then the sprinters, the police are helping them to make this U-turn so that they can get off this block. And part of the street at the other end on the Chatham Square side has been shut down so that there's no traffic coming through now until they get this. Basically, this is like a mini dignitary motorcade here. Here's the Sprinter number 2 here. And those of you in the hip-hop community, the Sprinter is the preferred way of transporting music, artists when they're going to the different events and public events and concerts and things of that nature. And police are trying to facilitate this here. The crowd pretty quiet right now, and they're making their way out, and they are leaving without Sean Combs because the judge today, and he was denied bail. So what that means is that he will leave the holding cell that he was in all day today. He will be taken back to the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is right on the Brooklyn waterfront. A very notorious place, very uncomfortable place, even in the best of circumstances. And the lawyers from both sides, prosecution and defense, they have a date for next week to sit down and try and hammer out a sentencing date that is sooner than the October date that was proposed by the prosecution. Okay, they're opening up the street here, and they're allowing the traffic now to come in westbound from Chatham Square, and you see cars coming out of here. I'm not sure who that is, but we guess law enforcement, because they have a full window tint, which is illegal in New York State, unless you have a special permission or have visual problems that you need to have a full window tint. So that's the latest from here. And let me send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live from federal court. Linda Schmidt was with us earlier. I thank my colleague Linda Schmidt for being with us, and we're sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you. You and both Linda, excellent reporting on all of this, giving us a lot of color on what's happening there. For continuing coverage on the Sean Diddy Combs verdict, keep it right here on Fox 5. You can download the Fox local app on your phone to watch our live newscast and more wherever you are. We are expecting a press conference at any moment, and we're going to bring it to you live. We'll be right back.
Over here. Over here. Over here. Sir, can you tell us how about Sean's feelings? What did you want to say in court?
I can tell you that I talked to Sean. For those of you who know, I've known him for almost 20 years. And he's thankful, he's relieved, and he thanks the jurors. I think the jurors did what jurors do, which is they saw through an overcharged, overzealous, kind of a crazy prosecution, and they did the right thing. And that's why, when people talk about tyranny and fascism and everything else, as long as you've got a jury system that works, that's what separates us from the rest of the world. And Sean is thankful. As a helicopter parent, I couldn't be prouder, and I'll let them talk. I don't want to steal their thunder.
Were you surprised, though, that he was denied bail?
That doesn't really, the bail, I think, is besides the point. He was acquitted of the trafficking. He was acquitted of the RICO. Those were always, I thought, as an observer, a ridiculous use of taxpayer resources. This case was never what it was made out to be. This case was ridiculous in so many different ways, and I'm just thankful that the jury saw through it.
But he's still facing prison time.
Sean is, the interesting thing about prison is it's a timeout, and he's had a lot of time to reflect, and he's in a good place mentally, and I'm proud of him. And by the way, for those of you who may miss it, the defense didn't put on a single witness. The defense tried their case within the prosecution case. And at the end of the day, it's a colossal failure by the prosecution.
I know him. In-house? In-house?
She's like pennies. Yeah, yeah. I don't be that. I try to figure out the yeah, online. And together. My personal like.
not a party till we're all here. All right. Thank you all for being patient. Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garagos.
All right. I first want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself and everybody here, this incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking, and RICO is a jury of our peers. And I thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. They're not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What does your client want to say with reasons?
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most importantly, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the side. It put the distraction to the side and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
You sure?
Yeah.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you.
Jason.
Guys, can any of you share what this
Awesome. Get up there.
Well, I want to start just by thanking my family and the families of each of the lawyers here for giving us the space and the time to serve Sean and to fight for Sean. I want to thank the court for giving us a fair fight. And you see what happens when you have a good defense team come together in front of a court that gives the defense team a fair fight. And finally, I just want to thank Sean for giving me the honor and the privilege of serving him. Thank you.
I feel like there's not a lot more that I can say because of these wonderful people have really said all there is to say, but I do want to thank Sean for the privilege of this opportunity to help him clear his name after all, with the Southern District coming after him, guns blazing. It really is a testament to the fact that when you get a fair trial and a jury of your peers listens to the evidence, they will do the right thing. And I just want to say again how proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just verdict.
Are you going to appeal the minute? Guys, can anyone share what Mr. Combs wanted to say in court when he raised his hand during the bail hearing?
No.
Can you talk about the bail decision and the judge using defense's own
So
words during trial about violence?
I'm not going to talk about the bail decision because it's still a pending unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys have been so diligent and dedicated. I pass you guys in the rain. I walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you. But I don't think we're going to take any questions.
Can you take us through the ups and downs of the day, though? Because Mr. Combs got acquittals on the major charges. Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this: we are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on, and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. Thank you all for coming.
Oh yeah, you taped this.
Got a couple other videos.
Where am I? Where am I?
Hello? Yes? No, not that we know of. I mean, I doubt they'd speak out here anyway. Yeah, everybody's taking their stuff off. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was actually just on the phone with the desk. So. Oh yeah. Oh no, I got you. Hang on. You? It's you?
Thank you for all your help.
Anytime.
Shop now at nightanddayherbals.com and enjoy 35% off all our herbal CBD products, automatically applied at checkout.